Anyway. Anyway. All right. Anyway. God damn it. I hate that, like, Brandon says anyway so much that anytime I say anyway, you guys start saying, oh, it's just like Joe Biden. I say anyway a lot. Okay? I say anyway a lot. Anyway. 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 Here's the 3-minute ad right now. Anyway. 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 Anyways. Anyway. 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 Everybody, love you all. It's an honor to be able to serve you 3-minute ad breaks at the top of the hour. What's going on, everybody? For so many years. I hope everyone's having a fantastic evening, afternoon, pre-noon, no matter where you are in the world. I'm Hasan Piker, and this is the HasanAbi broadcast coming to you live from sunny California, Los Angeles, folks. We're live and alive, and I hope all the boys, girls, and MBs are having a fantastic one because today's a beautiful day. Today's a wonderful day. Today it is Thanksgiving, also known as Janksgiving. Ladies and gentlemen, it is Thursday, November 27th, 2025, also known as Thanksgiving, also known as Janksgiving. You already know what's going on. We did it. We secured it. I know Jank is shaky Gurga, my uncle. He is a very busy guy, a very, very, very busy guy. And until yesterday, it was up in the air on whether or not the Janksgiving would happen. But honestly, it's annual tradition at this point, and we must continue the tradition. The show must go on, baby. You already know what it is. And that's right. Can we get a land acknowledgement on the special Janksgiving King? Yes. Speaking of land acknowledgements, I did watch PTA's very own One Battle After Another last night. So, yes. Wait, hold on. What land is California stolen on? California was originally... Okay, let's see. I don't know. I don't know what land... Shit, hold on. I'm going to do a land acknowledgement, but I can't... I don't know what the fuck the land is. Tongva and Chumash? Okay. Oh, God. It's fucking AI answers. Oh, I hate it. Native dash land California. What? Let's see. West Hollywood. Oh, okay. I am, yeah. How do you do a land acknowledgement? I don't even fucking know. Hold on. I'm going to do it. How do you do a land acknowledgement? I'm not. Then write a statement that acknowledges the history, including past, present, and future. A guide to indigenous land acknowledgement. Okay. Start with self-reflection. Before starting to work on your... Yo, isn't there a fucking template? Like, can I just do the template? You don't know any indigenous people? All the indigenous people I know are Mexican, dude. Like, no, there is not a template. I'm fucking Turkish, man. Give me a goddamn break. What the fuck? Tongva and Chumash, fake ass California, fake ass Latino. Why? I feel like there should be a template. Okay. Well, on this day, I would like to acknowledge that the HasanAbi broadcast occurs on the ancestral lands of the Tongva and Gabrieleño Quiche peoples. The Tongva and Quiche are the original peoples of Tovangar, which includes Los Angeles County. So you've been shitting on land acknowledgements the whole time and didn't even know anything about them? Bro, Stop doing this, okay? Especially not on this day. What is up with... Oh my God, dude. Oh my fucking Lord. Oh my fucking Lord. Sometimes it feels like you just want to debate, okay? You just want to debate. Take a second off. God damn. Anyway, as I was saying, the HasanAbi broadcast is coming to you live from Unjustified. 1 second is justified, okay? 1 second is justified, is sitting on stolen land. The land that is currently known as the city of West Hollywood is on the ancestral and unceded homelands of the Gabrielino, Tongva, and the Gabrielino Quiche peoples. The Tongva and Quiche are the original peoples of Tovangar, which includes Los Angeles County, Riverside County, West San Bernardino County, parts of Orange County, and the 4 southern Channel Islands. Okay? 1 second timeout on hate. That chatter reminds me of Comrade Leo DiCaprio was talking on the phone. Lamau? Yeah. Comrade Josh. In any case, the Tovangar supported an estimated 5,000 to 10,000 people in the nearly 100 autonomous village states, which were connected by kinship, language, culture, and trade. Prior to the Spanish conquest that began in 1769, yuck. The people of those villages managed their lands with a deep respect by cultivating, pruning, seeding, and seasonal burning. Villages were often built near rivers, creeks, and other sources of water, which supplied a lifeline of food and resources. We acknowledge that the HasanAbi broadcast is being broadcasted live from the city of West Hollywood, which is built upon and has benefited from their land stewardship over many generations. Many Tongva and Quiche continue to live in the traditional territory and care for their lands. The HasanAbi broadcast pays their respects to the Tongva and Quiche ancestors, elders, and relatives past, present, and emerging. We recognize that the Tongva and Quiche peoples who are still here, and we commit ourselves honoring and uplifting their stories and culture. We seek to build a restorative relationship with people and place, which requires dedication to reciprocity, co-stewardship, repair, and rematriation. There you go. That's the Hassan Pike delegation has hit a land acknowledgement. Can you do this every stream now? I can't. I already have two. People would probably die in the process because there are already chatters who are waiting to explode because I haven't immediately locked in on the news. There are chatters who get really mad about the parasocialist news update in the beginning of the broadcast, in between the time period where I press the stop streaming button and press the start streaming button. All the things that I did that I update you on. There are chatters who hear that and go, I am going to kill myself. Why is he not talking about the news? If I were to do a long land acknowledgement every time, they would die. Just replace, coming to you. Actually, you know what? That's actually kind of cool. Celestial Praxis. Okay. See, 1 second ban worked because Celestial Praxis came back from that 1 second ban with actually a really solid approach. HasanAbi broadcast coming to you live from sunny West Hollywood, California, which is unceded Tongva and Quiche land. That's actually kind of cool. I'm going to try to, oh my God, I'm going to try to add that in. I'm going to fuck it up, but I'm going to try to add that in. That's actually dope. That's dope. That's actually fire. Okay, that's cool. I like that. See, rehabilitation works, but you also still have to incarcerate a little bit. You know what I mean? That 1 second ban immediately. Yes, it is 77 degrees and sunny here in unceded Tongva and Quiche land. Wow, that's cool. The hogs will hate this. Yeah, whatever. The hogs the hogs love LARPing as though they're native. Like 1% native. But then also simultaneously will shit on that kind of stuff. The hogs hate California though. Yeah, it's all good. Anyway. I'm not used to land acknowledgements because I'm Turkish, and it's a time-honored tradition to do the reversal of a land acknowledgement, which is to say, I'm coming to you live from Istanbul, not Constantinople, where the spiritual successor of the Roman Empire came to a crippling halt as the gates. As the gates of Constantinople were ravaged by the Ottoman sons. 1453, best year of my life. You know what I mean? Like, we don't say it's stolen Greek land. We say it's conquered Greek territory that is now Ottoman, that righteously belongs to the Ottoman Empire, which became the spiritual successor of the Roman Empire, if you really want to get into it. You know? You fought a war, now it's yours. That's the rules. Yeah, I did. That's my favorite type of LARPer who's like, yeah, we fought a war. It's called conquering. It's like, you didn't do anything. You're a fucking loser. You don't even have a job. Why are you LARPing like you did any of that? You didn't do any of that. That's actually kind of the whole reason why you're desperately clinging on to this notion that you did that. You know? I feel like if you had done anything in your life that was remotely worthwhile, you wouldn't be doing that. You were born. That's all you did. Brother, can you do the thing where you shock the dog for no reason? I missed it the first time. I would like to see it in person. I got you, King. I got you. Gaia, please. Get down. Boom. Was that good? Was that satisfying for you? I got you, King. Do it harder. Don't worry. The Clippers will love that bullshit. Can't wait for the Reddit edit of this. Yeah. Anyway, this is the part of the broadcast where I tell you about my personal news. And one of the personal news I have for you is that I finally watched one battle after another. I watched it with my mom last night. I ended the broadcast yesterday after playing Dispatch. Okay. And contrary to what people were suggesting, no, I did not end Dispatch early because there was a sex scene that got me feeling some type of way. No, I did not goon. Okay. I did not. I ended the broadcast and I watched one battle after another. What is this? After Dispatch last night, I jorked it. Okay, thank you, chatter, for filling us in on your jorking. Can you imagine on Thanksgiving how isolated, desperate, and alone that person must be to enter a person's chat and make the decision type that no comprendo is satisfied? Okay, first of all, it's the holiday season, and this is I've been doing this since 2018. And usually around this time, there are a lot of people like that who are just not having a really great time. So I try to be as welcoming as I possibly can, because I know for a fact that, you know, this is a tough time for a lot of people. Okay. This is just how it is every year. And it gets worse and worse until like January 1st. And then after that, it perishes. Right. And then there's almost like a reset. So, you know, we just got to be a little bit nicer to some of the people that are going through it all. Okay. Because I'm sure there's plenty of chatters who are going through it as well. Right. Like wonderful members of this community who are going through it as well. That's kind of the reason why I stream every single day. Part of the reason why I stream on the holidays as well. Anyway, as I was saying, I watched one battle after another, and I mean, I'm going to show you the trailer, and it's going to literally explain nothing to you. If you haven't seen it, you're not going to understand anything from the trailer. As a matter of fact, one of the criticisms of it, of the movie, was that the trailer explains nothing.
I need a weapon, man. All you got is damn nunchucks. You know where I can get a gun?
Well, what's going on?
I need to find my daughter.
Let's play offense. 1, 2, 3. 3, 4, go!
Sir, do you know your last name?
Batman. Leonardo DiCaprio won Batman.
So, the wrong trailer. All the trailers are not exactly explaining what's going on, but yeah, one battle after another is a work of art. As a movie, it's amazing. It's a fantastic movie. It's supposed to be a Pynchon novel that Vineland, the Pynchon novel that is recreated through the voice of Paul Thomas Anderson. And while I haven't read that novel and am unfamiliar with Pynchon's work in general, people like Noah Colwyn, who are big fans of Pynchon and Paul Thomas Anderson, were very excited about this movie and have described to me that the Vineland one was like the Vineland novel was supposed to be about the Reagan era, an assessment of like where social progress and revolutionary sentiment went in that time frame, with unimaginable reactionary fascist forces absolutely gutting whatever kind of revolutionary sentiment that existed. And I think that this is like the modern iteration of that. And I will say that, as far as the politics of the movie, I'm just going to say that Paul Thomas Anderson is a little bit of a lip. Okay. He's definitely a lip. I got that vibe from him, I think. FD Signifier has some criticism of the movie that turned me off it. He had good critique. No. As a movie, if you just watch it as a movie, it's fucking awesome. It's great. The only issue I had was with the score, which I know people are going to yell at me over it, but I think the score that was supposed to basically drive the tone of the movie at times could be a little bit too busy, even though it was supposed to be chaotic. And I totally understand that. I do think that, like, no, just listen to me. Okay. The score was fine. I'm just saying every other aspect of the movie was so perfect that the score left me, thinking the score left a little bit more that I desired out of it. Okay. I don't know music. It's a bad take. I know, like, the score ultimately was still good. I'm just saying that the movie was like 10/10 across the board, where the score was like an 8 out of 10, if that makes sense. Okay. Cause I do think that there could have been like slight differences that could have made it a little bit better. I also do think that the stereotype, like the movie is, it kind of felt like it was like a very woke white man's take on white supremacy that got a little strange on revolutionary black women at times. And I'm just another white guy giving a take on another white guy talking about white supremacy. So, like, it felt a little off. It didn't feel like it was coming from a place of knowledge, but rather a place of understanding, even though it had a lot of great moments. Because I think, as a white guy, Paul Thomas Anderson absolutely fucking nails the white supremacy element of it, and how discardable and how disposable the goons of white supremacy are. And Sean Penn did a phenomenal job being the representation of the manifestation of white supremacy in one person. And as a goon of white supremacy, he is so disposable, right? He is so replaceable. This is like, this was like every action that he was taking was in the direction. He was a sexual freak. He had a sexual pathology. That all of that was fantastic. So as a white guy who's woke, I do think that Paul Thomas Anderson nailed the role that white people play in white supremacy. However, I did think that as far as the furthest away, the concept that he is like the least familiar with, I would say, was like a revolutionary black woman that, like, as far as the politics goes, that was the only aspect of it that I didn't personally appreciate as much. because I don't know. I mean, I'm telling you, like, I thought it was a 9.5 out of 10 movie. Okay. I'm just being hypercritical because it's a movie about, like revolution in America and white supremacy and fascism. So, as far as the politics of it, I'm being hypercritical of it, but it's like, if you don't give a shit about any of that, and if you just go and want to watch like a really good movie, it's a really fucking good movie. Incredibly well shot. Yeah, it was just so awesome. It was great. Yes, Paul Thomas Anderson is married to Maya Rudolph and has a mixed race daughter. I understand, which is why I'm saying, as a woke white guy, I think he nailed white people's role in white supremacy. Okay? Like, he is very woke. It's very clear that he is very woke. Okay? I just think that liberalism ultimately stunts your assessment of like revolutionary activity. Too many makes have criticized that point Too many takes have criticized that point and ad nauseum. Unfortunately, well, I just watched it. So this is I haven't seen any of the other criticisms of people who I respect and admire, or people who I don't respect. I have no idea what other people have said about the movie. This is just my unvarnished take immediately after watching it. It was, again, fucking awesome though. It was so good. Lol, damn it, why you saw that one? I disagree with the negative black women portrayal in this movie. I don't think people quite understand the complexity of humanity nowadays. I think it was good because it showcased the importance of a lot of historic black revolutionary women, right? But also simultaneously, I think it was just like the most pivotal figure. The most pivotal figure is seen as like an anarchist or just a person with no like real structured, organized interest in making change. Okay? That's all I'm saying. The black woman's name Perfidia means traitor. No, I understand. I don't think it's a fucking psyop. Okay? I don't think it's a psyop or anything like that. That's not what I'm saying at all. It's also a very good movie. But like the main point, like the most lovable figure. First of all, also shout out Mexicans. Okay? I just gotta say, this was a love letter to Mexicans. Like, I don't know what happened in the movie, but god damn, it was so sick. It was like, shout out immigrants, shout out Mexicans, shout out La Raza. They were portrayed incredibly well. Their role was portrayed incredibly well. I think they did a fucking awesome job with that. I don't know. I just think that it left me wanting more. The role that Perfidia played, even as like somewhat of a villain character, right? It just, it also did a really good job comparing the two revolutions the characters were a part of. Benicio's versus Bob's, like the French 75 was super secretive and focused on passwords and whatnot, whereas Benicio was just like, fuck yeah, I'll help you. Yeah. Movie was poorly written. I think it's like a very dense work that was going to be incredibly difficult to do a faithful adaptation to, especially in Paul Thomas Anderson's vision. And I think he nailed it overall. I think you're wrong about that. It was not poorly written at all. Okay? Horribly written. Okay, you guys are wrong. The movie is about Obama. Anyway, I'm talking still about. I'm still talking about one battle after another. For those of you who are wondering, the French 75 is a bastardization of the Weather Underground, a Vietnam era group. I thought it was like a collection of the what was it, the army in West Germany as well, like the Red Army. It was the Weather Underground for sure, but it was like a combination. I think it was a combination of like the RAF, the Red Army faction, and Weather Underground. It was like a mixture of like a lot of different movements that were a lot of different movements that existed, like revolutionary movements that engaged in acts of militancy at the time in developed nations in the Western world, for the record, because that's a major difference. Because the Battle for Algiers is like a big part of this. In the background, you see the main character played by Leonardo DiCaprio watching it at a certain point, and I think Paul Thomas Anderson actually suggested watching that as a complementary piece to this. And I think it's important because that is a real anti-colonial movement, whereas this was a decolonial movement almost in a developed country that is entirely comprised, or I guess like it showcased like the differences between like first worlders fighting back in whichever way they want to versus in whichever way they can against these oppressive constructs that are harming others versus I think perfectly reflected with Benicio del Toro's character and his entire operation, people that have been fighting for hundreds of years, that is a lot closer to the real the real like revolutionary acts, the real anti-colonial actions that were taken by the FLN, right? In some ways, it felt as though the Americans, a movement comprised of both black people and white people and all these other like wokes in French 75, were kind of engaging in like disorganized acts of chaos and violence, as opposed to like the much more organized survival initiatives that the immigrants were engaging in. I think that there was a comparison there as well. Then there was also obviously the classic, the new wokes are fucking annoying and even more disorganized. Nah, you were definitely correct with saying first world is doing resistive action in any way they want to because they don't have to. Yeah. The French 75 was inspired by Weather Underground and Perfidia is based on Asada Shakur, but I think we all agree that the movie fails to do justice to the ideology and the material Paul Thomas Anderson was inspired by. I think it was good. The conversation between Leo and the operator was your chat to a T. Yeah, Comrade Josh. I mean, that stuff was glib and it was heavy-handed. I think there was a funnier way to write that, and I think that's why I'm saying like it's PTA's liberalism that stunts his critique of like modern. Like I think Ari Aster did a better job in Eddington. I will say this on just that moment alone where he just goes, "Oh, I need my safe space" or whatever. Like when Bob, played by Leonardo DiCaprio, also known as what was it, Ghetto Paul or something, or Rocket Man. When he's having this conversation with the newer, with what remains of like the French 75, this revolutionary group, Ghetto Pat, sorry, with Ghetto, yeah, Ghetto Pat. When they were having that conversation, it was supposed to be a reflection on what like newer. Like what Radlibs have done to the move, like the revolutionary cause and the revolutionary movement by being like hyper woke all the time, and how damaging that is. Like I think he was trying to make an argument about that. Okay, he was trying to put that in there, but I do think that the dialogue there was too much of an outsider. Just kind of looking at how stupid like those DSA meetings can look like from the outside. The whole like point of privilege. I have sensory issues, so please don't yell. Like, it was basically a moment like that. Whereas Ari Aster in Eddington actually nailed the ways in which performative activism and radical liberalism actually has this role in modern left discourse that is purely for the performance in and of itself, and oftentimes seen as like oftentimes is much. I mean, the dialogue on that issue, if I were to just compare one to the other, I would say that Ari Aster did a better job of showcasing that. You know? Yeah, it was a terrible argument. The feds literally were there to kill him, and PTA is mocking OPSEC. Okay, you are the hyper woke, for the record. You are the hyper woke. Calm down. That wasn't about that at all. We're not talking about it within the confines of like logic inside of the movie. I'm critiquing the dialogue, because like the goal of Paul Thomas Anderson in that moment is to showcase that like the new version of the wokes are so focused on their own personal feelings that they are that they're being annoying and they're being a fucking nuisance, and they wear that on their sleeve almost. SpongeBob Big Guy Pants, okay. I disagree because they show the importance of passwords in the movie. Leo is actually wrong. It is important and frustrates him because he's a messy revolutionary, but the passwords do matter. Josh is just annoying. Leo is the one focused on his personal feelings, even though it's important. No, I understand. Thoughts on pluribus and the white woman individualism? I'm going to get to that too. There is a lot of fucking great movies out, man. It's actually pretty crazy. Benicio had only 13 minutes of screen time in a nearly 3-hour movie and was easily the top 3 most important characters in the film. Yeah, Benicio del Toro is my absolute fucking goat, dude. He was so incredible. I did not realize that he was only 13 minutes. Are you serious? There's no way he was only on screen for 13 total minutes. It felt like he was on a lot longer. He was such a pivotal character, dude. Sensei. Benicio del Toro's performance was incredible. And as much as I hate to admit it, because Leonardo DiCaprio, while this movie was being made and being marketed, fucking came out, aside from being like kind of a creep, openly stated his desires to build a green hotel in Tel Aviv or something, as Israel is just fucking slaughtering Palestinians. He was pretty good. Leo was, as an actor, okay? As an actor, he was great in this. It's just I don't know. He was just very good. He was just very good in this movie. Leonardo DiCaprio was very good in this movie as an actor. He was a great actor. He cares about the environment, at least. Yeah, I love caring about the environment, which is why I'm going to a country, an ethno-state that is participating in a genocide and an ecocide simultaneously to fucking build a hotel. I love caring about the environment that way. He cares about the environment so much he wants to destroy it so he has more work to do, I guess. Fucking cool. Anyway, where was I? Yeah, he went to Jeff Bezos' wedding on a private jet. Yeah, that's normal. These guys all do that. I have not seen Bugonia yet. Bugonia and No Other Choice are pretty good too. I have not seen Bugonia yet. I'm excited to see it. Obviously, my boy's in it. Pluribus, as far as Pluribus goes, I have not finished the last episode that just came out, but I'm almost caught up on that. And I will say that Pluribus, from episode 2, when she just randomly does a Stalin name drop, has rubbed me the wrong way almost. I love it. It's, again, incredibly shot. but I do think it's like weirdly anti-communist. Like it's like I can't. At first, I thought it was about like how AI is bad. Like I thought it was about AI and like the hive mind and all this stuff. But I do think in a weird way, pluribus might just be about anti-collectivist, anti-socialist, anti-communist in general. It is such a fucking hyper individualist. It is such a liberal hyper individualist assessment overall. But I don't know. We'll see. I'm not going to throw the baby out with the bathwater on that one because it's such a fucking awesome. It's such a good TV show. God damn, Apple is really fucking cooking. Everything on Apple TV is lib shit, dude. All I'm saying is, before people shit on Apple TV, okay, who's out there doing it like Apple TV? Our boy Phineas did their new intro song, their intro sound, and not only that, but also who's out there doing it like Apple TV? At a time when every major tech company has done incredible amounts of investment into AI, Apple TV was like, no, we're just going to do premiere television, actually. we are going to light money on a fucking fire. Okay? We are going to light money on fire and we are going to make prestige TV. Bro, what are you talking about? Apple's also investing in AI, you dingus. Nowhere near the level of investment that Microsoft has made. What are you talking about? Yeah, they're leveraging, just like everybody else is. No, you're wrong, man. Okay, well, I think in the era where everyone is pivoting to anti-woke right now, and you're going to see more and more of this, just wait. In the era where everyone is pivoting to anti-woke, and Hollywood is actually still continuing that pivot. For those of you who are unfamiliar, that's still going on. Okay, before woke makes a profound comeback, before the pendulum swings back in the direction of woke, I'm telling you right now, a lot more of Hollywood is going to be even more and more right-wing. I can see it. I'm reading the tea leaves. I'm telling you that's my lock. With the exception of, I guess, like Apple TV. I thought you were a leftist. You sound right-wing? What? Anti-woke Hollywood is so ass is absolute shit. Yeah. So in the era of anti-woke Hollywood, when people are desperately looking for woke, I think Apple is going to be the most like lib shit woke previous Hollywood era woke content you will get. Okay, I work in film. This is bollocks. Yeah. What? What do you mean? Dog, I saw people calling you MAGA. Everyone's brain is broken. They call me MAGA. What do you mean? For what fucking reason? Lamar, you really poured water into another bottle? Yeah, this is cold brew concentrate. I poured water into it because it's cold brew concentrate. I don't think you guys understand how incredibly anti-woke Hollywood is going to get. We're just in the beginning. Okay? We're just in the beginning of that anti-woke pivot. It's coming. It's going to fucking slap you in the face if you're just oblivious to what's going on behind the scenes. Okay? Is Jank coming this year? Is it canceled this year? No, he is. CENKSGIVING is still happening. What does that even look like, though? Just absolute, utter dog shit. That's exactly what it looks like. What do you think? Fascists are too angry to make art. They're incapable. And every kind of anti-woke initiative will be just like heavy-handed and boring and shitty. At most, you can, at most I'll allow liberalism. Okay? Yeah, look at the Daily Wire movies. Like the only anti-woke director that's like kind of good is Taylor Sheridan, okay? And I only say that because Sicario 1 was a banger. Once again carried by, I think Benicio was in that too, right? Yeah, he was. At least we'll have foreign films. I know. Oh my God. There's another incredible Korean film that I saw a trailer for that was awesome. If Paramount buys Warner Bros., they already have a blacklist of actors that are too anti-Semitic, anti-woke, finna make Hollywood into dog shit. It's gonna get worse. Oh yeah. Denis Villeneuve, Villeneuve. I don't know. Denis Villeneuve directed it. Okay, that makes sense. That's true. People on here are wrong when they say conservatives can't make good art. For example,
I need your money to kill babies by abortion. You, taxpayer, give me your money to pay for baby killing.
No! I don't believe in abortion!
I don't care. Render to Caesar what is Caesar's. Give me money to kill babies.
damn, he's actually whipping her. Damn, Obama, chill. Obama, chill, bro. That is okay. I'll take it back. I take it back. You're right. You know, I guess I got owned. Anti-woke can make good content. My bad.
All right, I'll pay you.
Give
Don't
me
hit
the
me
money.
anymore. Please, kill my baby. Kill my baby.
You, kill that woman's baby. Yes.
That was incredible. That's real, by the way. That's real. That's actually Obama. And my favorite woke abortion doctor, Mengele. Yeah. Who happens to also be Jewish. He's a Nazi, but also Jewish because he loves abortion and woke. God, to go back to the mindset of the average conservative in 2010, man. I mean, I guess it's still a sea of contradictions, but yeah, this is the dangerous woke Jewish woke Muslim communist alliance. And they are united on their love for killing white children. And then paying people to do so. Anyway. Sicario is woke. It shows how fucked up and evil the CIA is. Yeah, I know. But also, it's one of those movies where, like, if you are right wing, you watch it and you go, oh my God, the CIA is so fucking cool. Like, it has something for everybody, okay? Yes, if you watch it with an understanding of, like, how the CIA operates, you're like, wow, pure evil, okay? I can't believe how destabilizing of a role they play in Latin American countries. And then if you watch it as a chud, you go, oh my God, it's so sick. I can't wait to be an operator and wear a button-up shirt and a fucking vest over it and be a tier 1 operator in the fucking streets. I never watched the second one, but I suspect the second one is more heavy-handed on the chud side. Leftists think people don't know how the CIA operates. Excuse me. We're watching how the CIA operates, okay? In the mind of a right-winger, the deep state is doing this. I hope you understand that. They don't give a fuck about... They don't give a fuck about the deep state or the CIA and its involvement in, like, Mexico. This is what they think the deep state is doing. Yeah, the average Republican believes that this is what the deep state is doing, okay? Paying off doctors. Anyway. What is this? Muslims are the bane of the earth. EU, get that all out. This guy is the the wokest European. We got the wokest European chatter who's like, we should kill every Muslim. We should purge the entire boundaries of the European continent of all Muslims. Also, everyone should be able to get an abortion. Average woke Swedish guy. The median voter watches this video and is mad about the vilification of boob jobs. What is happening on screen? Kino. Wait, oh. Anyway, where was I? Yeah, I have of the mindset that right-wingers and fascists are capable of making good art. They're called social fascists, which is the entirety of the Hollywood, which is the entirety of Hollywood. Okay, yes. Social fascists are capable of making good art. They're all lived up wokes. They are also right-wing. Paul Thomas Anderson is another great example of this. Having said that, as I was talking about, Paul Thomas Anderson, one battle after another, fucking awesome. Okay, great movie overall, wall to wall. It's like 8 hours long, and it doesn't feel that way at all while you're watching it. It's like another one of those. It's another one of those movies that's like people will say, oh, it's too long, but I thought it was great. And I didn't even feel like this 2 hour and 40-minute movie was 2 hours and 40 minutes long at all. One battle after another. It was, it hooks you in from the start, and it didn't feel long at all. And that's how you know it was good. What is this? How about this one? New movie makes fun of woke lefty libtards. A super progressive movie made by One Nation Australia has been banned in a number of Australian theaters in fear of being offensive. It will be releasing worldwide 26th of January 2026. Basil the Great. We must take our country back. DMs for submission and deletion. Hold on. Okay. The country or region that this account is based on can be impacted by recent travel or temporary relocation. The data might not be accurate and change. I had to check. I had to do the geo check. Is Leonardo DiCaprio like a F pedophile too? No, he's not, but he's like, he's Mr. I'm getting close to it. I'm getting so close to it, but never actually crossing that boundary. He is Mr. Borderline. It's strange, okay? He's Jerry Seinfeld light? No, Jerry Seinfeld has crossed that boundary. You're wrong. Jerry Seinfeld absolutely has crossed that boundary. Are you kidding me? 1738? I'm like, hey, what's up? Hello? Jerry Seinfeld literally had a fucking, like a prom date when he was 38 years old. The fuck? Leonardo DiCaprio, on the other hand, is Mr. I'm blowing a 0.7 on the fucking pedophile breathalyzer every time. Okay? Leonardo DiCaprio, the older he gets, the girlfriends stay the same age. But they're always 18 plus 1, okay? Which is weird. I'm telling you, you're blowing a 0.8 on the pedophile breathalyzer, man. It's like why are you getting so close? Why are you getting so close to the fucking the pedophilia boundary? It's odd. It's a very odd thing to do, especially when you're like, you look like Jack Nicholson now. You know what I mean? You don't look like Romeo and Juliet. You look like Jack Nicholson. What's happening? Your head has gotten so much larger over the course of many, many years of what I suspect is heavy drinking. You know? It's a strange thing. Obvious beards? Okay, I don't know about that. Jack Nicholson is gorgeous. You take that back. He's an icon. Yeah, Jack Nicholson is an icon. But if he was running around fucking 18-year-olds and 19-year-olds, you would still say, that's a little weird. Wow, making fun of big heads? Really? Insecure much? Yes, you caught me. I am insecure about the size of alcoholic Hollywood guys. Okay, and how large their heads get from drinking. Maybe there is a lesson for me there. Okay. Anyway, I forgot that I didn't even blast off yet. It's CENKSGIVING, ladies and gentlemen. Get excited for it. CENKSGIVING is here. Okay. CENKSGIVING is here. CENKSGIVING is happening. Shaky Gurga is going to be here in the building in a little bit. And we will restore Shaky Gurga in the building later. Shooting near White House. Background of shooter reveals interesting intelligence connections. Mike from PA didn't think it would happen. Mike was wrong. Why did he think that it would happen? Of course it's going to happen. Do you even have an actual Thanksgiving meal, or does he come over literally just to do this segment? I don't know if you know this, but I have an entire family. And, you know, they all come every Thanksgiving. They come to my house every Thanksgiving, and we actually do have a normal Thanksgiving dinner after, you know, I end the broadcast. I know many people don't have object permanence and assume that when I'm done with the stream, that means like I just go into an isolation chamber or something, like I'm Dracula. I just get into an isolation tank and I wait. Yeah, they just shut my brain down, and then they wait until until I wake up and I'm live again. But I do have a life outside of this stream, which is what I talk about in my parasocialist segment in the morning. I assume your house is just that room you're in now? Yeah, pretty much. I sleep on the bed. I sleep on Kaya's bed. Anyway, yeah, the Afghan guy, never have I ever had a harder lock on as soon as I found the background of the person, the shooter yesterday. I didn't even suspect it would go this far. Like the rabbit hole would go this far. The well would be so deep. But because I thought it was just like regular resentment from. I thought it was regular old resentment from, a collaborator with the American forces that was now either having his friends and family members, after all the work that he put in, serving alongside the colonial occupation, okay, the imperialist forces in Afghanistan. I thought he was just like angry, resentful, and wanted revenge. I didn't realize he directly was a part of the fucking CIA as an asset, okay? Holy fuck. Yeah, turns out the very same, he was Ryan Ruth's strongest soldier. Yeah, this is one of the units that Ryan Ruth was talking about, the NATO-trained Afghan soldiers. It turns out if Donald Trump had only sent him to Ukraine, as Ryan Ruth suggested, things would have been fine. Anyway, O1 unit, a CIA death squad in Afghanistan that performed night raids that killed kids. Yeah. He was also, by the way, Americans love talking about how like these barbaric forces use child soldiers. It turns out America is also just as barbaric in their utilization of child soldiers. Yeah, but we'll obviously talk about the background and the details and how hard the Republicans fucked this one up, as always, immediately diving into conspiracies when it turns out there is plenty of real conspiracy, not a conspiracy theory, but real conspiracy. Anyway. Yeah, a U.S. official says the Washington, D.C. shooting suspect was vetted by intelligence agencies and clean on all checks. Yeah, gonna need a live clip of Fox News finding that out. Good luck, absolute space girl. That clip is never gonna happen because they already dove heavily into, oh, this is Afghan illegal. Joe Brandon did this. Joe Brandon did this. And it's like, well, first of all, American foreign policy is uniparty, especially when it comes to cruelty in all of our colonial subjects, in all of our endless occupation and endless militarism around the world. So in that regard, make no mistake, you know, Democrats are just to blame, as Republicans are on this one, okay? Having said that, Donald Trump's very own administration played a formative role in this person as well, in this person's development under Trump 1 and then certainly under Trump 2 as well, because he was fucking brought into the country and got his residency under Trump 2. So the idea that this guy was an illegal immigrant is fucking stupid. He was not. He is maybe perhaps too American. He got that American style PTSD doing American shit in Afghanistan in spite of being an Afghan national. So, you know, that's crazy that because of this, though, they're going to go along with their more white supremacist, white nativist attitudes, their white nativist anti-immigrant attitudes, in spite of the fact that, you know, there needs to be a better assessment of how we got here. Yeah, that's another American Hasan and Joe Biden bringing in all the Muslims to do communism. Yeah, this is communism. Communism is when you work alongside the American occupation in Afghanistan and slaughter a bunch of Afghan nationals, get crippling PTSD, get evac into the United States of America, become a permanent resident, and then lose your fucking mind, American veteran style, and then shoot a bunch of National Guardsmen in the head. Your facts don't matter if I ignore them. It's true. It's true. So, in any case, let's get into it. We'll obviously start with some details on what took place. But he was 4 years old when 9/11 happened, and 15 when the CIA recruited him. Yeah, I mean, in some ways, he was destined to have an American veteran-style PTSD moment. I think his entire life was designed around this. But yeah, let's get started.
Who's on the shooting of 2 National Guard members in Washington, right near the White House. Jay O'Brien starts us off with the latest on the investigation. Good morning, Jay.
Yeah, Rebecca, the scene is clear here now, but it was right at the entrance of this metro station where those 2 guardsmen were shot, ambushed in broad daylight. Our crew arriving here just moments after those shots rang out. A chaotic scene, people running for their lives. Other guards.
I'm going to keep it $150. This has been a really rough year for Republican commentators who are first to market whenever a shooting takes place, and they immediately go, this is woke, this is trans, this is Antifa, or this is the Democrats. Oh, this is an Afghan migrant. Oh my God, this is an undocumented immigrant. And then literally the very next day, they're like, oh my God, everything that we said was exactly the diametrical opposite. Fuck! They can't even get their shit together. This is why you need to wait to do theory crafting. You can't just like immediately run in and rush in head first with biased narratives. Okay? Not that it fucking matters to any of these goddamn losers, because they just go along and double down and triple down and quadruple down on this nonsensical bullshit that they're running with, and their audiences eat that slop up. But having said that, if you are even remotely invested in the truth, oftentimes these kinds of narratives fall flat.
Been sprinting from parts of D.C. to attend to their wounded comrades. The FBI director now saying this is being investigated as a possible act of terrorism. This morning, new details emerging after a gunman shot 2 National Guardsmen in the heart of the nation's capital, just a block away from the White House, in what investigators are now calling a targeted attack.
The National Guard shot in the head.
The 2 guardsmen currently in critical condition, identified as 20-year-old Sarah Beckstrom and 24-year-old Andrew Wolf. Law enforcement identifying the lone suspect as 29-year-old Ramanullah Lakanwal, an Afghan national who came to the United States in 2021.
What we know about him is that he drove his vehicle across country from the state of Washington with the intended...
Fucking awesome, by the way. Having Janine Pirro be the guy. It's like Kash Patel, Janine Pirro, Pete Hegseth. What the fuck are we doing, dude? It's crazy. I know it's just like my issue here is minor. It's just like purely built around aesthetics, but a wild set of circumstances. Release Bongino, he's tired as fuck. Yeah, no.
Target of coming to our nation's capital.
The CIA director saying this morning, quote, the Biden administration justified bringing the alleged shooter to the United States in September 2021 due to his prior work with the U.S. government, including CIA. Sources telling ABC News Lakanwal was later granted asylum in April 2025 by the Trump administration. Investigators saying the shooter deliberately targeted the 2 guardsmen as they stood outside a busy metro station.
Conspiracy theory about this? I mean, isn't the name Ramanullah Lakanwal the name of a cricket player or something? That's what people were saying. So it's like, or a rugby player or something. So that might not be a fucking spike because a lot of CIA was a lot of the people in the CIA in DC were just like actively searching the name or some shit, Conspiracies are spreading on the right-wing side. Oh, it's fucking over. So are we ready to revisit that one time that days before Charlie Kirk was murdered, someone in Israel Googled the exact house number and street name and address where Tyler Robinson planted? Also the names of all the surgeons at the hospital, the buildings at the UVU, senior political... Oh, God. Okay. All right. Well... It's just wild. Like, this is fairly cookie cutter from A to B to C. Like, guy who is activated and resentful. Like, the conspiracy here is like CIA actions causing blowback on American soil. But for some fucking reason, these guys can't comprehend it as like a normal, like a level 1 conspiracy theory. They have to go into level 12 conspiracy theories. Everything has to be more complicated. All right, let's just keep going.
Came around the corner, he immediately started firing a firearm at the 2 National Guard members.
Our own ABC cameraman, Chris Plater, there as it all happened.
What I heard were pop, 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 but then boom, boom, boom. And you saw I'm starting to handle these big guns.
People nearby running for their lives. First responders scrambling to help. Some seen here on the ground attempting to give first aid to those 2 wounded guardsmen, a man and woman both deployed to D.C. from the West Virginia National Guard. Immediately rushed to local hospitals.
Yeah, it's like, dude, instead of recognizing that recruiting a teenager into the CIA death squad that regularly targets civilians could have blowback down the line, the administration is just going to use it to further target immigrants. And the Republicans are going to go, oh, this is like... this is the Jewish CIA's actions or something. And Blue Anon will probably also go along with it in their own version where they'll say like, oh, the administration actually did this to further encroach on people's civil liberties. The administration will use this as an opportunity to further encroach on people's civil liberties and further justify military action on domestic soil. That is true. Having said that, I don't know if this was like activated deliberately. Okay, this was a sleeper cell that was activated deliberately or anything. Whereas, like, even judging by what's going on here, it's opportunists leaning into whichever direction they want to, but it's a fairly basic. HasanAbi kalk siktir git. Oğlum Türksün sen. HasanAbi ne demek lan? Salak herif.
The suspect also wounded. Nearby National Guardsmen jumping into action, subduing the shooter.
The reason that this suspect is in custody is because of the bravery of the men and women of the National Guard who responded due to their extensive training to secure American lives today. There was not any further injury and any further shootings.
Now, since August, more than 2,000 National Guard troops have been deployed here to Washington, D.C. on the orders of President Trump, part of what he calls a crime crackdown. They've largely been patrolling heavy tourist areas with traditionally low crime, and they've been in particular focused on metro stations. Lindsay.
Certainly unnerving, and we wish those National Guard members well. Jay, thank you.
Well, President Trump is speaking out about the shooting. Last night at his Florida resort, the president called the shooting an act of evil and ordered more troops to be deployed in Washington. Nancy Cordes is in West Palm Beach. Nancy, you've got new information this morning about the suspect. So what are we learning?
We are learning, Kelly, that this suspect was a leader of commandos in the Afghanistan war and that he worked closely with U.S. and...
This is, I'm telling you right now, this is really bad day for the administration that wanted to use this as another opportunity to fucking lean into the Democrat Trantifa narrative. Really, really bad day overall for them. Because think about how excited Fox News was when they were like, oh my God, he's an Afghan migrant and an illegal immigrant. You know? Definitely not saying CIA. I mean, they won't say it, but we will. Actually, even the New York Times reported on the fact that he was CIA, for the record. So just going to point that out. It's definitely, he was our guy. He was our guy, the most our guy that you can have.
British forces. Here in Florida, President Trump announced last night that he is putting an indefinite pause on all immigration applications for Afghan nationals.
You may remember images like these from 2021, marking the U.S. withdrawal from Afghanistan and ending America's longest war as the Taliban regained control of the country. In a social media post Wednesday, Homeland Security Secretary Kristi Noem said the suspected gunman in the shooting of 2 National Guard members came to the U.S. through a Biden-era program to evacuate Afghan nationals, including many who had worked with the U.S. military. A DHS official tells CBS News the suspected gunman was granted asylum earlier this year on humanitarian grounds. One of the suspect's former Afghan colleagues tells CBS News the suspect...
I did tell you. As soon as his background was revealed and all the dumbest motherfuckers were like, oh, he's an illegal immigrant from Afghanistan. As soon as his background was revealed and he was Afghan, it was fairly clear that he was going to be a collaborator of U.S. forces. Because there's not that many, like, unless you're talking about immediate family members that, like, lucked in, there's not a lot of fucking Afghan refugees that America brings into U.S. soil. Okay? There's a reason why the likelihood that he would have been an illegal immigrant would be fairly low because of where he's coming from. America is not exactly the most open-minded when it comes to allowing giving refugee status to people in areas that we have destroyed and dominated. As a matter of fact, many people who did actually work as translators or even had deeper collaboration with the U.S. forces in Afghanistan didn't even get the privilege of coming to the United States of America. CIA Director John Ratcliffe said the suspect had worked with the CIA during the war, an arrangement that would have almost certainly required him to be vetted by the agency at the time. Yeah, I read this as no different than an American veteran getting PTSD and doing something like this. It's a very American style. It's a very American style crime. Perhaps the most American style, like veteran with PTSD going rogue, seeing red.
suspect was a commander who led a unit of Afghan commandos and special forces in southern Afghanistan and worked closely with U.S. and British forces. The former colleague says the suspect was a, quote, tough and solid commander who fought against the Taliban and helped escort and protect supply convoys. That same former colleague says the suspect had been deeply troubled and upset after the killing of a close friend who was also a commander in Pakistan by unknown armed men.
Last night, in a social media post, President Trump says that he wants to re-examine every single person who came to the U.S. from Afghanistan during the Biden administration. He also said that he is requesting that an additional 500 National Guard members be deployed to the nation's capital in the wake of this shooting. Adriana.
In a monstrous.
I mean, yeah, don't let the admin. The admin is not going to waste this, though. They're going to fucking use this to continue along with whatever narratives they have. They're going to utilize this to justify further troop presence on U.S. soil. You know, it's just they're opportunists. I mean, they try to do it with the Charlie Kirk thing too, except given the nature of Republican messaging here and the media environment, especially on the independent side here, I think it's going to fall flat again because the Republicans are going to see this, like the MAGA Twitter guys are going to see this and go, oh, this is like, you know, deep state CIA, false flag, somehow, bring this back to Israel or something. The CIA is working alongside the Jews. I don't fucking know. But like they are too disorganized to actually to tunnel in on an appropriate unified message here.
Ambush style attack just
who the
steps
fuck
away
takes
from the
MAGA
White
Twitter
House.
seriously, brother? Who do you think is the president? The fucking director of the FBI is a cryptocurrency podcast guy. The deputy director is a Fox News personality. The Secretary of War, previously known as the Secretary of Defense, is another Fox News weekend personality. The Attorney General of DC is another Fox News personality. This is the only era where I always say Twitter is not real life, but the only time when like Twitter becomes real life is because of these fucking charlatans. They do actually care about the expressions of ultra racist sentiment on Twitter. They're dialed in on that shit.
They'd been deputized as part of the most successful public safety and national security mission in the history of our nation's capital.
Well, I wouldn't say it's very successful.
The D.C. Safe and Beautiful Task Force, which has achieved an unprecedented reduction in violent crime and crimes of all type. This heinous assault was an act of evil, an act of hatred, and an act of terror. It was a crime against our entire nation. It was a crime against humanity. The hearts of all Americans tonight are with those two members of the West Virginia National Guard and their families. The love of our entire country is pouring out for them, and we are lifting them up in our prayers. As we are filled with anguish and grief for those who were shot, we're also filled with righteous anger and ferocious resolve. As President of the United States, I am determined to ensure that the animal who perpetrated this atrocity pays the steepest possible price. I can report tonight that based on the best available information, the Department of Homeland Security is confident that the suspect in custody is a foreigner who entered our country from Afghanistan, a hellhole on earth. He was flown in by the Biden administration in September 2021 on those infamous flights that everybody was talking about.
It's just strange because it kind of feels like, one, that the Afghan withdrawal was your plan, and two, Biden just facilitated it, and two, he wasn't illegal. He wasn't illegally on U.S. soil. And also, you did continue the Afghan operations on Trump 1.
Nobody knew who was
Yes, we're
coming
going to
in.
do the ProPublica piece on 0 units in a second.
Nobody knew anything about it. His status was extended under legislation signed by President Biden, a disastrous president, the worst in the history of our country. This attack underscores the single greatest national security threat facing our nation. The last administration let in 20 million unknown and unvetted foreigners from all over the world, from places that you don't want to even know about. No country can tolerate such a risk to our very survival. An example is Minnesota, where hundreds of thousands of Somalians are ripping off our country.
What?
And
what the fuck? Bro, that's awesome. That's crazy. That is... what the hell is happening here, bro? He went from Afghanistan, a real hellhole, and also Somalia, another Muslim nation. Think about it. All the Muslims, they're all doing Muslim-style violence all the time. Kaya, no, get out of there. Why are you fucking so invested? Why are you so invested in that part? She loves the left cubby. She loves laying down right next to the PC. I don't know why. Fox News has been talking about Somalian fraud in Minnesota lately. I'm from a third world Muslim country. Am I cooked? A little bit. Right-wing social media has been nutty mode about Somalia as of late. She doesn't like the warmth. She has a massive fucking... She has a massive coat. I think she just wants to sit next to me. But it's dangerous because I move around sometimes and I'm always scared of like accidentally rolling over her tail or whatever. Fox yesterday, Stephen Miller's in his ear.
Up to.
Oh, God. I fucking hate this administration so much. Anyway, let's continue.
Ripping apart that once great state. Billions of dollars are lost, and gangs of Somalians come from a country that doesn't even have a government, no laws, no water, no military, no nothing. As their representatives in our country preach to us about our Constitution and how our country is no good. We're not going to put up with these kind of assaults on law and order by people who shouldn't even be in our country. We must now re-examine every single alien who has entered our country from Afghanistan under Biden, and we must take all necessary measures to ensure the removal of any alien from any country who does not belong here or add benefit to our country. If they can't love our country, we don't want them. America will never bend and never yield in the face of terror. And at the same time, we will not be deterred from the mission these service members were so nobly fulfilling. That is why tonight I can announce that I have directed the Department of War to mobilize an additional 500 troops to help protect our capital city. We will make America totally safe again, and we will bring the perpetrator of this barbaric attack to swift and certain justice if the bullets going in the opposite direction haven't already done that. During this time of the year, when we gather at home with loved ones, these two patriots were wearing the uniform of our country, patrolling the streets of our capital. They had taken a selfless oath to defend our nation against all enemies, foreign and domestic. And that is exactly what they were doing when they were gunned down in a savage attack. I want to express my extraordinary gratitude to every member of the United States military who is deployed tonight at home and abroad. I also want to thank the Secret Service and the D.C. Metropolitan Police Department for their work today. This Thanksgiving, I ask every family to say a prayer for the two great heroes who were so horribly shot and for their loved ones. Please say a prayer. May God bless them and comfort them, and may God bless and protect the United States of America. Thank you and good night.
Hey, Sean Hannity here. Hey, click here to subscribe to Fox News YouTube page and catch our hottest.
The FBI director and the U.S. attorney are giving an update on those 2 National Guard members who were shot Wednesday just blocks from the White House. Let's listen in.
Fucking Hitler-ass country. Oh, 100%. Yeah. The Democrats or someone needs to be shouting at the top of their lungs that Trump has blood on his hands. Led by Loomer, the Democrats are, what is this? Led by Loomer, hogs are now attacking a couple that set up a GoFundMe for him in 2021. Nice. Of course. Of course. Of course. This wacky couple has blood on their hands. Laura Loomer, before committing Islamic jihad in our nation's capital yesterday. Yeah, he was doing Islamic jihad in Afghanistan too, like, right? Alongside the CIA. Islamic jihad.
During this difficult time. The 2 National Guards men that we're talking about are Sarah Beckstrom, who's 20 years old, and Andrew Wolf, who is 24 years old. They were uniformed members of the West Virginia National Guard, and they were in D.C. to keep D.C. safe.
Okay, you know what? Let's actually first go into the Afghan zero unit night raids, okay? ProPublica, the New Yorker, made this animated movie, 16 minutes long, this animated piece covering the details of zero unit. Why am I talking about this? Well, it's because Rahmanullah Lakanwal was the Afghan man suspected of shooting 2 National Guard members, was in a CIA-trained group called Zero Units, also known as Ruthless Death Squads. This is Edward Wong's reporting. No one can predict how someone who kills in war or sees its horrors will change. Okay? These are CIA-backed units that would pluck young Afghans, including Rahmanullah, who was 15 at the time, apparently, when he was groomed to become a CIA death squad mercenary. Okay, at the behest of the American forces, a child soldier. And for those of you who are unfamiliar, we will take a look at the background and what the Zero Units did. The Night Doctrine, ProPublica's first animated documentary, traces the story of Lindsay Billing, a young British journalist of Afghan Pakistani origins who returns to Afghanistan to find out who killed her family 30 years earlier, only to stumble upon a secretive U.S.-backed program killing hundreds of civilians. Okay? This is what a lot of the... I think Seth Harp's work on this is interesting as well. Specifically, like the JSOC operations that take place. But like when you hear about like SEAL Team 6 and all those like Navy SEAL guys, like basically what they're doing is targeted assassinations, right? And because that's like heavily specialized unit that requires a lot of training. The CIA has its own arm as well. That the CIA basically has its own arm that will tap into the local population and train them to also engage in some of these ruthless civilian assassination programs. Okay, we've covered JSOC before. The Joint Special Operations Command and what they do, what they're tasked with. It's like the Pentagon's wing of doing CIA style operations, mostly assassinations, right? Drug running, assassinations, things of that nature. Maybe even sometimes child trafficking as well. Speaking of HARP, a couple of National Guardsmen getting shot in D.C. by an Afghan repatriated here after Kabul fell is about as literal an example of a blowback from the forever wars as you are likely to see. Yeah. Nah, they are raiding villages too. Yes. Yes. Yeah, I mean, but the reason why I'm showing you this is because the suspected shooter was in 0 unit, okay? The man suspected of shooting 2 National Guard members, Rahmanullah Lakanwal, was once a part of a CIA-backed paramilitary group, one of several so-called 0 units, according to the Afghan and U.S. officials. These units, formerly known as counterterrorism pursuit teams, were trained to conduct night raids and clandestine missions across Afghanistan during the U.S. war in the country. By the time the United States had withdrawn from Afghanistan in August 2021, the units had officially become part of the Afghan intelligence service and included thousands of members. As the Afghan military dissolved and the U.S. military scrambled to evacuate thousands of people during the Taliban's rapid takeover, the 0 units were essential to securing the remaining U.S. and NATO bases in Kabul, Afghanistan's capital. For some 0 unit members, this ensured their eventual evacuation into the United States. Mr. Lakanwal was assigned to the 03 unit, according to an Afghan intelligence official, speaking on condition of anonymity because he wasn't allowed to comment publicly on the issue. The unit was responsible for operations around the southern province of Kandahar and beyond. Though the unit was based in the south, much of its leadership and members like Mr. Lakanwal were from Afghanistan's east. After the Taliban took over Afghanistan, many of the unit's members were evacuated with the United States' help, including its last commander, and resettled in the Seattle area. Several former members of the 0 unit living in the United States were terrified by what had happened. Reached by phone, they said they were trying to live like responsible citizens, working to build a life from scratch. The 0 units were largely recruited, trained, and equipped and overseen by the CIA, according to Human Rights Watch. U.S. Special Operations Forces working with the CIA also provided the units with ground support and intelligence during their operations. By the way, the New York Times won't say it, but I will. Their operations are just murdering civilians. Okay? Just so you know. Like, the New York Times is dancing around the subject matter, but most of it is just murdering people, okay? Door knocking, busting through doors, and just assassinating people. The units, however, operated largely outside a normal chain of command of the United States and Afghan forces. We did a whole lot of murder on our own under the watchful gaze of Joint Special Operations Command, as I talked about. So this was even more ruthless. This is the plausible deniability that you need. This is the reason why, for example, Israel utilizes and taps into the Abu Shabaab-backed popular forces in Gaza. This is a normal part of colonial operations, a normal part of imperialism as well. They will get locals. They'll get pliant locals. They'll either take advantage of like the sectarian tensions that exist in whichever country that they are choosing to dominate, or they will get a bunch of desperate people early on, sometimes even as child soldiers, like this guy who was 15, okay? And they will train them, and they will turn them into ruthless, bloodthirsty assassins. In July 2021, when the president of Afghanistan wanted the forces to defend Kandahar city against the advancing Taliban, he had to ask the CIA for the unit's aid, according to Afghan officials. The units also had a reputation for ruthlessness, with journalists and human rights groups referring to them as death squads. Yeah. In a 2019 report, Human Rights Watch said it had documented several instances in which the strike forces were responsible for extrajudicial executions and enforced disappearances, indiscriminate airstrikes, attacks on medical facilities, and other violations of humanitarian law. Okay? This is so that the American government can wash its hands of the extra fucked up aspects of what they were doing in Afghanistan. Oh, we didn't do it. It was a third party. Okay? That's how you do it. You know, you delegate some of the more ruthless parts of your imprecise murder operations to the locals that you have trained specifically to do this. The reason why I think it's important to understand that is because you got to understand the mindset of this person, like how we got here, okay? Especially when the regular forces in Afghanistan were also engaging in wanton acts of violence and cruelty and death, indiscriminate death and destruction. So just understand how much worse this was in comparison to the regular units and what they were doing. In one instance, in 2018, an Afghan paramilitary force unit raided a home in Nangarhar province in eastern Afghanistan, shooting and killing 5 members of a family, including an older woman and a child, according to Human Rights Watch. Taliban officials have also condemned the units. On Thursday, an official in Nangarhar accused the group of looting during the fall of the U.S.-backed government. The CIA has denied the allegations of brutality among the units. Shocking. Saying that they were the result of Taliban propaganda, but I just want people to understand why, people in the global South resent America. When a lot of people ask this question in the United States of America, this is one aspect of it, just a sliver. When I tell you why people actually would rather choose a local villain or a fundamentalist group over an American puppet, this is part of that reason. Okay? An identical thing also happened in Iran that led to the revolution. This is why. Okay? This is yet another reoccurring example of everything that I talk about. Literally everything that I talk about. Do you understand? Whether it be blowback, whether it be the ruthlessness of American forces and American-backed forces, and why there is always, why there's so much animosity and so much anger, and why sometimes people actually choose another global hegemon over the United States of America to align themselves with because they think it's going to be, better. Scared to debate about capitalism when his career completely started on talking trash on it. Kind of sad, in my opinion. What are you talking about with Ben Shapiro? Don't you think it'd be a more interesting conversation to talk about Israel with Ben Shapiro over capitalism? I mean, I'm still down to do it, for the record. I'm not the one who's sitting on a panel with Ben Shapiro talking shit about how I must be deplatformed while simultaneously trying to set up a fucking interview. I was trying to set up a debate between me and Ben Shapiro. I like that that's how much of a fucking loser you are, though. Yes, I'm so terrified. The interesting part of this conversation that you and your favorite content creator, I guess, have extracted is not the fact that Barry Weiss is literally sitting next to Ben Shapiro while talking shit about how I must be deplatformed because I'm a dangerous voice, simultaneously trying to set up a debate. So clearly she doesn't fucking feel that way. Or the interesting part of this conversation isn't the fact that they don't want to have a conversation about Israel on CBS News. Okay? But it's actually the fact that you have imagined an alternative here. They just drop these comments and then dip instantly. It's because he didn't get the clip off that he wanted, so he's going to try again. Or someone else from, whichever community this fucking loser comes from is going to try again. I'd still do it. It's just, not as interesting, in my opinion, as doing it on Israel-Palestine, especially with someone as Ben Shapiro. D-fans were saying they'd support Shapiro in the debate. That's not the first time Destiny's actually eaten Ben Shapiro's dick on camera, so it's not that shocking that his community would support Ben Shapiro. If you recall, Sex Pestiny actually did have a conversation with Ben Shapiro. It was billed as a debate, but it was more so just an agreement, not only on Israel, but also on capitalism. Anyway. Yeah, that was cool when they were doing handshakes. He came to regret that conversation too, lol. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, not the first fascist he sucked off, am I right? All right, let's continue. Yeah, if your politics revolves around just like deeply despising a fucking Twitch streamer, you are not going to be serious at all. I like that though. I like that there are a not insignificant number of people out there who have just basically anchored their worldview around whatever the fuck I'm advocating for. Whatever the fuck I'm advocating for and just opposing it. I've seen those losers saying you're homophobic because you say suck my dick. That's awesome. Suck my dick is what I say to them. Liberals like Zoran, though. Lamau, he's a socialist. No, these guys had deep resentment towards Zoran initially as well because I was promoting Zoran until Zoran became a fixture in the Democratic Party. And this will continue to happen. I don't really mind it, though, because ultimately, as long as they're on board with, like, socialist figures that are a part of the Democratic Party, it's them waving the white flag. You know what I mean? Oh, they like Zoran. This is why they have to cope and seethe and try to figure out a way to identify why they like Zoran. And I think they will say, oh, it's because he's actually disavowed Hasan. He actually secretly hates Hasan. That's why it's appropriate for us to like Zoran now. That's cool. I don't give a shit. As long as you're supporting people who are actively fighting, and hopefully Zoran will be one of those guys as well, actively fighting the Republicans. I don't really care if you still have a tremendous amount of resentment for me. I care more about policies and implementing agendas and moving towards a design, a new design that will be as helpful to everyone, including my fucking haters. You know? I know way too many people that refuse to watch / support you because they say your debate is cringe and you're too angry, and I fear they have no listening skills. It's all good. No uncle this year? No, he's going to be here in a little bit. Mic issue or on my end? Going to my communist nephew's house later for #CENKSGIVING. Now also part of America. Almost even Americana now. God bless freedom of speech. Love living in a free country where we're allowed to think and argue whatever we want. My communist nephew's house. That's crazy. Oh, Jesus. Max left, baby. Max left. All right, we'll continue on with our sorry. As I was saying, do you ever think about pivoting your career into a politician? Just wondering. Fuck no. Zero units. What do they do? Let's find out.
A raid is one of the most offensive and intrusive ways to place yourself in someone's life. To come to people's homes at night when they are most vulnerable in such a scary way. And when that happens to someone who isn't the right target, they're left with that trauma, night after night and years after. It is a psychological strategy. The US knew that when they used it here in Afghanistan. For years, I've gone on a quest to count the deaths from these night raids. This story is personal to me. My name is Lindsay. When I was 2 years old, A night raid in Nangarhar province killed my sister and mother during the Civil War. My father was killed later in fighting. I was adopted by a British family living in Pakistan. When I was 12 years old, I moved with them to Israel. When I was in my early 20s, I started looking into my biological family. I didn't know anything about them. I actually tried to hire investigators to help me look into it. They were totally uninterested to help. By that time, I had become a reporter in the UK. So I decided to go back to my homeland and investigate my past myself. But what I found in Afghanistan was bigger than anything I had imagined. A bridge that would tie past, present, and future.
Hours ago, the last American troops left Afghanistan.
The US's longest war is over.
20 years since it began on October 2001.
In 2001, everything changed. Days after September 11th, the first CIA officers touched down in Afghanistan, targeting the Taliban and Al-Qaeda. Over the past 2 decades, that strategy largely...
Guys, I think Venezuela will be different. I just want to say, I don't want you to learn any lessons from this, okay? Because I think Venezuela will be different, okay? This time, it's valid and will be so different than Afghanistan, will be so different than Iraq, will be so different than Syria. This time, it will be different, okay? I need you to understand. Vietnam, sure. Very different circumstances, okay? You know, but this time I promise you, Venezuela, totally separate thing and totally valid. And I think, you know, it's going to be different this time around. So we should just give it a shot. We should give it a shot. Just one more regime change, destabilizing war for natural resource extraction, and we will figure it out. Okay? We will fucking figure it out this time. I mean, think about it. It takes a while to perfect. This is a very, very difficult endeavor. It takes a while to perfect. You know what American foreign policy is like? It's like the fucking guy who's the gambling meme, the guy with the pickaxe. 99% of gamblers quit right before they win big. That's it. That's it. It's just, let's hear from Lindsey Graham on this one more time. I think that's going to, yeah, if at first you don't succeed, you just try again. Obviously, nobody likes a quitter. Nobody likes a quitter.
Consisted of drone strikes, airstrikes, and night raids.
And for the record, this analysis is for the champions of American imperial conquest, not necessarily the military-industrial complex, for example, because those guys do actually make money. They are the ones who are duping the average American into believing and signing on with this kind of shit, for the record. So when I'm making this sarcastic remark, I'm actually directing it towards those who go, oh, insert whatever fucking insurgency group is going to find out why Americans don't have healthcare. It's like, no, you should one day find out why we don't have healthcare. Okay? You should. It's this. This is a big part of it, as a matter of fact. Okay? Just so you understand. Because those guys keep making money. And they sell this to you every time because you're a fucking moron. Okay?
I was in Nangarhar, looking into my personal story when I met a widow named Masala. She told me the story of how masked soldiers came to her home in the middle of the night and shot and killed her only 2 sons.
Yeah, the guy who shot the National Guardsman was doing these raids, for the record. Afghan national at the age of 15 was plucked by the CIA, trained to be a ruthless mercenary death squad killer. Okay?
Knew what
That's
it
why we're
felt to
watching
live
this
without knowing why.
ProPublica New Yorker collaborative piece from 2 years ago that was detailing some of the ruthless, wanton acts of cruelty, violence, death, and destruction that these guys engaged in the Zero units. He was a part of 03. Yes, this is the triple Monty, okay? This is everything. This is everything that I fucking talk about. This is blowback. This is American, this is the classic American violence. This is child soldiers. This is the State Department tapping into child soldiers, utilizing child soldiers. This is a textbook.
Your family had been killed. That it is not possible to move on from the grief without answers. I felt this huge responsibility to look into what had happened to Masala and others. I learned that the raid on her home was conducted by elite squadrons of Afghan special forces backed by the United States. They were known as the Zero units. Over the last 4 years of the war, these units killed hundreds of civilians. They were overseen by the CIA, and their targets were selected using American intelligence. I spent more than 3 years investigating hundreds of night raid operations. I also spent 6 months trying to find soldiers from inside the unit to talk to. I really wanted to find out how they felt when civilians were killed in these operations. I met 2 Afghan soldiers who I'll call Basir and Hadi for their safety. They fought in this unit for years.
زما نوم مستر بي دی د افغانستان د سفري قطعې د شرقي ژوند نظامي پاتې شوی یم. ما ویل چې زموږ غریبه کورنۍ وو. مور مې ناروغه وو. ما پیسو ته اړتیا درلوده. موږ اورېدلې چې دا قطعې د CIA مربوط دی او دوی معاشونه هم په $. دی. د خپلې مور د خدمت په خاطر کوښښ کوي. بالاخره د سفردو قطعې ته.
If I recall correctly, these taxis were derived from a Green Beret counterinsurgency handbook that was written based on the Phoenix program, death squads in Laos and Vietnam. I mean, even the Dahia Doctrine is detailed off of what America did in Korea. Bringing the war to the entire civilian population deliberately in an effort to punish any sort of liberatory, emancipatory movement.
موږ ته د خپل قومندان لخوا معلومات راکول کیږي. موږ یوازې د دغه اجازه لرو. لا اتیا تنو کم عملیاتو ته نه ځي. لس تر 12 تنه امریکایان وي.
In 2019, Basir and Hadi told me about a night raid in Logar province when they killed 4 members of a family. I'd later speak to the surviving grandfather and uncle. This was not the first time they had killed civilians, but it was this raid that felt like a turning point in their lives.
دروازه کرا کوه دروازه په بام روان زوال چې دا مساکې د مو سوالي سره وره د دروازې شګې دی و دا ونه کې د نس دی غاګوک ولا سره پورته ونه سي دا اوځي د باندې راوځي
هماغه حکومت منوار نور مکوي چې مکرمان زخمیان شهیدان هم سوي دي مخکې
اطلاعات غلط وو. په وژل شویو کې یو طالب هم نه و. دا مرګونه زموږ د لاس نه وشول.
Why were they even doing the raid? Seems like terrorism to me. Environment of fear, but also, I mean, it's just, it is terrorism. This is the point. This is what state-sponsored terrorism looks like. That's why I say Israel's a terrorist. That's why I say America is a terrorist. This is what we do. Like, our understanding is terrorism is associated with like non-state actors, but state actors more commonly engage in acts of terror. What do you think a military occupation is? It's just a legalized version of it. If corporate lobbying is legalized bribery, then military occupation is the legalized, systematized version of terror.
شهیدانی ولیدل چې د هغوی قوارې طالبان سوي دي واړه ماشومان زموږ افراد چې د خپل قلبي تکلیف لري او یې تر خاطر عصبي کار هم لري.
This is also part of the reason why I always get frustrated when people are like, oh, Hasan is just a campus. Hasan is just anti-America. Hasan is just anti-America. Oh, he's just always fucking anti-America. Like, how can you learn about global history from the perspective of the victims and not develop an attitude such as that one? I'm not anti-America across the board, but I always say, like, if you are a campus, you're going to be right on like 98% of issues. That's just what a global hegemon does. That's it. Being anti-imperialism will, yes, require you to demand America do better. And therefore, a lot of the fucking hoorah patriot dipshits will run around and say, oh, you want America to not do this kind of endless violence and imperialism? You're fucking anti-America.
د تفریق تو هدف دا دی چې افغانستان کې تروریزم ختم کړي. ځینو سیمو کې تروریزم زیات کړی. امریکایان وایي دوی تر ټولو غوره ټکنالوژي لري. نو بیا ولې د
What do you mean by
ملکیانو
campus? Campist. Camp. Like a tent. Campist is a terminology that that implies that you are in the anti-America camp. So you just always defend whoever is opposing anti-America initiatives. It's a silly term. Many people don't even know this. When they say tanky, that's what they're talking about usually.
توپیر نشي کولی. دوی امریکایان دي افغانان وژني. موږ افغانان یو افغانان وژنو.
What you are looking at is Taliban fighters inside the presidential palace.
I felt so helpless when the Taliban took control of the country again. After everything I've seen in the last 4 years, I wonder why the US has never been held accountable for the damage they leave behind. Everyone in Afghanistan has this shared pain about what these raids have left behind, whether that's the families or the soldiers conducting them. Night raids failed in Vietnam, Iraq, and now Afghanistan. Who will suffer when America uses this same failed tactic in their next war?
Next time it'll be fine though. Next time it'll be different. Okay? You don't even need to look across the ocean for this type of fuck shit. America's done this in Mexico for decades. Los Zetas and other cartels leaders were literally trained at the School of Americas. Yeah. Yes, I am not of the mindset that this is a failed tactic. It's working exactly as intended. I don't disagree with you. Yes, wars are not meant to be won, okay? Wars are meant to simply continue. That's how it goes. So yes, technically all of this is done so that our capital owners can continue accumulating profits, revenue, profit margins keep expanding. They keep getting new markets of unlimited natural resources that they can extract at a price point that under normal circumstances would still be beneficial for Western capital, for the record. They just don't want they don't want the locals to have any say whatsoever in it. Okay? But when I talk about this from the perspective of failure, I'm talking about this as a failure for the average American. That's what I mean. Like, what is all this for? Who is all of this for? Are you seeing the bounties of all of this imperial conquest? You're not. Would it make it appropriate if you actually saw through better redistributive programs, if you saw some of this imperial bounty? No, of course not. It would still be unjustifiable. But it's just like doubly ridiculous. The last war was bad, but the next war will be good and necessary. Yes.
I didn't finish finding all my answers. That's true. But I did get some closure through Basir, strangely enough. His remorse helped loosen something in me. Although he didn't kill my family, he is a perpetrator. If Basir was brave enough to speak about the pain he had caused, I could also share my own story and talk about the pain I had buried. I could also start healing.
For the record, to tie this back to something that I've been talking about as of late, there are alternatives out there, okay? While not entirely devoid of fault, the reason why I talk about like a different method of governance and present Chinese development as an alternative with lessons, with good lessons to learn from, is exactly this. Okay, you can either exhaust all of your resources and all of your money and all of your manpower on endless imperial conquest, or you can focus on the revenue that you generate and the capital that you generate to develop your own society. Okay. This doesn't mean that, China is this utopian society. It's not. But if you match it with, if you match their initiatives with what America has done or what the Western world has done so far in the last, 50, 60 years, there is a reason why they've been able to go from a country that was dominated by Western colonial powers, Eastern colonial powers, into a country that is now a competitive global superpower in an incredibly short period of time. Brother, the CIA literally said that the death squads were Taliban propaganda. All right. So, with that information in mind, and the reason why I showed you this, like I said, is because the dude was quite the guy who shot the National Guard in DC was a part of these death squads. I believe the bandana he's wearing is an ancient Afghan symbol of peace. Yeah, this is why I said this motherfucker was American as hell, despite being an Afghan national. Okay? CIA confirms that the DC National Guard shooter worked for a secret U.S.-backed death squad called 0 Unit 3 in Kandahar, conducting nocturnal operations night raids. His childhood friend in Kost confirms he was addicted to drugs and disturbed by the pointless killing he inflicted. Just an endless amount of cruelty and senseless violence all around the world. And what is the lesson that we're taking from this, by the way? The Trump administration will re-examine green cards issued to people from 19 countries of concern. Another instance of blowback happens, and what does the fucking administration do? They go, oh, he was one of ours, but honestly, we can use this as a way to solidify our white nativist anti-immigrant sentiment. Fucking awesome. That's great. Surely that won't cause more anger and resentment, for the record. You know, that certainly won't actually piss off people even further, by the way. Anyway, here, if you want to know more about this, after Vietnam, there were a shit ton of murders done in the U.S., California and Louisiana mostly, by ex-South Vietnamese Phoenix program guys settling scores. And that recently CIA did a remarkably good job resettling their Afghan CPTP militia bros here. There was another instance, I think, of another, like, I forget who it was. There was another guy who did this recently. In Fairfax. Okay. There was quite literally another guy that did this recently. He shot cops, though. Yeah. Today's the day. Video shows suspect shot 2 VA officers during traffic stop before fatal OIS. Moments before the shootout, the suspect shouted he should have served with the fucking Taliban, expressing anger at the U.S. before opening fire on Fairfax County officers. This was back in May 27th of 2025. This happened earlier this year. Okay? Fairfax, Virginia, newly released body camera video from the Fairfax County Police Department captures the intense moments leading up to a deadly traffic stop shootout that left 2 officers wounded and the suspect fatally shot. Shooting happened on April 23rd near the Greenbrier Town Center in Fairfax, Virginia. Officers had pulled over the suspect, identified as 36-year-old Jamal Wally, for a traffic violation. According to the police, Wally immediately told the responding officer that he was armed. I have a gun and I'm armed, Wally said, as the officer approached the driver's side of the vehicle, according to the body camera released by the department. The officer remained calm, asking for Wally's license. Wally, visibly agitated and shouting from the driver's seat, refused to hand over his license. I don't have a license. Go back and sit in the fucking car and leave, Wally says. According to Chief Kevin Davis, Wally, who came to the U.S. in 2014 after serving as a translator for U.S. forces in Afghanistan, expressed frustration about his treatment in the United States and said he was unable to find work or receive disability benefits. At one point, Wally shouted, I should have served in the fucking Taliban. They're better than you. Wally also said he had 4 children and claimed he previously served in the special forces. His video shows. His statements quickly escalated into a rant, during which he turned on a GoPro camera and said, today's the day, buddy. As backup officers arrived, one positioned himself at the passenger side of the vehicle while another moved to the driver's side. When the driver's side officer attempted to detain Wally, he pulled away, drew a handgun, and fired several rounds. A single bullet struck both officers who were positioned on the driver's side of the car in the arm. This just happened earlier this year. Some more examples of the white homegrown version of this, for the record, is the guy who drove his fucking F-150 into a Mormon church. That didn't get a lot of play, obviously, because we found out he was the most homegrown, the whitest guy of all time. Okay? Not only do we have our homegrown version of this, okay, or the I feel like Batman or Halo guy that blew up his Tesla Cybertruck outside the Trump Tower in Vegas. Okay? There are a lot of these guys out there, okay? There are a lot of these fucking guys out there. It's just, we did this. I feel like Batman or Halo. Thank you for the 5 gifted subs. Let's not play the game. This is a vet. He was a comprador. What do you mean? A lot of vets get abandoned? No, that's my point. Vet or comprador, it doesn't matter. We mistreat everybody all the same. They are just servants of capital. That's the whole point. Okay, they're servants of capital, and we export our brain rot. It's not enough that we ship our young to do untold amounts of violence overseas so that someone can turn profit in a fucking corporate boardroom. But then also on top of that, we export the brain rot to the local population, and we make them also serve in the same exact violent ways. We brick their brains. We bring some of them back here. And then on top of that, they get doubly fucked. They get doubly fucked up, and they lose their goddamn minds. It's a powder keg. Yeah, Michigan church shooter was ex-Marine. I know. What do you think will happen? What do you think is always going to happen? This is the most likely outcome, is what I mean. Yes, comprador for a native agent of a foreign business in a colonial or semi-colonial economy. Mohammed Afzal Hussein, 27, a planning director for the city of Espanola, who came to the United States from Pakistan, was shot dead on Monday outside his Albuquerque apartment complex, while Aftab Hussein, 41, was found dead of a gunshot wound in July 26 near the Albuquerque's International District. Those deaths are likely linked to the shooting of a 62-year-old Mohammed Ahmadi in a parking lot by a halal supermarket and cafe on November 7th last year, police said. 2 of those murder men were members of the same mosque who were shot dead in Albuquerque in late July and early August. Police said there was a strong possibility their deaths were connected to the November killing of an Afghan immigrant. This is basically, this was all the way back in 2022. 4th Muslim man murdered in New Mexico in targeted killings. It's just like the revenge killings that took place, just like they took place in the aftermath of the exact same initiatives that took place in Vietnam. This ties it back to the ProPublica article about terror in Little Saigon. An old war comes to a new country. The journalists were assassinated on American soil one after another. Duong Tram Lam was the first. He was 27 years old and ran a Vietnamese language publication called Khai Dinh Long, which he mailed to immigrants around the country. A gunman found him as he walked out of a San Francisco apartment building one morning and shot him, a single bullet piercing his pulmonary artery just above the heart. For magazine publisher Pham Van Top, the end came more slowly. He was sleeping in a small office in Garden Grove, California, when an arsonist set fire to the building. He was heard screaming before he succumbed to smoke inhalation. In Houston, a killer chased Nguyen Dam Phong from his home in his pajamas and shot him 7 times with a .45 caliber handgun. The murder marked the end of Dam Phong's twice-monthly broadsheet newspaper, which he had named Tu Do, Freedom. Altogether, 5 Vietnamese American journalists were killed between 1981 and 1990. All worked for small publications serving the refugee population that sought shelter in the U.S. after the fall of Saigon in 1975. At least 2 other people were murdered as well. FBI agents came to believe that the journalist killings, along with the array of fire bombings and beatings, were terrorist acts ordered by an organization called the National United Front for the Liberation of Vietnam, a prominent group led by former military commanders from South Vietnam. Agents theorized that the front was intimidating or executing those who defied it, FBI documents show, and even sometimes those simply sympathetic to the victorious communists in Vietnam. But the FBI never made a single arrest for the killings or terror crimes, and the case was formally closed 2 decades ago. I wonder why. Violent attacks on journalists often function as a brutal form of censorship, all this other stuff. But that's it. Last year, when fighters from the Islamic State group executed war correspondent James Foley, President Obama praised him as a man who courageously told the stories of his fellow human beings and promised to hunt his killers. Our reach is long, Obama said. We are patient. Justice will be done. Yeah. I think we know what happened to some of the figureheads of that movement. Justice was served, if you think about it. Actually, it wasn't. I don't know what it's just remember. Wonder what happened to the Islamic State leadership. Wonder what happened. You know, maybe there's a room for growth and job opportunities. Also, just going to say this right now. A lot of people are going to get mad at me for saying this. Ukraine. Get mad at me all you want. But just remember, oh my God, how could this have happened? Just wait. What level of resentment will exist for the nationalist militias and the nationalist forces that were galvanized and emboldened and seen as emancipatory figureheads once Russia invaded Ukraine? The same people that got training and then were cast aside, some of which were, you know, shipped here. Maybe. Just saying. All of these violent desires inevitably will have violent ends. Okay. I'm sure emphasizing that we have an ocean to protect won't come back to impact us. I mean, there is a fucking ocean between us and all these other places too. Like, what will happen? What will happen in the aftermath of that? I'm just saying. You're about to see white mujahideen. Ukraine war was not started by the U.S. and the biggest atrocities documented so far are from the Russian side. You're right. We have no involvement in Ukraine whatsoever, and I'm totally fucking oblivious for saying that arming and training, even before the Russian invasion of Ukraine, arming and training the Azov Battalion, which became righteous liberators, we became seen as righteous liberators, will never get mad and angry and resentful against the West for abandoning them and then basically giving, leaving scraps of what remains of Ukraine to the Ukrainian population after endless amounts of fucking war. This isn't defense of Russia, dumbass. My point is, I mean, you can make the same fucking argument about Afghanistan 1, not even Afghanistan 2. Do people not have object permanence? No. You have to suspend object permanence if you want to find yourself in defense of American foreign policy. Yeah, did the U.S. face blowback from its support of Afghanistan in its fight against Russia in the 80s? No. Famously, the U.S. never received any blowback from its support of Afghanistan in its fight against Russia in the 80s. Clearly, that did not lead to any sort of domestic blowback. That's just, those towers just kind of did it on their own, you know? They just kind of did it on their own. This is certainly the first time a CIA asset in Afghanistan has attempted to murder American citizens on U.S. soil. That's never happened before, and it certainly will never happen again. This guy is a unique incident, one time, and one time only. I thought he was Saudi. Well, I'm saying CIA asset who operated in Afghanistan for that reason. I didn't say Osama bin Laden was an Afghan national. He was not. He was Saudi. Are you talking about 9/11? Yes, dude. What the fuck do you think we're talking about? Yes, we're talking about 9/11. You know, anti-communist anti-communist CIA asset on a path, paving a path to peace in Africa. Okay, that's what he's doing until not so peaceful. Anti-Soviet warrior puts his army on the road to peace. Yeah. What more can I say? Hi, Twin Tower expert here. Towers only explode and crumble when they're in extreme fear. You're being highly insensitive. Yeah. Maybe more and more people will understand what I meant when I was talking about America deserving things. I don't know. America bringing about this kind of blowback on its own. Who knows? Anyway, let's get back to this.
To President Trump's executive order to make D.C. safe and beautiful. They answered the call. They took the charge. They volunteered. They put their lives on the line for people they don't even know. And that, unfortunately, is becoming a reality.
Yeah, by that they mean the president and his own personal ambitions. Like, that's what they're when they say put their lives on the line for people that they don't even know, they just mean like the American government, servants of capital, and the American president that is advancing a domestic fascist agenda. They never knew him. They never will know him. Well, they might get a visit from him now, but, you know, for a photo op. But they certainly didn't know him before.
More and more for the members of law enforcement. Yesterday on Thanksgiving Eve at approximately 2:15, near 17th and I Streets in the northwest section of the district, near the Farragut West Metro Station, 2 uniformed guardsmen were ambushed in a brazen and targeted attack. A lone gunman opened fire without provocation, ambush style, armed with a .357 Smith & Wesson revolver. One guardsman is struck, goes down, and then the shooter leans over and strikes the guardsman again. Another guardsman is struck several times. Fellow guardsmen who were there responded immediately, engaging the suspect, neutralizing the threat, and subduing him
She's
at the
fucking
scene.
lit, always. She always looks like she drunk drove here and ran over a bunch of kindergartners, wrapped the fucking F-150 around the telephone pole, and then stumbled out of the car to deliver the press conference. Every single time she's on camera, 100%.
He was transported to a local hospital where he remains, as we speak, under heavy guard. Thanks to the swift and coordinated response of the National Guard and the Metropolitan Police Department, no additional victims were harmed, and the scene was secured within minutes. The suspect, he has been identified as Ramanullah Lakanwal, a 29-year-old Afghan who entered the United States under Biden's Operation Allies Welcome, a program following the disastrous withdrawal from Afghanistan. He resided in Bellingham, Washington, with his wife and, we believe, 5 children. And we're working very closely with our federal partners, especially DHS and the FBI, to review his immigration history and the vetting process itself. What we know about him is that he drove his vehicle across country from the state of Washington with the intended target of coming to our nation's capital. As we stand here today, the charges that are appropriate right now are 3 counts of assault.
Yeah, by the way, the Trump admin did grant him asylum earlier this year, for the record. CNN National Guard shooting suspect applied for asylum in 2024, and it was granted earlier this year. So when they fucking talk about, like, when they talk about he was an illegal immigrant, it's like, I mean, I guess technically any immigrant could be considered illegal because it's just paperwork, just like every illegal immigrant could be considered legal because it's just fucking paperwork. Yeah, per Afghan Evac, a nonprofit that works with Afghan SIVs, regarding Ramanullah Lakhanwal, alleged shooter of the two National Guard in D.C., previously served in NDS, the 0 Unit 03, one of Afghan's elite counterterrorism units operated by the CIA with direct U.S. intelligence and military support. He was like vetted out the ass, okay? Entry to the United States, the individual was evacuated by the U.S. military in August 2021 following the fall of Kabul. He arrived under humanitarian parole, the temporary authority used to evacuate tens of thousands of American citizens, lawful permanent residents, SIV applicants, and at-risk Afghan partners, you know, the compradors and the like. He was later granted asylum in April 2025. Wow. Immigration pathway. He had an active SIV application underway and had received chief of mission approval, but had not yet been granted lawful permanent residence. Instead, he applied for asylum during the Biden administration, but his asylum was approved under the Trump administration. Both his chief of mission application and his asylum application required review and vetting by the U.S. government, including the CIA. Asylum is a permanent status granted by the USCIS after reviewing identity and background checks. There is biometric vetting, in-person interviews, and assessment of individualized risk and eligibility under U.S. law. Asylees can apply for lawful permanent residence 1 year after being granted asylum. But yeah, it's Mark Kelly's fault, I think, because he said that members of the military should not follow unlawful orders being given to them by their immediate supervisors, their superior officers. That's probably... Hasan, your conclusions about American foreign policy being principally guided by capitalist interests, I think, is a naive one. I am familiar with national security discourse, having worked in it at some point. It's a self-sustaining ecosystem of think tanks, academics, and practitioners, which has become increasingly radical and isolated from public attitudes to foreign policy. Wait, what? You literally just described more aspects of capitalism, more aspects of capital. It's a self-sustaining, self-justifying ecosystem that is created in an effort to basically keep designing foreign policy in this way. It's not even read Marx. At that point, it's read Lenin. So yes, you just said, hey, I don't think it's actually capitalism. It's just more capitalism. Yeah, I know. When you worked in the NatSec bubble or the NatSec blob, didn't you look at who was sustaining these think tanks, for example? Did you not question as to why the names on the side of the fucking building was very familiar? Or did you think those were just like magnanimous donors who were just engaging in the philanthropic act? You know? That's what it is. Bro, take off your suit. You're sitting home alone. You are not in the office. I'm clocking in, baby. Can a white boy have a little bit of swag on CENKSGIVIng? This is my home office. Wow.
With intent to kill while armed, a violation of DC Code 22-401 and DC Code 22-4502. He will also be charged with possession of a...
He was in violation of numerous laws, like shooting National Guardsmen in broad daylight, which is a violation of the law. Halt! You have broken the law, sir.
Firearm during a crime of violence. He faces 15 years under the assault with the intent to kill. We intend to continue monitoring what the charges will be, depending upon the well-being of the guardsmen. We are praying that they survive and that the highest charge will not have to be murder in the first degree. But make no mistake, if they do not, that will certainly be the charge: murder in the first degree. The Department of Justice, under Attorney General Pam Bondi, is committed to a thorough and an impartial...
Holy shit, for a fucking TV personality, she's awful at speaking. Okay, it's very difficult for her to read when everything looks blurry because she is zooted, okay? Excuse me. She is drunk off her goddamn mind, sir. Do you know how tough that is? Okay. Do you know how difficult that is to competently read while you're hammered?
Investigation where we will hold this perpetrator accountable under the full weight of the law.
And barred out,
now, Sarah
too.
and Andrew volunteered. They came here to protect the people of the district, pursuant to a crime emergency that President Trump rightly declared in this city and in other cities across the country. Our nation's capital should not and must not be a place where evil comes to commit violence, whatever their cause or motive may be. We should not have to live in fear in the nation's capital, especially by one who came here from a foreign country. And through a process that was so absurd that he came through and released into this country, as many were, knowing virtually nothing about his vetting. This is what happens in this country when people are allowed in who are not properly vetted. These guardsmen and all who are here to protect the district are the line that separates a civilized society from a barbaric one. They are the ones who stand for law and order. This was not just an attack. It was a direct challenge to law and order in our nation's capital. And the individual will be made fully accountable. And though it seems that we have been here before under President Trump, make no mistake, and the Attorney General, we will not allow this to be normalized. It will be confronted, condemned, and prosecuted to the full extent of the law. Now, my message to the individual who committed these acts is you picked the wrong target, the wrong city, and the wrong country, and you will be sorry for the violence and the evil that you perpetrated in our nation's capital. And now I call upon the Director of the FBI, Kash Patel.
Thanks, Judge. I'll begin my remarks and end my remarks the same way.
I mean, he literally is the outcome of American civilized society. There is no perfect demonstration of this outcome being directed by American civilized society, defended by liberals and conservatives alike in perpetuity. This is, this is the violence that we dish out coming back to the home front in the hands of people who we have trained since they were 15 in this case. Like there is no better demonstration of all of the things that I complain about with regular frequency than this instance right here. This is why I always say this is like American brain rot. This is blowback, everything.
Prayer for our fallen soldiers, prayer for our law enforcement community, prayer.
And we're back to Kash Patel looking like he did it, even though we know who the shooting suspect is.
For our National Guardsmen and women, prayer for our brave prosecutors at the Department of Justice and the offices of the D.C. United States Attorney. We must...
She said she wasn't vetted. He was vetted. She's wrong. He was vetted out the wazoo. Okay? He was maximum vetted, by the way. Like more vetted than the average asylum seeker. Say it's a joke before chatter believes you. I'm not. I'm going to keep everybody guessing.
Come together as a nation, especially on this Thanksgiving Day, and remember the sacrifices that so many are making around the world and around this country to secure our freedoms under President Trump's brilliant leadership and administration. I'll provide an update on the case as follows. It is an ongoing investigation of terrorism. Make no mistake about it. The FBI is leading out on these federal assault on a federal law enforcement officer investigation on many fronts. We immediately, with our law enforcement partners in the Metropolitan Police Department and the interagency, secured the scene, seized the weapon, sent in our evidence response team immediately to collect evidence and started doing block by block canvasses. We are looking for and interviewing witnesses. The firearm and other materials have been sent to our Quantico laboratory already yesterday for immediate analysis. That work is on.
He got like quadruple vetted, bro. He got vetted by the CIA. He got vetted by the American military. He got vetted by the immigration services. He got vetted by everybody. A senior U.S. official confirms that the suspect was vetted by the CIA and then by the NCTC to see if they had any known ties to terrorist groups, coming up clean each time. He came up clean on all checks. Yeah, because the ties that he had to the terrorist group was the fucking CIA. Yeah, obviously. What do you mean? He was one of, quote, unquote, our guys. Worth noting that the vetting done by U.S. intel agencies and people overseas is different than what domestic agencies are expected to do once individuals arrive and are seeking asylum. I'm going to repeat this again, but not the first time this has happened, okay? Not the first time this has happened.
Ongoing, partnering with the D.C. United States Attorney's Office, we have also executed multiple search warrants around the country to include the subject's last known residence, which is in the state of Washington. The search warrant was executed on that house last night or early this morning, and it is an ongoing process. All the individuals found in the house have been interviewed, and some interviews remain ongoing. We will not stop until we interview anyone and everyone associated with the subject, the house, and every piece of his life. There's also subject interviews, relations conducted in San Diego, pursuant to our ongoing investigation. So, as the judge noted, this is a coast-to-coast investigation being led right here in Washington, D.C., and this subject definitely did pick the wrong country. And
not vetted by this admin? What do you mean? Why are these guys saying this subject didn't pick the wrong this subject picked the wrong country? What do you mean? First of all, the wrong country picked the subject. Okay? And it seems to me like he came here, and I don't think his ambitions initially were to fucking kill National Guardsmen in D.C. I don't think that's why he came here. I don't know what this what this conversation is supposed to imply here. He's like, he is our guy.
We will rise together as a nation to show the world what we do here. And we are thankful that we have the Attorney General's brave leadership and President Trump's brave leadership and priorities to safeguard our communities. I also spoke to Director of the CIA, John Ratcliffe, last night, and Secretary of War, Pete Hegseth. There is confirmation now that the subject had a relationship in Afghanistan with partner forces. We are fully investigating.
99% won't know that. I think you're wrong. I think with the ways in which people get informed nowadays, most people are going to know that this guy was an intelligence asset, especially because a lot of conspiracy theorists are going to jump on this for understandable reasons. But yeah, this is 100% something that, I mean, Candace Owens is going to do so much content off of this for sure. Who knows which insane direction she will move the subject matter to, moving millions in that same direction.
That aspect of his background as well, to include any known associates that are either overseas or here in the United States of America. That is what a broad-based international terrorism investigation looks like. We will provide continuous details to the American public while at the same time not jeopardizing the ongoing prosecution to ultimately hold this perpetrator accountable in our courts of law. We will provide as much transparency as possible, but as you can see, the breadth and scope of this investigation will...
It's going to hit the echo chamber, and normal folk aren't in those. This is why Fox is so successful. No, I think normal folk are going to hear... Normal folk are already hearing that this guy was CIA. I think it will shock you. I suspect Blue Anon will say this is a false flag. You will see more and more liberals say this was a false flag, specifically designed by the Trump administration. I think that the right, the conspiratorial right, will say they might even tie this back to Israel somehow. I guess if I were to try and tie this back to Israel, I would say America went and did the global war on terror because of Israel, and that this is violence coming home. The CIA is doing it for Israel, and then I don't know, somehow they'll figure out a way to say that it was Benjamin Netanyahu's doing or something. Maybe some people will say this is being used as a distraction away from the Epstein story. There will be those. Yeah, lucky for us, everyone has the perfect opportunity to poll their families on this today. So that's your homework, chat. Go ask your parents and your grandparents what they think about this.
Will continue. We will continue to hit the streets and hit every town and every house and talk to every witness. The men and women of the FBI and the Metropolitan Police Department and the interagency, to include the Department of Homeland Security, DEA, and ATF, are working tirelessly on this Thanksgiving Day. And I know just by talking to the leaders behind me that instead of going on and being...
Do you not think he's CIA? What do you mean he is CIA? There is no thinking involved here. It's just an objective fact that he was a CIA asset. There is no... He just literally is a CIA asset. That's not in question here. The question is, how will people... Because that's just the story, the facts of the matter. But oftentimes I think a lot of people with conspiratorial ambitions will not just look at like a regular conspiracy being confirmed. They'll just move away from that to try to find something even crazier. I'll give you an example. Jeffrey Epstein is basically the most real example of what QAnon people believe, right? That there is a deep state pedophilic cabal that is primarily Jewish, and that they're doing this for Israel, right? Jeffrey Epstein is literally a CIA Mossad collaborative effort, okay, who was engaging in the sex trafficking of minors and was deeply tied to potentially a blackmail operation that absolutely worked with the state of Israel, right? 100%. And yet conspiracy theorists don't just look at that and go, you see, this is a real world example. I think we should focus on this. They move beyond it. Okay? They move beyond it, and then they like come up with even grander conspiracies for some fucking reason. It's not enough. It's not enough that like a conspiracy theory turns into reality for them, that they just point to that as the clear-cut real-world example of some of the things that they believed. They have to turn around and engage in like the Illuminati and blood sacrifice rituals and things of that nature. Right? Same goes for this. You got a fucking a CIA asset, a child soldier at the age of 15 that was plucked and groomed to do death squad shit in Afghanistan, who comes to the United States of America and is angry as fuck and ends up shooting and trying to kill 2 National Guardsmen in D.C. Okay? Used, abused, did untold amounts of, countless amounts of senseless murder, most likely. At the age of 29, he has a PTSD-style snapping moment in the same way that you've seen many other veterans engage in these sorts of domestic terror incidents, okay? And this is an open and shut case, and yet people, I think, will turn around and find new ways to make this conspiracy more grand.
With their families, everyone rogered up and showed up to work today, and none of them want to go home. That's the resolve that we have together as a team to bring to you justice for this heinous act of terrorism here in our nation's capital. And as the judge said, we will ensure that our law enforcement partners are out there in full force to make sure the world can enjoy our nation's capital. We will not let this heinous act of violence prevent people from visiting our beautiful nation's capital. And we will also continue to highlight any evidence that we can publicly. And as the judge said, this individual is in this country for one reason and one reason alone, because of the disastrous withdrawal from the Biden administration and the failure to vet anyway, in any way, shape, or form, this individual and countless others. And this administration has taken the rightful step to stop any further allowance of people with this similar background into the country. And we're thankful for that. And as I said, this investigation remains ongoing. And I think I'll turn it over to General Blanchard.
Like, how can you turn around and be like, oh, this is because he's a fucking immigrant? Like, I just don't know how you can actually turn around and try to argue this, try to continue with this argument when he is a CIA guy. Do you see what I mean? Sure, there are some people who are so racist that they're like, well, this is different because he was a CIA guy, but he was an Afghan national. But I don't think this is going to be enough for people. I don't think people are going to be like, well, you know, Afghan national vets are a little different than our homegrown version of like veteran snapping. It's different, actually. You see, he's brown. Like I think this makes it harder to come up with a unified message on this, especially once everyone recognizes that this is a CIA involved situation.
The National Guard now. Thank you.
All across America this morning, families are waking up. They'll spend the day with their children, their brothers, sisters, husbands, wives, friends from across the community. There will be the smell of turkey.
What?
All the fixings. They'll watch parades, football games. They'll pray together.
Oh.
They'll talk about what they're grateful for.
And remember, for that liberty, for you to be able to enjoy that liberty, did we actually go and invade Afghanistan? And for that very same liberties to be enjoyed, we actually ended up targeting 15-year-olds and 14-year-olds in Afghanistan to turn them into ruthless, bloodthirsty monsters who engaged in night raids where they killed a shit ton of civilians. Okay? For those liberties to be protected, did we actually send the National Guard to D.C., even though numerous lower court judges said that this was actually illegal? It's all of those liberties that we're doing this. We're doing this for you so you can enjoy Thanksgiving, okay?
This morning, there are two families that will not have that opportunity. Andy and Sarah's families, they're spending the day reflecting on the past. And in the days coming, they'll reflect on and think about what could have been, what might be. Because regardless of the outcome, we know that their lives, their families' lives are all changed forever. Because one person decided to do this horrific and evil thing. And all across America, we are also reminded that there are many law enforcement agents, first responders, soldiers, service members all around the world who at best will come home, eat some cold turkey, open up Tupperware, eat what's left over, because they spent the day defending the American ideals, getting out there and getting after it on every American citizen's behalf. I will say that the District of Columbia National Guard, this task force, is more committed this morning to the president's directive to D.C. safe and beautiful. Our resolve will be tested. It is being tested, but make no mistake, each and every one of these soldiers and airmen will meet and exceed the expectation that we have for them. They are, in fact, America's best. I'm proud of each and every one of them. I pray for each and every one of them today, and in particular, for these two young service members who are willing to go above and beyond and pay whatever price our nation asks of them. I ask every American today to keep them in their thoughts and prayers as you go about your day. Thank you.
Thank you, General.
Okay, the voice there of Brigadier General Leland Blanchard of the National Guard speaking at a press conference this morning about the shooting of two National Guards members who are currently still in critical condition in local hospitals. We heard also from the U.S. Attorney, Jeanine Pirro. She was able.
Dude, I swear to God, every time I see another instance of unlimited super violence on U.S. soil, okay, and then I hear from the official organs of government and how they explain why it happened and what they are doing to fix the problem in general, and they have no ambition whatsoever in actually solving these issues and simply use it for their own agendas. Ironically enough, furthering more instances of violence and making it more likely for these sorts of instances of violence to happen. It I think erodes my soul a little bit. Like piece by piece, it chips away. It's just so crazy. It's like America constantly loves rushing into a burning building with a gasoline tank and matches. It's crazy. Yeah, this is going to only be fixed by taking a more reactionary approach to immigration and also continuing to justify our endless militarism and also doing more of that militarism at the domestic front as well.
To tell us that the suspect, who is Ramanallah Lakhanwal, 29 years old, Afghan, entered the U.S. back in 2021 under what was then known as Operation Allies Welcome. Pirro said that he used a Smith & Wesson .357 revolver. Those are the allegations as it stands right now. We also heard from FBI Director Kash Patel. He was able to tell us that he was going to be, that the lab right now is looking at the gun in that case. And we're going to turn now to some of the questions that Patel is receiving about the investigation.
We ended up in San Diego, where interviews were conducted and are going to be continued to be conducted, and we will go anywhere in the country or the world where the evidence leads us.
Are there accomplices, relationships in San Diego you can talk about?
All of that is an ongoing investigation.
Can anyone give an update as far as Sarah and Andrew, who were injured? You say critical condition. Can you give anything beyond that? Are they expected to make it? Is it touch and go? Can you tell us a little more about how they're doing?
And the full spelling of their names, please.
It is Sarah Beckstrom, Beckstrom, and Andrew Wolf with an E, Wolfe. Okay, and Sarah Beckstrom.
How do you spell Sarah?
S with an H. Okay. Now, with respect to their medical condition, as I said, they are receiving the finest medical care. Their families are with them now. They are critical. I think you understand the meaning of that. It's not clear, how this is going to end up. But let me be perfectly clear about how it will end up in this office. If one of them is to pass, and God forbid that happens, this is a murder one, period, end of the story. We are praying on a day like today when families come together in America and they hold hands around the Thanksgiving table. I beg you, I beseech you to pray for these two young people that they survive.
Oh my God.
Okay, I think that's it.
Insane how we're just in a Fox News sponsored burger government nowadays. I hate it. I mean, just remember.
But Stephen, I want to ask.
Even before the Fox News sponsored burger government, I need you to understand Barack Obama, Joe Biden, and Donald Trump also contributed to the actions that took place yesterday. Okay? Like, those weren't, with the exception of Trump 1, those weren't burger-sponsored or Fox News-sponsored burger governments. This is why I'm saying that, like, there is a uniparty approach to a lot of this stuff. Okay? There is a uniparty approach to a lot of this shit. I mean, obviously, George W. Bush as well. That's not, it goes beyond George W. Bush.
Ask you a question. Do you think, given the reduction in robberies and murders and crime in the district, how much safer and more beautiful it is now? Because
like, Republicans look at this and go, oh, the real problem here is that we brought any of these collaborators back to the U.S. soil. We should have just kept all the Afghan nationals in Afghanistan and let the Taliban kill them, right? But the real problem is, why the fuck were we in Afghanistan to begin with? Why did we even bring Afghan nationals who are compradors into the equation to do extrajudicial assassinations in schools and hospitals? Okay, that's the real fucking problem.
of the guardsmen and what happened tonight, do you think some of these mayors and governors...
Yeah, meanwhile, this asshole, Nazi piece of shit is going to now use this as an opportunity to weirdly fucking bring the conversation back to Somali people.
...are going to be able to resist legally and frankly morally guardsmen coming to...
Yeah, here. It was under President Obama that the mission in Afghanistan became all about assassinations, aka night raids. His CIA developed and deployed the zero-unit death squads in which Rahmanullah Lakanwal reportedly served. Apparently, the horror of it shattered his mind. Just so you guys understand, like, it's not, this isn't a new thing. This isn't a new phenomena. Yeah, 29-year-old Afghan man who shot two nearly sworn-in West Virginia National Guards members in Washington, D.C. had previously worked with CIA-backed militias in Kandahar, the agency confirmed. Rahmanullah Lakanwal entered the U.S. in 2021 under Operation Allies Welcome and received asylum this year under Trump, according to CIA Director John Ratcliffe. Lakanwal served in CIA-run counterterrorism units in Kandahar, including the Zero units, notorious squads used in night raids alongside U.S. Special Forces and long accused of extrajudicial killings and disappearances. The New York Times reported that a childhood friend said Lakanwal could not tolerate the violence of the CIA-backed unit he served in. Prosecutors say he carried out a planned targeted attack yesterday with a .357 revolver before being shot and detained. Both guard members remain in critical condition. The FBI is treating the case as terrorism, and the USCIS has halted all Afghan immigration requests. Here's a video from early on of Democracy Now! In 2010 with friend of the show, Jeremy Scahill, discussing American night raid operations in Afghanistan. When you think about the collective punishment that's been meted out against people based largely on false intelligence, you understand why the United States is failing in Afghanistan.
This family. Mud brick kala compound. People live in these. They're like huge, almost small fortresses.
Why are there ads? We don't run ads at the HasanAbi broadcast. The Piker Broadcasting Service is ad free, but you can still subscribe regardless. The Piker Broadcasting Service is ad free. However, if you would like to support the broadcast, the Piker Broadcasting Service, Twitch has global ads now. Wait, what? They fucking figured out another way to run ads on this? That's crazy. Piker Broadcasting Service is sponsored by you, the viewers, for you, the viewers. The only reason why you're maybe seeing a fake ad being served is because you probably have ad blocker on. That's the reason.
Is built up, 10, 12 feet high with mud brick walls. And then inside of it, you have multiple generations of families living. And we went there and we were welcomed into their home. I mean, what really was humbling is for most people that are targeted in these night raids, the only Americans they've ever met are the people that killed their loved ones and me and Rick. And in fact, one elder in a family that we went to visit, said to our translator, and we found out about this later, first the Americans kill us and then they want to put us on camera. We were in this family's compound where this man, 8 people were gunned down, and U.S. forces threw a fragmentation grenade into a courtyard where children were sleeping outside because it was hot. And multiple children got hit with fragments of this in the face and the stomach, and we saw the injuries on these children. What crime did they commit? People in these areas thought bandits were coming in the middle of the night. No one comes into the homes of Muslims in Afghanistan at night except bandits or the Taliban, is how people perceive it. So they fight back, and then the U.S. says, well, they fired at us. This little girl comes up to Rick and I, who we had seen her playing in the background when we were interviewing her father, and she came up to us and she said to our translator, I have something I want to say to them.
How old was
and she was, I don't know, maybe 4 to 6. Yeah. And she actually was the niece of the guy that we were interviewing, and she came up to us and she said, my daddy wasn't a Talib, but the Americans killed him anyway. And it wasn't a staged thing or anything. We had watched her the whole time playing there, and she came up. We went to another place in Paktia province where this little girl was sort of weaving back and forth and repeating this thing, and Rick was filming her, and we were thinking that she was just playing, and we were filming a kid playing in a courtyard, and our translator had a tear going down his face, and we said, what did she say? And he said she was reciting all the members of her family that were killed in the night raid. They killed my mommy, they killed my aunt, they killed my uncle, and she was a kid playing, and this is a kid who's 3 or 4 years old. We met a kid who had been shot in the stomach and in another place by U.S. Special Operations Forces. They literally shot the speech out of him. He couldn't speak. And we didn't know this until, we're documenting these things in a sort of forensic way, going through each person that was killed, how were they killed, interviewing all of the eyewitnesses. No one's ever done a thorough investigation. So what Rick and I were trying to do is piece together all these targeted killings. So we're in this place in Paktia province, and we're interviewing all these people, and there's this kid, and we see this gaping wound in his stomach. And so we bring the camera over to interview him, and the translator asks him a question, and he's just kind of going like this, and then someone says that he can't speak, and he just puts his hand in front of his face and just starts wailing in front of our camera, going, ah! He wasn't like that before this incident. He is so traumatized. He got shot in his stomach that he literally can't speak anymore. And so when you think about the collective punishment that's being meted out against people based largely on false intelligence, you understand why the U.S. is failing in Afghanistan. The insurgency is spreading.
Yeah. Fuck, we are now the bad guys? We've been the bad guys. We've been the bad guys. That's why it's frustrating when I try to say that we don't have to be. We don't have to be the bad guys. But we have been consistently. And then whenever I talk about how we don't have to be the bad guys and we shouldn't be the bad guys, as a matter of fact, people fucking yell at me and say, oh, you must hate America. Back in the day, it used to be almost exclusive to the likes of Steven Crowder. Oh, if you don't like it, why don't you fucking leave? That clip is from 15 years ago, by the way. That clip is from 2010. And it's crazy that back in the day, it was mostly just like the Steven Crowders of the world who would fucking screech about this shit. But now liberals do it too. Everyone is so swept away with this false sense of patriotism. Not trying to be mean, but my wife is working today as a nurse and she's a fan of you. Can you say, I hope you have a good day, Josie? I hope you have a good day, Josie.
Their cities to help do the same thing.
Well, I mean, look at the situation in Chicago, where the governor, Pritzker, is fighting President Trump with everything that Pritzker has to try to keep President Trump from ending the murder epidemic in Chicago. Pritzker and Johnson are fighting on behalf of the murderers, not on behalf of the citizens, fighting against the National Guard, fighting against law enforcement, and fighting against federal investigators at every step of the way. Let me begin by saying to the beginning of your question that the president's remarks, I think, were among the most moving that I've ever heard. It was perfect for this incredibly tragic occasion. this heartbreaking, anguishing tragedy right before Thanksgiving. I think she spoke movingly and beautifully to what we've lost, but also demonstrated the tremendous resolve and determination to not only continue the mission these soldiers died for, but to expand the mission, declaring that far from being deterred, the commander-in-chief, our president, is sending 500 more troops to the city to show that no terrorism will sway us. And also having a conversation tonight with America, the conversation that we have to have with President Trump saying that Joe Biden, the Biden administration, the Democrats have inflicted on this nation the worst national security threat in our history. We've never faced a threat like this. 20 million people brought into our country from the most failed societies on earth. Afghanistan, Somalia, Libya, Iraq, brought here. No vetting, no conditions, no rules. Brought here on visas, brought here on...
Yeah, except everything you just said is wrong. Why did they fail? We failed them. We caused them to fail. And also, this guy was vetted. It's just, they're just lying. I don't know how else to explain it other than he's just fucking lying.
As refugees.
Yeah, Islam failed them. Totally, dude. You're so right. You are the exact kind of dumbass. You are the exact kind of dumbass that this fucking freak ass Nazi is talking to. Okay? You're already tuned into that goddamn frequency. Yeah, totally, dude. It's Islam that failed them. Oh, God. Billions of Muslims worldwide. You are the real barbarian. I hope you understand that. This kind of fucking moronic attitude is unironically this kind of moronic attitude that justifies all of the death and destruction that America engages in so that some fucking faceless, lifeless corporate stooge can turn profit is infinitely more barbaric than anything that you consider to be lesser than you. You need to wake the fuck up, dude. Islam has failed them, says the guy who got failed by the educational system. Yeah.
Brought here as asylees, brought here as illegals, brought here in every way imaginable, by plane, train, bus, automobile, by land, by sea. For 4 straight years, they deluged this country. And now more blood is being spilled as a result. What you heard tonight from President Trump, the breaking news here tonight, is saying that his government is going to accelerate efforts to review every person added to this country over the last 20 years. The last.
He said, Muhammad Jihad, Durka. Brother's hitting 2003 lines right now. That's awesome. I cannot think of a fucking sadder way to spend your fucking Thanksgiving, dude. Jesus Christ. He's not wrong on the immigration part, though. What the fuck are you talking about, dude? What the fuck are you talking about? This guy is our guy. Once again, there is very little daylight between what this guy did and what, like, the 17 other fucking veterans that you know, either burned a church down or fucking engaged in mass shootings or did like a police assisted suicide in the last 8 months. You're a fucking idiot. Name a single other mass shooting. Yeah, Americans famously never commit mass shootings. Oh, people are so fucking dumb. Well, if you think about it, being racist on Thanksgiving is the OG kind of way to celebrate. Okay, true. True. That is actually in the spirit of Thanksgiving when you really think about it.
4 years, all 20 million. Now, obviously, if you're illegal, you're out automatically. But everybody else who is brought here, refugee, asylum status, whatever status,
like, I see all of this as like a coping mechanism. Okay. As conditions worsen and people are forced to see the contradictions, I think they just cope with it by being like, no, it's because they're fucking this one. Well, this guy's Muslim. This guy's an immigrant. That's why. Yeah, don't look at like the 7 million different instances of this happening in the hands of like Americans in the identical fashion, you know? No. This is, well, we got to fix the migrant crisis. That's what it is. I don't know, man. Maybe we shouldn't be fucking shipping 18-year-olds overseas so they can fucking guard poppy fields so that the Pentagon can have his own drug running operation where they make money off of selling heroin to the European markets. And then in the process of shipping them over there, they get their brains broken. And then they come back and we don't even give them like the adequate medical care that they need. And then they feel some type of way. And also they have unlimited access to weapons. And some of them choose to take matters in their own hands and kill themselves individually. Others do it by way of suicide by cop. Some of them do it with, some of them do it like this. None of this has to happen, by the way. None of it.
he said, if you're not someone who loves this country, if you're not adding benefit to this country, then we're going to send you out of this country because it's enough already. No one else has to die. No one else has to be murdered. No one else has to be shot. No more empty seats are needed at the Thanksgiving table or the Christmas table because of what Democrats have done to this country. So tonight we heard from a commander-in-chief a historic announcement, a brave announcement, exactly what America needed to hear, Kellyanne.
Absolutely. Stephen Miller, and you've amplified
How come we don't
so
talk about guns
beautifully
anymore?
tonight.
I do
First,
all the time. It's just not even an issue for so many people. It's just not, it's a
delegitimize the
given.
National Guard, and then they dehumanize the guardsmen and guardswomen. And it should surprise no one, yet shock us and sadden us all the same what happened today. Stephen, that's also a president I know influenced by you and others as well, who is helping to lead the nation in prayer. And he's praying for those victims. He's praying for their families. He's praying for the other brave men and women in all types of uniform who wake up every morning and run toward the danger to protect our freedoms and our lives. Stephen Miller, thank you very much. God bless Katie and you and the family for Thanksgiving. Appreciate it.
Thank
Stephen
you.
Miller,
God bless.
White House
God
Deputy
bless
Chief
President
of Staff.
Trump. God bless America.
Yes.
God bless America. Prayer should help them with their bills. Yeah, you don't understand. You don't understand, dude. A lot of Americans are praying to make their Thanksgiving meals more affordable today. That's the other side of the story too. Totally working. Why does he stand sideways like that? I don't even fucking know.
We've now learned the names of the 2 West Virginia National Guard members who were shot at point-blank range just blocks from the White House. The Justice Department identifying them as 20-year-old Sarah Beckstrom and 24-year-old Andrew Wolf.
You were right. A lot of people on X are speculating it's a false flag operation. Of course they are, dude. Our brains are fucking fried. Everything sucks. People want answers. This seems like a neat little bow. I think in many instances the truth requires people to come to terms with the fact that their favorite, political leader, for example, all the way back to like Barack Obama, is somewhat responsible for this. Like American normalcy in the foreign policy side of things is directly responsible for it. So they don't want that. That's like a tough pill to swallow. So they have to think like, no, this is different. It's just like we activated this guy so that they can do a false flag operation. It's the other side of the coping mechanism coin, right? Neo-Nazis look at this and go, well, he's brown, he's Muslim, he's migrant, you know? And then other people look at this and think, no, it's not because, like, you know, we have fucking CIA-backed death squads in Afghanistan, a country that we didn't have to fucking be in at all, as a matter of fact. We had no business being inside of. A country that we've actively destabilized for decades, even prior to our direct involvement with boots on the ground, military invasion and occupation. You know?
Understand they've undergone surgery and remain in critical condition.
We're also learning new details about the suspect. Authorities say the 29-year-old Afghan national traveled across the country from Washington state to the nation's capital before the attack. We'll have the latest on the investigation in a moment. But first, I want to get to CNN's Brian Todd, who's live at the shooting scene. And Brian, you're learning more about how this attack played out.
That's right, Omar and Boris. We have important new information this afternoon on how the attack played out. We're going to get to what Janine Pirro said about that in just a second. But first, we have access here that we have not had before to the actual spot where the shooting occurred. I'm standing at the spot right now. And if you come over here with me, our photojournalist Jay McMichael and I are going to walk you over here. This area here, excuse me, ma'am. This is the bus shelter where, according to officials, at least one of the guardsmen tried to take cover at, and you can see that a plexiglass panel here has been shot out. You can see the fragmented glass up there. This panel is gone, and I'm going to walk you over here to this planter. It appears here that there is a bullet hole here that entered here and exited here of this planter. There's another planter over here. Jay's going to shoot you a close-up of that, and there's another planter here where this part has been removed. I'm going to walk you over here to show you that part of the planter that was removed. And in the meantime, you see a makeshift memorial here to the victims, people laying flowers and an American flag. Over here is a part of that panel that was actually removed, and you can see additional bullet holes here, one here, one here. And this looks like some evidence that was handled by authorities as they started to process the scene last evening. So in addition to that, we have new information from Janine Pirro. She is the U.S. Attorney General for the District of Columbia. Earlier today, she spoke to us about the sequence of gunshots. Take a listen.
A lone gunman opened fire without provocation, ambush style, armed with a .357 Smith & Wesson revolver. One guardsman is struck, goes down, and then the shooter leans over and strikes the guardsman again. Another guardsman is struck several times.
And both of those guardsmen are now in critical condition at a local hospital. We have made inquiries with the hospital to learn more about the surgeries and about where they're being treated. The hospital's not gotten back to us on that. As Boris and Omar mentioned, they're identified as Sarah Beckstrom, 20 years old, Andrew Wolf, 24 years old. Those are the two guard members who were struck yesterday in this attack. Beckstrom has been in the guard since 2023, according to officials. Andrew Wolf has been in the guard since 2019. According to officials at the news conference, were sworn in yesterday. We believe that meant that they were sworn in not as new guard members, but sworn in as deputies for the U.S. Marshals, which they have to do about every month. Guys, back to you.
Brian Todd live for us in Washington, D.C.
Like, part of the reason why I don't think is a false flag is because, like, he's not Venezuelan. You know what I mean? Like, I feel like this doesn't benefit the administration as much. And it seems more so that they are, that they're opportunists that are taking advantage of the situation. You know? Like, a much better, like, a false flag would be if this guy was, like, saying he's Antifa, or you know, he's just like a card carrying leftist Antifa guy, or if he's like Venezuelan and, you know, we have to go and do something about it. Yeah, he's even better if he's a Hamas / Hezbollah illegal from Venezuela. Exactly. shooter is a transgender Venezuelan national that was engaging in drug trafficking for Cartel de las Rosas or whatever, working directly with Maduro and also Hamas.
Hope to learn a positive update on those Guard members at some point soon. CNN senior national security reporter Zach Cohen joins us now. Zach, take us through what we've learned about the suspect.
Yeah, we're learning quite a lot about his background. It's a 29-year-old Afghan national who came to the United States in 2021 as part of this program that was implemented by the Biden administration after the U.S. withdrawal from Afghanistan. Now, it seems that why he was allowed to come to the U.S. in part was because of his work with the U.S. military and CIA. He was, our understanding, he served in an elite counterterrorism unit that worked directly with U.S. intelligence and military units in Afghanistan, including active combat against Taliban forces at the time. And so there were
I also don't think this further justifies like going back into Afghanistan in the way that like the Trump administration has signaled that they want to with like Bagram and stuff. I don't know how you tie this back, because I feel like for many Americans, what was that, little bro? Dr. Pepper?
thousands of those individuals who served in those roles that were evacuated when the Taliban started to rise to power after the U.S. left. And it appears that was the basis for his immigration into the United States. Now, of course, several layers of vetting and took place after he got here. He was only temporarily allowed to come here at first, but his background with the CIA and the intelligence community does seem to be the basis for his travel to the U.S.
So what was that vetting process actually like? Because obviously there were a lot of Afghans that were coming over as part of that Operation Allies Welcome.
Yeah, by all accounts, it should have been very extensive. We know that in that initial process, he would have been vetted by the U.S. government, including the CIA. And then once he was granted temporary asylum, as he applied for permanent status, he would have gone through a variety of different layers of vetting. Those include identity and background checks, biometric vetting, in-person interviews, assessment of an individual risk, and eligibility under U.S. law. So that's several layers. And then it's important to remember, too, the ultimate approval and of his asylum application was granted under the Trump administration in 2025.
Important in the context of the president and allies saying that this was the policy of the previous administration to let folks in without vetting. Important to keep that in mind. Zach Cohen, thank you so much. Let's get some perspective now with Donnell Harvin. He is the former head of Homeland Security and Intelligence for Washington, D.C., also a member of the faculty at Georgetown University's Emergency and Disaster Management Program. Donnell, thank you so much for being with us. Happy Thanksgiving. We're grateful that you could share some time. I wonder what a review, as the president has said, of every migrant admitted to the U.S. under the previous administration would look like, as we've also learned that officials are going to pause any migration case related to Afghans pending further review. What does all of that entail?
That entails going through and interviewing quite possibly anywhere from 70 to nearly 100,000 people, depending on what reports you read. It's got to be very clear to the audience that, you know, these Afghan asylum seekers who've come over have committed crimes at such a low rate. I was unable to find any major crimes that were committed by these individuals. These individuals and their family members serve the U.S. service members abroad, help save lives. In fact, there's many documented cases of former service people going over to rescue them even after the evacuation. What happens is that once these individuals go through that layered process of vetting and they get into the United States, they're kind of free to move around the country at their will. There's no further surveillance of them. There's no surveillance state of them. They're just like any other asylum seeker. They'll go through their process, and throughout their process, they will have interviews, and then they'll be part of a normal, non-enhanced vetting. What I believe that the administration's talking about now is some type of advanced vetting. The other thing I wanted to mention is that when you interview these people, when they go through the vetting process, you're looking behind, right? You're looking at their previous history, their ideology, who they've been associated with. That can't predict the future. And so this is the difficult part that the administration finds himself in now.
Yeah, especially as we've seen so many cases of people being radicalized through a number of different means. If
The obsession with vetting is just a distraction. It's going to fail occasionally. No system is 100% perfect. What do you mean? There's no indication that this dude was going to snap. What do you like? Why? How would the vetting show? If the vetting is looking for criminal associations or associations with known terror groups, and the vetting is being done by the CIA, and the CIA itself has made this guy into a fucking terrorist, of course, you know, that's not something that they're looking for in the vetting. So the vetting didn't even fail in this regard, is what I mean. Like, sometimes vetting can fail. This is not even an instance where the vetting failed.
If this, in fact, turns out to be
No one's going to be like, hey, is there a moment where you will snap in the future?
terrorism, and that leads me to the next question. How is it that officials determine a motive accurately here? Because you have the administration saying that this was terrorism, but the investigators themselves have to piece that together to show evidence of it.
Yeah, in the absence of the surviving individual who's now under arrest cooperating, all reports saying he's not cooperating, they can still piece together their background, who they communicated with. You know, Boris, you and I have been on this topic for many times.
Yeah.
Invariably, many of these individuals who are radicalized and mobilized to violence have some type of breadcrumb trails. We call that leakage. They may have told someone, they may have intimated this online, spoken with someone, shown some type of signs. It's always some type of signs. People just don't wake up, drive across the country with a gun and open fire on uniformed service members. So there's going to be something there they'll be able to find, even though he's not cooperating.
I wanted to go back to something that you alluded to a moment ago, and that is the suspect's previous relationship with the U.S. government and his work in Afghanistan, including with the CIA, according to Director John Ratcliffe. How do you read that relationship?
You know, everything I've read that's open source available says that he served honorably and was trusted at a very high level. Like, you don't get attached to a secret top secret unit with the CIA and special operations if you haven't been vetted even before the evacuation, right? So they trusted this individual quite possibly with their life.
When they were 15, when he was 15 years old, he served honorably in the CIA death squad. The vetting was extremely successful. They just went like Alex Acosta. He's intelligence. Leave him alone. Yeah. MSM is honestly mentally ill. These are killers and they kill for America abroad. Serving honorably means killing well. Yeah, I mean, that's if your position, if your broader position across the board is that American foreign policy is good, and that is the uniparty position, and that is, of course, always going to be the position of every single person in mainstream news outlets, then you can't fucking be like, yeah, this is a child killer. Like, this is a child. This was a child who was trained to be a child killer in Afghanistan by our intelligence community. Like, there will be no moments of consideration for why we did any of this stuff in Afghanistan. That's not a part of the conversation at all. You feel me? That's it. I didn't consent. I'm just saying, this stuff happens completely outside of our interests and without our consent at all. At most, they will justify it by saying, well, they're scary brown Muslim guys. They deserve to be fucking ruthlessly slaughtered because they're barbaric, right? That's the most consent you will get manufactured. So you'll be on board with at least like the broader initiatives. I covered all this stuff already, so. Where's Jank? He's coming in half an hour, maybe a little bit later. Janksgiving will start at 3:30 p.m. Pacific time. But before we do Janksgiving, there's a little bit more. Yesterday, I received the phone call from an Afghan friend in San Diego. A friend of his had arrived a day before to LAX on a valid SIV. CBP refused to let him into the country and just deported him back to Afghanistan. Suicidal empathy, buddy. You are really harmful to average Joes in this country. Yeah, suicidal empathy. Okay. Oh, yeah. Stephen Miller also took advantage of the situation to craft, or not. Oh, sorry. This is not even from this instance. But if you're wondering why the Somalia, you're kind of garbage at reporting the news. Well, sorry. Hold on. Let me fix it for you. Are you ready? Yeah. I'm about to show you a based guy. Yeah. Millions are going to be radicalized by this. Yeah. Yeah. Based. Get them all out. Get them out of here. Based. Is that better? Yeah. Based. It's happening because obviously we're letting in too many Muslims into the country. Get rid of them. They don't belong here. They can't assimilate to American culture, even though this guy seemingly was maximum American culture, whether it be, killing kids in Afghanistan or having crippling PTSD due to what he did in Afghanistan. It seems to me like he had a real deep understanding of American culture, but I'm going to completely avoid thinking about that. Based. Cuck talk. It's awesome. Yeah, I mean, every American is cucked to a major degree. You're a cuck, Hasan. Every American is cucked to a major degree. We are cucked to capital. At least some people recognize that we're getting cucked. You, on the other hand, are jerking off on the cuck seat, yelling at the one guy who's telling you that none of this is serving your interests at all. Ban me, pussy. No, I'm not going to. I dare you. Dude, you've already decided that you are inevitably going to ban yourself from life if this is how you're spending yourself. If this is how you're spending your time on fucking Thanksgiving, you're already like moments away from completely fucking banning yourself from life in general. I don't need to do anything. I'll give you a brief moment of acknowledgement, more so than your family ever will, because this is how you choose to spend your time. There's a reason why. No, I'm not going to ban you. There is a reason why your family is not calling you down for Thanksgiving dinner, okay? Trust. Hold on, I got to get the door. Anyway, listen. It doesn't have to be that way. Okay? It doesn't have to be that way, chatter. No, it's not jank. It's not shaky Gurga. I promise you it don't have to be that way. Is it bad to want to experience state violence to be able to describe it better as a journalist? Wait, what? I make Thanksgiving for family, you cuck. Yo, pussy, you're still a cuck. No one is offended. I'm Canadian. Oof, it's even worse. You're watching from the sidelines, fantasizing about being an American right-winger. It's somehow even more pathetic than being a homegrown American right-winger, you know? That's crazy. Oof. Oof, that is so much worse, honestly. Oh, god damn. God damn. That's like more cuck than the average American, really. Definitely from Alberta. For sure. That's a lock. That's a Alberta national right there. Alberta cessationist. Former Albertan can confirm. Yeah, at least like the average American I have some sympathy for because, you know, they're direct victims of the American education system. God damn, you got nothing. Bro, I didn't need this level of shame today. I apologize to the Albertans that have to literally live with guys like that down the street and then also have to hear it from me. Why do you call yourself as the one guy vanguard against fascism, though? You're not. You're kind of racist, too, with your Uttar Pradesh shit. Just saying. Yes. The 40 minutes to an hour that I spent yesterday describing how a lot of people also immediately shift the blame over to like India for all the white nationalist sentiment in the United States of America or being racist. All of that actually is cast aside. It doesn't really matter. Yes, you're right. I'm racist. You caught me. I'm not only racist, but I also do call myself the one guy vanguard against fascism. Both of these things are true. You can't ban me, eh? Dog, first of all, Ahmad just clapped you. But it's pretty funny because I wasn't going to ban you, but you literally are banning yourself. You said kill yourself. I unbanned you just now, just so you know. When you say kill yourself, okay? Toronto, you cuck. Sure, ban me, you're a cuck. Remember that. That's a fact. Kill yourself. You don't deserve happiness. You can't ban me, eh? Nobody fucking thinks you're cool for saying this, chatter. That's crazy. You got your whole ass face on this too. God damn. God damn. Oh, internet beef. Yes. Kill yourself. Please. Please kill yourself. I'm not mad. I'm laughing. Yeah. I think the fact that you're also not even a white Albertan who fantasizes about being American, you live in one of the more diverse parts of Canada, and you yourself are also victim to white supremacist racism, but then you still fantasize about, you still operate as though you are a part of the in-group. It's triple cucked. Straight up. That's crazy. He said Toronto. Yeah, that's why I said one of the more diverse parts of Canada. You cheesing, fam. He's getting himself site-wide banned because he got too much attention. Let this be a warning for the attention addicts in the chat. I mean, even if you're going to be an attention addict, you don't have to, like, you know, start spamming kill yourself. There's a better way to do it. I mean, I don't give a shit. You know, that's not going to hurt my feelings in any way, shape, or form. However, it will cause you to get a site-wide ban. Also, not a single person in the process will think you're brave or not feeling some type of way on this day. I'm confused about your view on Canada and Canadians, Lamau. What do you mean? In comparison to the average American's existence, I would say that like Canadians are marginally better off. At least they have some social safety nets. You know, there's plenty of problems in Canada too. Many of them similar to American issues. But what I can never understand is why Canadians don't feel proud that they're not American, but instead LARP as though they're American right-wingers. That shit blows my fucking mind. It blows my mind extra hard if you are also most likely victim to racialized anti-immigrant white nativist sentiment with regular frequency if you're a brown Canadian too. That's like triple fucked. That's why my initial suspicion was that he was a white Albertan. I don't care, man. It's fucking Twitch. I mean, it kind of feels like you do care. Not that you can respond any longer because you just got a site-wide ban for spamming kill yourself. Nah, I don't even care, dude. That's why I keep spamming. Kill yourself. Kill yourself. I'm not owned. I'm not owned. I'm not owned. Kill yourself, please. Kill yourself. I'm not mad at all. I'm actually laughing by myself in my basement. It's more embarrassing for the right-wingers here because a lot of our culture is literally not being America. Yeah, I just don't get it. I don't get it at all. Unfortunately, you have a perfect read on Alberta. This man's probably living in my own city, yet he wants to be an American. Chud more than anything else. Cringe as fuck. Yeah, I never understood that. Anyway, let's look at some fucking... let's look at some theories. Number one, Laura Loomer is... this is what Laura Loomer said. They are directing their attention and anger towards a couple that I believe set up a GoFundMe for this guy before he did the shooting. Before committing Islamic Jihad in our nation's capital yesterday, shooting two National Guardsmen, Rahmanullah Lakanwal, the Afghan Islamic terrorist, okay, who committed this act of Islamic terror, was staying at a home in a man named Stanley Cretin in Bellingham, Washington. The terrorist was staying there with his wife and 5 sons. I screen recorded this GoFundMe, which has now been deleted. The GoFundMe was last updated on January 30th, 2023. Oh my God. From fucking January 30th, 2023. The description of the GoFundMe says, this is Dan and Val, and we were fundraising for an Afghan refugee family who stayed at our home 2 months before finding permanent rental housing in Bellingham. Rahmanullah and Kamila have 5 wonderful boys, ages 11 to 2. Before being evacuated to the U.S. on September 2021, Rahmanullah served for 11 years as a member of the Afghan Special Forces alongside U.S. service members fighting the Taliban. The GoFundMe was from 2021, and the last update for the GoFundMe was in 2023. And Laura Loomer is going after the people that thought that they were being helpful to a dude and his whole fucking family. That's crazy. This is an opportunity for you to help a truly wonderful family. They left Afghanistan with nothing and they need household and kitchen items of all kinds. Looks like the authorities need to go pay Stan and Val a visit to find out why they provided this jihadi and his family aid and comfort. Oh my God, she is so fucking disgusting. There should be consequences for people in our country who provide safe haven to Islamic jihadists under suicidal empathy. The public, if you want to get angry at someone, you should get angry at the fucking CIA, dumbass. The fuck do you mean? God, what a fucking gross psychopath. I can't even look at this shit, dude. Lunatic. 2 weeks ago, General Flynn predicted on my show that elements of the CIA would activate Islamic sleeper cells in the United States in the coming months. Hell yeah. Alex Jones, give me some of that good shit.
2 weeks ago, on my syndicated broadcast, General Flynn, the former head of the Defense Intelligence Agency, predicted that in the coming months, or even weeks, the deep state CIA elements, ally of the Democratic Party, with Communist China, Venezuela, and others, would begin triggering sleeper cells inside the United States, particularly Islamic. I'll post the interview below. He was on my broadcast yesterday and pointed out that all the evidence is clear. We've also had whistleblowers that have talked to Jesse Waters and others at Fox from inside the CIA, that this whole program with the seditious six and the script they admit they were given, Brennan's the handler, former head of the CIA, from my analysis. This whole operation they've been running of saying, implying Trump's putting out illegal orders, is ahead of major events to destabilize the United States with different paramilitary forces. And then when Trump tries to call it the military, the corporate media would already pre-planted the idea that his orders are illegal. This is sedition. This is the prep phase for a violent coup. And I've been predicting it along with General Flynn as well. This is a very, very serious time right now. And now we know, as you see below, this has been released by CIA Director Ratcliffe. Laura Logan has posted the information, and she's got incredible intel connections. I'll just leave it at that. That this guy was part of a CIA strike force, and that's what his ID says, in Afghanistan. And of course, her husband's been deployed over there for forever and was a leading commander. And is
I just can't take him seriously, even if he has like moments of random clarity in all of the sea of bullshit Trump defense that he engages in. Because like, this is Alex Jones's like aha moment in his career, right? The deep state pedophiles have been outed with Jeffrey Epstein, right? And he's like, oh, it's just actually not that significant. Don't even worry about the Jeffrey Epstein stuff because I love Donald Trump and he would never actually fuck kids. Like, how can you spend your entire fucking conspiracy theory career talking about deep state pedophiles, working with Israel, working with the CIA, and then you have a deep state pedophile who was an Israeli and American intelligence asset, only to turn around and be like, yeah, actually, the entire thing that my career hinged on is true, and I can't even fucking say it is because I love sucking Donald Trump's penis. It's fucking awesome. It's awesome. Thank God, dude. Yeah, that's right. I love sucking ding dong. Trump's ding dong to begin with. I gobble it. Yeah. That also, yeah, troops on the streets. He yelled "Pasta Comitatus" constantly. Yeah, that's the other side. We got Palantir surveillance by a South African freak lizard person that even the normies look at and go, that's a lizard person. Okay. This guy's been saying lizard people are going to come and do mass surveillance at the behest of the deep state. And now they're doing it, but it's Trump doing it. So he has to be like, that's actually good. That's a good thing. Troops, National Guards troops being domestically sent to U.S. cities to do black bagging operations. Literally happening. Trump building his own Gestapo with ICE. Hundreds of billions of dollars being reallocated to Trump's very own secret police structure. Every single thing that this man has talked about is currently happening, but the guy doing it is his buddy. So he's just sitting there being like, no, actually, this is the ICE Gestapo comparison is actually quite anti-Semitic. Fucking awesome. Yeah, no, the good news, yes, I know.
Also a very good source of information on that front. So this is a major message to Trump. This is a probe. This was just literally hundreds of feet away from the fence at the White House. And there's going to be more of this. So people better get ready. This is very, 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 very serious. Of course, Biden brought hundreds of thousands of these people into the country. And they need to be deported. The media trying to spin it now.
Oh, dude, yeah, it's a black flag operation. It's a false flag operation. But also, even though I'm recognizing that it's a false flag operation, I personally believe that we should actually follow the ambitions of the federal government doing the false flag operation.
Now, because the Trump administration approved one level of his asylum last year. But that's just because that's part of the larger process.
Okay. So Trump didn't do the false flag. It's someone else in the deep state trying to ruin Donald Trump. Makes sense. Yeah. And Trump was duped into the Trump administration was actually duped by the deep state pedophiles, not Jeffrey Epstein, though.
That Biden set up. And now those policies need to be reversed.
Yeah. How deep does the state go, man?
And they need to go in and kick out all of these paramilitary Afghans, even if they, quote, work for the CIA. But this guy clearly is working for these very elements. Remember, John Brennan is a Muslim and a communist. He brags about it. People always are blown away by that. I mean, look it up. He brags about it in Arabic. And they're working with these different terror networks. And they use them as a covert army. And
John Brennan is a Muslim and a communist. That's fucking awesome. I need to see what he means by this, because sometimes there's like, it's this. CIA Director John Brennan proudly acknowledges that he once voted for the communist candidate for president. That's got to be a trot, right? That tracks with, that has to be, he has to be a trot, right? I suspect. Because like he goes from voting and being a part of the communist movement during the Cold War to being the fucking director of the CIA. That's trot behavior, the trot to neocon pipeline, you know? It has to be. I don't know how he I don't know where the Muslim thing comes from.
They're gearing up the drug cartels and others to wreak havoc in this nation. General Flynn didn't just predict that. He has sources that give him the chatter and the information that's being picked up, and I'm getting that from other law enforcement intelligence sources as well. So I'm very, very sad for the two National Guard soldiers that were shot. You know, the governor of West Virginia came out where they were deployed from and said they were dead. And now there's conflicting reports, but we'll just continue to watch.
Not all trots, chatters.
Everybody's put their head on a swivel. And we don't need to give into this intimidation. The left wants the troops off the streets because they want the crown to be high.
But like come on, dude. I mean, don't get mad at me, but like, are we serious about, like, it's always funny when people get fucking mad at that shit, but the official Frank Wuko also elevated far-right conspiracy theories, including that Obama was not born in the U.S., John Brennan converted to Islam, Eric Holder belonged to the Black Panthers, and Huma Abedin has ties to the Muslim Brotherhood. What the fuck? A Trump official who suggested dropping nuclear bombs on Afghanistan is now responsible for arms control issues at the State Department. Like, remember the guy who recently died, Horowitz? He was a trot too. He was just, he had different He had a different evolution. And in the nicest assessment possible, Western capitalist ideologues absolutely utilized a lot of his later work in designing some of the most successful anti-communist propaganda that was implemented during the Cold War. And also, there are a lot of people that started as trots that became neocons in America, like a lot. What, you are no longer viewbotting? Yeah, I stopped today for Thanksgiving. You're going to find out. This is what Fox News is focusing on.
We remember the light.
Yeah, all my bots are gone, dude. Why are you responding to every troll? I don't know. I mean, this guy's fucking 12-month subscriber. Yeah. I wonder what's more likely, that I have an older audience that's not tuning in on fucking Thanksgiving, or that I just mysteriously chose not to implement the bots that I have on Thanksgiving. And also on the weekends in general as well. It's probably the view bots. Even though my biggest haters who have looked through my analytics have time and time again repeated that I'm one of the few top content creators that has never botted, when they personally have every ambition and every interest to say that I'm a botter. Also, prime eating time right now across the country, except for California. I agree. I'm hungry too. Or it was a joke from a community member. Not everyone is always serious. I agree. It's probably the joke. Why does it feel like a dig at those who are here? I mean, I'm here. So what the fuck is your problem? It's a dig at myself too, you know? Anyway, Fox News on Thanksgiving is talking about Charlie Kirk and his message of gratitude. You know, so if you're having a hard time having a robust Thanksgiving meal this Thanksgiving, at least you can eat some gratitude. Brought to you by Charlie Kirk, who carries the flame. Also, there is some good news. It's Thanksgiving miracle. Today, after 9.5 agonizing months, Mohammed Zahar Ibrahim was released from Israel's Ofer prison and into his father's arms. The Israeli military had no right to take him in the first place, and the family credits the relentless grassroots campaign that kept up the diplomatic pressure to free him. He's in rough shape, but okay, and on his way to the hospital for treatment. Once he's discharged, his mom, dad, and brother and sisters will have his favorite meal and a very belated 16th birthday celebration waiting for him at home. I'll share more details soon. Now that Mohammed is free, the family is asking all the supporters to keep fighting for the hundreds of Palestinian children still unjustly trapped in Israeli military prisons. The family requests privacy for now. Happy Thanksgiving, everyone. Lots to be thankful for. So, can you Kirkify yourself? No. For the record, this was literally an American Palestinian child. Mohammed did not know that his first cousin Saifullah Musallet had been beaten to death by settlers in July. It was one of the big questions hanging over his release. They just told him now. Bittersweet day, to say the least. Fucking insane. My brother was there to greet him, and he found out about his cousin Safe being murdered by settlers and couldn't stop crying. Oh. Will the real Donald Trump of the White House celebrate the release of this American who has been unjustly held and abused by Israel as they have celebrated the release of other Americans? Probably not. Yeah. It's fucking disgusting. Yeah, I'm not gonna hold my breath on Kamala Harris coming out and saying something about it either.
One of the reasons
we have why Trump supporters are at a breaking point. We'll watch that in a little bit. Before that, I want to move on and switch gears. There's a new movie that makes fun of woke lefty libtards, everybody. Let's take a look.
In so-called Australia, a culture war tore the nation apart.
Yeah, a lot of people were saying that, you know, right-wingers can't make good content, and we're switching gears to watch some right-wingers making good content.
And somehow, the lefties won. And I should know, I'm the Prime Minister, Albo.
I love that Albo is also the woke lefty here. 2015 era anti-HAW slop. Well, just get ready for more of this stuff, you know, from Paramount. Awesome.
This is my land. Good morning, fellow white straight males.
Hey, big boy.
Just as the elders foretold, this is Namageddon.
I'm gay and retarded, Your Honor. I'll allow it.
That's toxic positivity. I'm sorry. In case you haven't noticed, Pete, I'm black.
Daddy, I don't believe him.
You have to believe him, honey. He's 1/16th Aboriginal. Wait, what if someone sees us?
Let the cookers watch.
I don't understand. This is just what Australia is like right now under the leadership, the woke SJW leadership of Albo.
Wow, the rainbow serpent. Sounds like a really cool gay snake. It's not a gay snake!
Streaming and in select cinemas January 26. Superprogressivemovie.com. Yeah. A super progressive movie made by One Nation Australia has already been banned in a number of Australian theaters for fear of being offensive. Or maybe they just never picked it up because it's dog shit. What the fuck? The launch theater already canceled under pressure as it's too offensive. Canceled. I love that these guys make absolute dog shit. And then the offensiveness is the reason why no one wants to watch it. That's what it is. I'm so offended. A movie so offensive, no one watched it. As an Australian, this is the first time I'm hearing about this. Yeah, because woke, the woke Albo protectorate has made it so that the morality police makes it illegal. The woke morality police under the communist Sharia rule of Albo has made it impossible for you to consume this incredible content. We just do woke right here. Can we get Boy to review it? No, they'll throw him in prison. They'll throw him in prison. If they don't throw him in prison for watching this, they'll actually throw him in prison once he becomes anti-woke as soon as he watches this. I mean, many of the Aussies in the chat instantly became anti-woke by seeing just mere frames of this incredible thing. Yeah, he's black because he's 1/16th Aboriginal is considered woke now by hogs. Not like that's their own definition of blackness. I know. The one drop rule, initially invented by the anti-woke forces, now being used as a line of attack against the woke forces. Times have changed. Right-wing cartoon about Thanksgiving. Oh, of course, we have our own version of this, obviously. Tuttle Twins. Bitcoin. Hashtag Bitcoin, the award-winning show that teaches kids about ideas of freedom and economics. Hashtag Bitcoin. Watch for free. Angel Studios original. Did you ever learn how socialism stole the first Thanksgiving? Wait, what? The Pilgrims first tried a socialist system where there's shared fields, shared food, equal rations. But Bradford wrote in his journal that young men complained that they should work for other men's wives and children without any recompense. Communal property, he said, bred much confusion and discontent and retarded much employment. The results, they planted only 26 acres of crops and people starved. So Bradford switched to a capitalist system, private family plots. This allowed every family to keep the fruits of their... Okay, this is not the R slur. It's just the old way of saying it slowed it down, okay? Retarded in this context is... you guys are so stupid. Any excuse to say the R word, though, lol. I hope you're not mentioning me here because I think they're not doing that. They're not using the term here, I don't think, because they wanted to say the R word. It's just like this is the one appropriate usage. So Bradford switched to a capitalist system, private family plots. You read it just to say the R word? Yes, exactly. I did that. The result, next year, they planted 184 acres, 7 times more food. This chat proves why woke sucks. I know.
During our first winter.
Yeah, I should have said they made the employment neurodivergent. Like, what do you want me to do? Fucking read it as bred much confusion and discontent and R-worded much employment? Is that what you want me to say? What the fuck? Oh, that's funny. That is actually low-key funnier. They R-worded much employment. This is the example of shit we're leaving behind in woke too. No, we should keep this part. It's funny. Hasan woke OSHA violation. Flame retardant clothing required. Yeah, this is flame R-worded. Flame R-worded clothing required.
More than half of us died due to cold, disease, and starvation.
Ah, man. But then the Native Americans taught you the value of gratitude and giving, and no one went hungry again. Thanksgiving!
What? No. What are they teaching you in school? The Native Americans did help a great deal, but we still struggled and starved for 2 more years. For 3 years, we'd run our colony on a system where everyone worked the land and were forced to share the fruits of their labor equally.
Duh, that sounds like our kids' club.
Oh my God, I hate that. Remember a couple years ago, I would joke about how like there will be an initiative where right-wingers will say sharing is caring is communism. Sharing is not caring. That's amazing, dude. Forced to share.
And the socialism idea Grandma was talking about.
Unfortunately, this system produced terrible results. Many people chose to do the bare minimum to get by.
Because they were lazy?
No.
Which is why we enslaved humans and forced them to work. You know, that produced wonderful productivity. Socialism as a term in 1620? Yeah. No, you don't understand. Socialism was invented by that point. Suicidal empathy, suicidal sharing.
Because they weren't incentivized or motivated to work hard. And when incentives are lost, we all bear the cost.
I used to make jokes when Ben Shapiro was like, I'm going to write a child's book. And I was like, what are you going to talk about? Like, sharing is not caring? Like, what the f? Like, you're going to be that guy? Or like, actually, hypothetically, sharing is not caring. Sharing is actually communism. That's how the USSR was developed. It's like, that's it? That's the lesson that you're trying to teach? Well, now they have done that, by the way. They literally did do that, for the record. Which is crazy. Children, like, what the f is wrong with you? And then they did do that. Like, they actually did do that. I used to make... Socialism was invented by hippie Jesus. Yep.
When your family is starving, it's difficult to work hard when you know you're forced to give the fruits of your labor to someone else.
I know I was struggling to stay motivated when I wasn't going to keep what I earned.
Exactly. And that doesn't make you lazy. You're just working in a bad system. So I proposed a different plan based on principles of freedom. Each family would farm their own land and was free to keep the fruits of their labors.
And it worked?
Incredibly well. Our people were finally incentivized to work hard. But
Jank ETA, please. It's 12:30 in Yugoslavia. Bro is tuning in from the past. The Balkan boys are getting tired. He's supposed to be here right now, but I don't know where he is. He's late. Maybe he'll be here. Is Jank here yet? Okay. Do modern farmers keep 100% of their crops? Yeah, I love the way that these guys also talk about like how you're keeping the fruits of your labor. Meanwhile, you know who's not keeping the fruits of their fucking labor? Was good. The guy who's actually working the crops, okay? Not the guy who owns the farmland, but it's actually always the guy who's not actually working the farm. The farmhand is not keeping the fruits of his own labor. That's the point.
4 men tended the fields while families stayed home. Now, entire families gladly pitch in and farm together, increasing our food supply dramatically.
And everyone's incentivized? It seems like there's more than enough to go around.
The year of our first Thanksgiving feast, we planted just 26 acres. 3 years later, once we adopted freedom, we planted 184. That's 7 times more food.
Murat knows what he's doing when he just pops up on stream. Yeah, the farmhand being forced to give away 90% of his yield is communism. Abolish communism. We did family Thanksgiving over the weekend, and one of the MAGA people said, I think the government is still doing MK Ultra. That's why all of the mass shooters are trans and leftists. Even Charlie Kirk's shooter was a trans leftist. I feel like just lie to that guy. You know what I mean? Just lie to that guy. I feel like that's easy. You can dupe that person. He's already been so perma-fried by getting duped over and over again. You could jiggle some keys in his face and he'll be distracted. Why are you mad at the story about how we solved starvation? I'm not. I love it. That's why we have an abundance of food supply, a surplus of food supply, and yet people still experience hunger in this country, the wealthiest nation on the planet. I think it's awesome. Yeah, famously. Zero starvation under capitalism, luckily, now that we solved it, right? Tell that chatter that native farming techniques were way better plus suitable. Those pilgrims were forced by kulaks to give their grain to the pilgrim czar, and you're laughing. Unbelievable. Good morning from Kabukicho. Any cool recommendations? Everything. Just walk around. It's the coolest. My 7-year-old says, that's crazy because sharing is caring. Thank God. Thank God that there's still 7-year-olds out there who are learning the right lessons and not the wrong ones. That's just not even like a based 7-year-old, by the way. That's just a normal. That is the most normal 7-year-old position. Okay? That's not a woke baby. What are we doing? That's just how every 7-year-old is supposed to think. What the hell is going on? As discourse worsens, as things get worse and worse, we're just celebrating normal kids being like, yeah, no, I think it's fine to make sure that no one has a care in the world. Everyone. Oh no. My 7-year-old said Ruth Conda forever, guys. Is my baby based? Oh no, your baby is a lib. Child fell down the extreme left pipeline with sharing is caring. All right, let's watch more Perfect Union. Why Trump supporters are at a breaking point.
Why I like President Trump is because he uproots everything and changes the dynamics. But when it comes to healthcare, it seems to be a very complicated system. A good portion of Hispanics, we all voted for Trump, so it's kind
What is this? Sometimes I feel like such a hater when I'm around normie moms because they'll say normal things like, does your son like Miss Rachel? And I'm like, he's never watched her because I can't stand her or her performative politics. Or they'll be like, wow, the public schools here are so good. And I'm like, I don't trust the government. And at this point, I don't know how to pretend to be normal, so I'm just honest. And I feel like I come across as negative, but I just can't smile and nod. It's not in my nature. I'm opinionated and loud. Wait, what? Please tell me this is a fucking parody post. Please tell me this is a parody post. There is no fucking shot. Oh my God, dude. Dude, that is fucking writer, health nut, Catholic, wife and mom. That's a RFK Jr. voter. That's a Maha voter for sure. Maha, baby. I'm nice about it and not judgmental because I don't care what other people do. I just can't pretend that I do things that I would never do, if that makes sense. When is Sweaty Shaker coming on? I will donate to see Harry Sweaty Shaker Gurgi. Shaky Gurga is going to be here any minute now. Shaky Gurga, baby. The hero of CENKSGIVING. The man that CENKSGIVING was named after. What the fuck are you talking about? Every year since like 2018, I've always had Shaky Gurga, Unk Chunk Weigert, also known by his normal name, Cenk Uygur, on the broadcast where we chop it up. And over the years, the dynamic has shifted as his politics have changed on some issues, and it has unfortunately resembled more of the common Thanksgiving back and forth that many of you have with your relatives, with your uncles, as a matter of fact. Hopefully this year will be different. But I don't know, because he literally said I was a communist when talking about me on his Twitter. So I don't know where he stands on a lot of issues. Where is it? Let me see. This is how he promoted it on his own Twitter. He said, watching Packers versus Lions with my son as our fantasy football season hangs in balance. My daughter baking cookies. Mom making the juiciest turkey in America. Who doesn't love this country? Hashtag Happy Thanksgiving. Hashtag America. Going to my communist nephew's house later for CENKSGIVING. Now also part of America. Almost even Americana now. God bless freedom of speech. Love living in a free country where we're allowed to think and argue whatever we want. He is literally becoming the crazy unk. This is the most crazy uncle post of all time. My communist nephew's house. I don't think he enjoyed your China trip as much as you did. No. Went to China and then straight off the bat, live streaming, shouting at an Uyghur. Yeah. We'll see. I have no idea. I think he's joking, but I don't know. Every year, the CENKSGIVING conversations evolve and resemble the normal American Thanksgiving conversations. CENKSGIVING. I'm going to hashtag CENKSGIVING. Being a member of a communist party is federally illegal. Boy, do I love freedom of speech. This is my favorite image still. Definitely crime and LA homelessness will come up. 2022 CENKSGIVING was prophetic, and you watch after October 7th. The one with the honkers is better. Yeah, I didn't post that one. I thought it was maybe too much. Does Cenk like Zoran? I mean, I assume, yeah. Can you do a dispatch sex scenes tier list with Cenk later? No. Oh, he's running late. Oh, shit. He's not going to be here for at least another 30 minutes.
Kind of like a betrayal in a way.
Nearly 5 million people who live in Florida get their health care through the marketplace or Obamacare plans for coverage, more than any other state. But the cost of these plans are set to skyrocket in 2026 as federal subsidies that made them more affordable will expire. Are you guys on the Affordable Care Act marketplace healthcare? Have you checked whether your premiums are going up next year? It's open enrollment period.
I think they are. I think they're going to triple or quadruple, something like that.
29, el seguro se me puede incrementar a $380, $400.
It's going to be $684, and that's going to be a $7,500 deductible.
If it goes up that much, we're going to have to cancel. Can't afford it. No way.
Entonces uno dice, ¿cómo pagas tú un seguro tan alto, verdad? Con unos sueldos tan bajos que uno tiene aquí. ¿Cómo haces?
The premium is going to be $1,261 every month. At the end of the day, people are going to die.
In the last election, every single Florida county moved right, including Democratic-leaning or Hispanic majority counties like Miami.
I voted for DeSantis.
I love you, Papi Trump. I love you.
But while some Trump supporters point fingers at the Democrats,
they did it to blame the Republican Party. Because then it was like, oh, he's the one at fault. No, he's not.
Others feel abandoned by the president.
In South Florida, we don't feel like seen, heard, or valued in any way, shape, or form.
Catalina, who goes by Kat, is a freelance community mental health consultant. She gets her health insurance through the Affordable Care Act.
Health insurance, it's something that you don't think about when you're younger because you're just healthy, right? You can just kind of like bounce back.
Kat didn't give much thought to health insurance until a sudden medical emergency changed everything.
First, I had really bad lower back pain. They told me that I had issues with my kidneys. It was a total of 3 weeks of being hospitalized. I guess while I was in the hospital, my hands started swelling.
After her kidney issues began in 2022, Kat's health made full-time work nearly impossible.
I did end up having to get on the marketplace in 2023 because the kidney issues and also with my ADHD. I take the highest level of Vyvanse, 70 milligrams.
I need to take it so I can get out of bed, basically.
They're just complaining now because they are getting touched by abhorrent government acts. They will vote Trump regardless. Probably not. Probably not. I mean, we'll see. 70 milligrams sounds like it would fry my brain. 70 milligrams of Vyvanse? That seems crazy.
You need these medications to function.
If you can't afford health insurance next year, what happens to your medication?
Trump is never going to be on another ballot. You can't vote for him again, law. Chatter. Chatter. That's nice of you to think. We shall see about that.
Well, particularly the Vyvanse is very expensive. Without health insurance, it's $300 to $400.
The ACA subsidies were part of a COVID-era stimulus package that was aimed at easing financial burdens caused by the pandemic. They've saved enrollees an average of about $1,200 a year on their health insurance premiums, but they're set to expire at the end of 2025. Democrats in Congress tried to make the subsidies permanent, triggering what became the longest government shutdown in U.S. history. In the end, 7 Democrats and 1 independent senator broke ranks and voted with Republicans to advance the funding deal, which included a promise of a mid-December vote on extending the subsidies. However, no agreement.
And to the people who are saying, oh, well, you know, I don't think he'll survive that long. I don't think he'll last that long. Evil never dies. Look at fucking Dick Cheney and how long that took, you know?
Agreement has yet been reached in the House under Speaker Mike Johnson. Without the subsidies, millions of people like Kat will face a new monthly expense on top of an already rising cost of living.
When I go to the grocery store for myself, it's not unusual for me to pay $200. I'm definitely loving the buy one, get one free. It wasn't like that a few years ago. It's, you know, you really feel it in the pocket now.
Hi, how are you?
We followed Kat to a meeting with insurance broker Steer Pierre Paul to see what her premiums will look like next year. Right now, she's paying $175 per month.
So as you can see right now, the premium has gone up. So if I was to go and give you a Cigna plan, it's going to be $684. That is without the subsidies. They even have a premium up to $1,000.
I have zero sympathy for Trump supporters who are suffering now. Zero. Well, I understand where that sentiment is coming from, but it's not helpful. Ultimately, you gotta bring those people back and move them beyond like unlimited loyalty and unconditional support of the Democratic Party as well. This is an opportunity in this time of crisis. It's an opportunity for people to understand why they're experiencing this kind of pain. That's it.
And then the deductible are still high. Yeah, I see that's exactly.
Especially when considering many of these guys, many of the Trump supporters don't even come to this, don't even have this come to Jesus moment.
Those numbers are so like, oh.
Is it more than you thought it was going to be?
So yes, that price is just too high. I definitely will not be able to afford that. And I don't have anyone to fall back on, any family members to help me out. And so that makes me wonder, like, what's going to happen to me? You know, if I don't have access to medication, then I can't function at the most basic level. Then am I going to end up being homeless? You know, I just don't know. It's just, it's terrifying. So.
The Republican Party has long talked about getting rid of Obamacare, but according to this KFF study, support for the ACA among Republicans went from 8% in 2012 to 36% today. And some Republicans have listened to their constituents.
Republican Congresswoman Marjorie Taylor Greene of Georgia, who broke with her own party yesterday, writing a lengthy post on social media calling for action to extend Obamacare subsidies and prevent insurance premium hikes.
The Democrats passed Obamacare, but yet the Republicans have never done anything to correct the problems that exist with it. And I blame my own party.
Florida's Governor Ron DeSantis has downplayed the importance of health insurance altogether, saying that most people under 50 don't really need coverage above a catastrophic plan. And you did vote for Governor DeSantis. The midterms are coming up next year. How would you be making your decision? What do you need to hear from any candidate to earn your vote?
I guess if they're voting for me, for the people, for the American citizens, then regardless of what party they are, I can reciprocate that and give the vote for them.
So is that a big deal for you?
Yeah, it is. It's kind of like a break. It's unprecedented, but when you kind of don't see that you're being taken care of by your...
I luckily was able to bring my dad back from MAGA. He's Mexican and voted for Trump, but I was able to get him to regret that once he saw his 401k go down and ICE came to our neighborhood. Oh, God damn.
Party, we have to make a choice.
Trump has taken a hard line, saying he will not approve any deal that extends the subsidies. However the fight shakes out, neither party has presented viable long-term solutions to rising healthcare costs and the shortcomings.
I want everybody, this is why I always say, I want everybody to have healthcare. Trump supporters, even fucking Nazis, Like, that's a given. That's a starting position for me. I don't give a shit what people say. I don't give a shit how much people hate me or my friends or people that I care about. I want every single person to have healthcare regardless. I want every single person, including Trump supporters, including Nazis, to be able to get a free college education. The reality of the matter is, and housing as well, the reality of the matter is once you solve some of these material inequalities, it makes it much more difficult for people to feel a sense of loyalty to a movement that seeks to take advantage of their vulnerability, of their weaknesses, of their angered state. This is how it is.
Of the Affordable Care Act. So what's next?
Is this a good system to defend? To defend
today,
political
yes.
capital?
All right,
okay.
but obviously, right. It is a system designed to make huge profits for the insurance companies and the drug companies.
Right.
Period. We have got to move to a Medicare for all single-payer program. Absolutely.
When you think about Obamacare, when you think about the Affordable Care Act, do you think it's a good system, or do you think there's something better?
I don't know the big details of it, but it just seems like it's a system that needs to be revised. How? I'm not sure.
Do you support the policy of Medicare for all, for example, universal health care?
I mean, after what I went through, yes, I think so. That may...
We take those. We take those. I mean, it is what it is, but you got to take those.
Look socialist, but it's just access to basic health care for all American citizens. I think it's essential, it's needed, and it's a human condition, so it's a human issue.
Another banger from More Perfect Union, one of the biggest, one of the fastest growing channels on YouTube for news and politics, it seems. Look at this, dude. 7 days ago, we went to Arkansas. The farm crisis will shock you. 2.8 million views. Tech billionaire shocking plans for West Virginia. 818,000 views. Could Texas run out of water? Wall Street is betting big on it. 1.2 million views. I work for Hyundai. What I saw will shock you. 700,000. Oracle, the company that knows everything you do. 400,000. But the biggest banger is this one from 2 months ago. I took Bernie into deep Trump County. Can he help win them over? 9.2 million views, dude. It's crazy. doing the fucking Lord's work, dude. That's just YouTube. They post these on Instagram. Yeah, no, I know. I know. Yeah, here it is. More Perfect Union is the 5th fastest growing. God damn it. I don't want to fucking have Grok explain this fucking post. I'm not. Oh my God. This shit makes me so mad. Oh, yeah. Every time I click on a fucking Twitter link, do you want Grok to explain this tweet? Like, no, I don't. I don't need AI to explain a tweet with like 8 words in it. I don't have the I'm not that stupid. I'm a stupid guy, but not that stupid. To which I said, this list demonstrates how dominant right-wing politics on YouTube actually is. There are a handful of independent liberal / left content creators on here. We have much work to do. Okay. And if you look at the list, it's like the top growing in the last 30 days, news and politics channels is Turning Point USA, Sean Ryan Show, Tucker Carlson, Candace Owens, and then More Perfect Union. Then we got Johnny Harris, who is a lib. Then we got Hank Green, who is a lib. Then Tucker Carlson Network, Fox News, and then MS Now, which is not independent, right? And neither is Fox News. The Daily Show, Powerful Joe Rogan Experience, Piers Morgan Uncensored, Legal AF, not sure what that one is. Asmongold TV, also on the fucking list. Jack Cocherella, who is a leftist content creator, so that's cool. And Midas Touch. And Anton Daniels. Oh, Legal AF is Midas Touch? Okay. The scores just show how well their channel is doing overall. Damn, dude, you need to work more. I mean, I don't know what else I can do. What the fuck do you mean? You need to work more? I mean, what's mine looking like? Probably not that great, but pretty solid, all things considered. HasanAbi's YouTube statistics. B+ grade and 20K subscribers in the last 30 days. Your editors need to learn from those titles. The HasanAbi Clips Complex would need to have all their channels added together, though. That's true. Clearly, the lack of hours you work. Yeah. I need to do more. I need to basically fucking... I don't even know how. I don't even know if there's more hours in the day. Ironically enough, I would have to do less hours streaming if I wanted to do better on YouTube. And make YouTube exclusive content. $81K to 1.3 million? What do you mean? Oh, yearly estimated earnings. Yeah, it's a big swing. We're a more widespread attack than a single point of attack. The list ranking won't reflect reality in that sense. I think my channel does pretty well. HasanAbi Productions. Okay, dude. I think my channel does pretty well. All things considered. What is this? The views rank. Video statistics. You must be logged on to view this page. Talk to some construction workers that do a lot of overtime. They'll tell you they work 25/7. Yeah, monthly views gained is looking pretty good. I mean, 46 million views in October. That's pretty solid. Especially considering June 2024, we're like at around 8 million. And then I think we just started blasting shorts at this point, right? Probably. That was a huge one. But yeah. Oh, you can't see because my camera's stopping it here. Where's Shaky Twofer? He's on his way. Did you see Gasparino maxing out on the dumb takes? I normally love Sugar Pop, but I had to turn off the episode with Sampire, not because I disagree with his leftism. This guy is adult. He almost admits as much as his half-truth about capitalism or his rationalizations about Luigi Mangione. That was at the end, so you didn't turn it off. You watched all of it. And yet you guys barely challenged him. I know you were aiming for dialogue, but it does no good to have him spew about stuff he doesn't understand, like the Chinese economy versus ours, how wealth is created, and a lot more without pushback. Huh. I like that these guys just go, oh, this guy is so stupid. Okay, why don't you just address what's wrong? It's odd. None of these guys only go, oh, I couldn't listen to him. He's so dumb. It's like, okay, explain to me what the wrong dumb thing is. Oh, I can't believe you didn't debate him. I can't believe you didn't debate him enough. Why would you do that? Okay, well, you have the opportunity. You have the stage, Charles Gasparino, Fox Business senior correspondent, New York Post columnist. A lot of those creators, other creators, talk at people, whereas you talk with your community, you need more YouTube-only content. Yeah, the way trigonometry is apologizing for platforming feels like they're trying to equate the Nelk Boys and Netanyahu, except they did actually have Netanyahu on, apparently. So what's up? I do 100% think you should bring back the breakdown style content for YouTube and TikTok more regularly. No chat, just cooking. I agree. I know. Short form video essays. I know. It's interesting because I started Twitch so I could stop doing short form video essays. And everyone always wants me to do that, except that would require me to stop doing this. Or at least stop doing this for stop doing this for the hours that I do it every day. See, HasanAbi is too scared to respond to my China knowledge. You don't even know that China's economy is about to collapse from being affordable to affordable, moron. Exactly. Yeah. Clearly, I haven't watched the 17 million different YouTube videos about how China's about to collapse any day now. You need to shut down the AI bot channel. They have another channel called Hassanverse. YouTube demonetized 4 of their HasanAbi archive channels. They literally upload your entire stream on their 2 channels. Your main YouTube channel will perform much better if you get rid of those bot channels. I can't. I have tried. It's either all or none. Okay? That's just how it works, unfortunately. Either I get rid of the entire HasanAbi Clips industrial complex, which once again, I don't want to because a lot of fucking people eat good off of that. I've literally paid for people's college education with that. Or in order to tackle the bot channels. Or I don't tackle the bot channels, but other channels also continue to exist. YouTube doesn't even want the other channels to exist either. They literally want me to take them out. They call them, they've consistently changed their policy. They say it's what do you call it? They say it's a copycat or something. They say it's basically reused content or duplicate content, impersonation. Yeah, duplicative content. To your earlier point, Financial Times is an honest outlet on China. Yeah. Opinion. There's nothing that China wants to import, nothing it does not believe it can make better and cheaper, nothing for which it wants to rely on foreigners a single day longer than it has to. It's true. Which isn't a bad idea. You're beautiful and maybe the best at articulating really complex thoughts. Okay, well, not the best. From Robin Harding. On a recent trip to mainland China, I found myself posing the same questions again and again to the economists, technologists, and business leaders who I met with. Trade is an exchange. You provide something of value to me, and in return, I must offer something of value to you. So what is the product in the future that China would like to buy from the rest of the world? The answers were revealing. A few said soybeans and iron ore before realizing this was not much help to a European. Some observed that Louis Vuitton handbags are popular and then went on to talk about the export prospects for fast-rising Chinese luxury brands. Higher education was another common answer, qualified sometimes with the observation that Peking University and Tsinghua are harder to get into and more academically rigorous than anything on offer in the West. Several of the economists who had perhaps pondered the issue already jumped ahead to a different point altogether. This, they said, is why you should let Chinese companies set up factories in Europe. It's a train of thought that gives away the real answer to the question, which is nothing. There is nothing that China wants to import, nothing it does not believe it can make better and cheaper, nothing for which it wants to rely on foreigners a single day longer than it has to. For now, to be sure, China is still a customer. I only watched Hasan through clip channels for years. It's only after I met Hasan in China that I started watching on Twitch. That's crazy. Nothing for which it wants to rely on foreigners a single day longer than it has to. For now, to be sure, China is still a customer for semiconductors, software, commercial aircraft, and the most sophisticated kinds of production machinery. Commercial aircraft is also an area that they're trying to build out at this moment. Tsinghua. Okay, TS is CH. And the most sophisticated kinds of production machinery, but is a customer like a resident doctor is a student. China is developing all of these goods. Soon it will make them and export them itself. Well, how can you blame us? The conversation usually continued after agreeing on China's desire for self-sufficiency. When you see how the U.S. uses export controls as a weapon to contain us and keep us down, you need to understand the deep sense of insecurity that China feels. That is reasonable enough, and blame does not come into it. But it leads to the following point, which I put to my interlocutors and put to you now. If China does not want to buy anything from us in trade, then how can we trade with China? This is not a threat, but a simple statement of fact. Workers in Europe, Japan, South Korea, and the U.S. need jobs. We do not want our economic development to go in the reverse. And even if we did not care, without exports, we will eventually run out of ways to pay China for our imports. In a different context, Beijing policymakers do recognize this. They worry about a devaluation or default on the mountain of dollar assets China has already accepted. The drag on the rest of the world was well illustrated when Goldman Sachs recently upgraded forecasts for the size of China's economy in 2035. Normally, a growth upgrade in any country benefits all others. There's more demand, more consumption, more opportunity. Yet in this case, the extra Chinese growth comes from exports, taking markets from other countries. Germany will suffer the most, according to Goldman, with a drag of around 0.3 percentage points on its growth over the next few years. I think America will also suffer greatly as well. So how should China's partners respond to its explicit intention not to trade with them as equals? To its mercantilist determination to sell, but not to buy? The only good solutions lie with Beijing. It could take action to overcome deflation in its own economy, to remove structural barriers to domestic consumption, to let its exchange rate appreciate, and to halt the billions in subsidies and loans it directs towards industry. That is crazy. The answer to the solution: become more capitalist. Please, why won't you do free market? Why won't you do freer markets? Because remember, everything that they're talking about here, everything that is being mentioned in this article, America does as well. Okay? We have subsidies. It's just how we deploy those subsidies and how much control we have over the deployment of those subsidies and what we demand in return for said subsidies is not the same as China. That's the problem. I think the rest of the Western liberal capitalist world is coming to terms with the fact that they cannot out-meet in a meet-off a centrally planned economy. And instead of coming to that conclusion and then moving in the direction of socialization or moving in the direction of central planning that benefits the workers, they are deciding, no, it is actually China that is wrong. They're beating us at our own game. But that's so we have to yell at the referee. We have to cry to the referee to do something. It's fucking bullshit. That would be good for the Chinese people too, whose living standards are sacrificed to make the country more competitive. Oh my God. Oh my fucking God. But outsiders have been requesting as much for decades. Whatever lip service may get paid to this, the Central Committee's recommendations for China's next 5-year plan should temper any hope for change. Consumption is on the priority list at number 3. Items 1 and 2 are manufacturing and technology. That leaves one difficult solution and one bad solution for Europe. The difficult solution is to become more competitive and find new sources of value, as the U.S. does with its technology industry. That means more reform, less welfare, and less regulation. China is making us more lean more into austerity. Meanwhile, China should do more austerity. Okay, so they're not doing that. So what is it then? I don't understand. It seems like there is another alternative out there. China should do more austerity. Otherwise, the only way to compete against China is if we have more austerity. This is such horseshit, honestly. China wants to buy plenty of stuff from the West, but the stuff China wants to buy, they get banned from. China is forced into pursuing self-sufficiency. And then they have the nerve to write this bullshit that sounds like manufacturing consent for a third opium war. No, that guy factored that in, to be fair. He literally does say that the things that China wants to buy from the West actually stops China from buying, which is why China becomes self-sufficient. He did bring that up in the beginning of the article. Okay, I got a third option. Yeah, invade Venezuela. That's what we should be doing. Third option, invade Venezuela. When all else fails, just invade Venezuela. Not because welfare and regulation are bad per se, but because they are unaffordable given the competition. Okay, how the fuck does it work in China then? China is stealing our lunch money, okay? But also the only way to defeat China is by doing the opposite, like continuing in the reverse trajectory of China. Even that, however, will not be enough in a world where China offers everything cheaply for export and has no appetite for imports itself. There will simply be no alternative but to rely on domestic demand, which leads to the bad solution, protectionism. It is now increasingly hard to see how Europe, in particular, can avoid large-scale protection if it is to retain any industry at all. This path is so damaging and so fraught, it is hard to recommend it. China absorbed U.S. tariffs, but the U.S. is the only country it regards as an equal, and Beijing is likely to respond aggressively against anyone else who erects trade barriers. It would mark a further breakdown of the global trade system. Yet when the good options are gone, the bad are all that is left. China is making trade impossible. If it will buy nothing from others but commodities and consumer goods, they must prepare to do the same. And on that note, Unk Chunk Weigert, a.k.a. Shaky Gurga.
What's up? You got a chair?
Hold on. Are you all right? You sound sick.
No, I'm good.
Hold on. I'll grab you a chair right now. Here, the mic is... The mic is on. You can speak into it, but I'll...
Hey, what's up, guys?
Oh, don't show your phone on camera.
No, I'm not. What's up? Happy Thanksgiving, everybody. My mom made some good turkey. Yeah, right there, brothers and sisters, right there.
Yeah, I got one. Here you go.
All right.
People are spamming.
They should. I like it.
Shaky Gerg is in the building, everybody. Hold on. All right, this is good. This is a better angle, I think. And you can even hold on. Let me fix this. Let me zoom in a little bit more. Boom.
Yeah, better. Less stomach, better.
Okay, there it is. Can you guys hear him? As you guys know, it's a time-honored tradition every single year since 2018 to have Cenk Uyghur in the building. Okay, let's start off with why you said that you were going to your communist nephew's house. I can't tell if you were memeing or if you're being serious. Have I been upgraded to communist?
Okay, actually, you tell me. I'm kidding, but so people are constantly calling you all sorts of names. You go to China, you love it over there. So what should we call you? What are you?
I mean, I say I'm a socialist. I'm not like a self-described communist or anything, but I also say that I don't have an issue with people calling me a communist. I just think it's funny when people say that.
Okay, all right. Then I got it right. Okay, I was playing around. Yeah, you're a socialist. God bless.
Yeah. But yeah, no, a lot of people have been saying that I'm a authoritarian communist. That's what they're saying. Well, not everybody. Some people say I'm a revisionist and therefore a social fascist, but those guys are the real commies. You know what I mean? Those are that's the real Max left.
Okay, yeah. Luckily, I don't even know those folks.
You probably they're in your replies, I suspect. Actually, they might have given up on you at this point.
Oh yeah.
They yell at me all the time though. Not that it matters. All right. I will keep calling you a centrist, lol. Yeah. People say I'm a centrist.
Well, the political spectrum has moved if you are a centrist.
So,
although kind of, I mean, look, you backed Mamdani 200%. Mamdani's now bros with Trump. I mean, if that's not centrism.
Is the horseshoe. Yeah. By transitive property, I'm homies with Trump. But obviously we already knew that. And technically you too, because we were far too critical of Kamala Harris. And if you're critical of Kamala Harris, who was the best possible candidate at the time, that means you wanted Donald Trump to win.
Yeah, I actually think that we have thoroughly defeated those guys. So there's a lot of folks out there that are still in the, in the circle for who might come out ahead, right, in terms of ideology. But the guys who are not going to win, I don't think, are the ones who are like, oh, Kamala was right all along. Like, that's kind of done, right? So the way that makes a comeback is through the form of Buttigieg or Newsom, right? So those guys aren't done. But like the Kamala stands, the beehive is dead, right? There's not a single
K-hive, yeah.
Yeah, K-hive, right.
Yeah,
There's not a K left in the hive.
Yeah, beehive is very much alive. There's a bayhive.
Bayhive, yeah, that's the biggest one. But her and Taylor Swift are immortal. But in politics, Kamala's done.
All right, so we've had many battles on this broadcast about our disagreements, but I think it's important to start the conversation with our agreements. You've been manning the ship on Piers Morgan every single time you appear, defending Palestinians and Palestinian humanity. Has your attitude shifted on this issue over the last 2 years?
Maybe a little bit, actually. That's interesting. So I've always been obviously against all of Israel's war crimes, its occupation, etc. And so October 7th, the day itself was, of course, bad. And then the reaction has been horrific, and it's an obvious genocide. And we said that from day one. We took a lot of shit for saying it's a genocide early. We took a lot of shit for saying they were doing it to steal land. Oh, trope, blah, 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 right? And they stole the land. It was always for ethnic cleansing. So we've been on the right side of that through and through. The only thing that I'd say is that I didn't, I grew up in East Brunswick, which is a kind of a
communist safe haven.
It's the original Israel. It's a safe haven for Jews. So it was about 40-50% Jewish, right? So I grew up with a culture that believed that Israel was righteous and holy, right? And so I think that through this 2-year process, I've now come to the point where, like, no, it's no question at all that it shouldn't have been formed. And and so that's a kind of I wasn't there before.
Oh no, I know.
Yeah, and of course it's a huge injustice, and I've always known it was a huge injustice. In fact, this is the one thing I used to catch shit for, because I was against the occupation back in high school, and we went to Model Congress, and I was the only one who got a bill passed, and it was to defund Israel. That was back in 1988. Okay. So I knew that it was a huge injustice. I knew the occupation was terrible all along, but like now seeing the totality of the circumstances, as much as after the Holocaust, I get the overwhelming need for a safe haven for Jews in the world. It turns out.
Yeah. East Brunswick, New Jersey.
Exactly. East Brunswick was totally fine. And no, it was the original Zionist slogan of taking a people without a land to a land without a people is by definition a horrific injustice, because the land did have a people, and they were the only way that you were going to move them is by killing them, and that's what they did. So 1948 honestly was land theft. 1967 was definitely land theft. And by the way, this is the propaganda that unks like me grew up with. We were taught that 1967 defensive war. Yeah, no, not even. We were taught that Israel was attacked. Just flat out lie.
The greatest military conquest of all, right? That's the way it's taught.
Yeah. So it was taught to us that that Israel was attacked, and they had no choice but to destroy the air force of all of the neighboring countries, to destroy their militaries, to defend themselves.
Preemptively.
No, but that's what I'm telling you, Has. They didn't even add preemptively. They just lied to us and said that the Arabs went first, okay? Which is just a flat out lie. Yeah. And then so they said, and I believed it at the time, I'm a kid, right? That they had to take buffer zones, and that's why they originally took the West Bank, Golan Heights, Sinai, and Gaza. But no, now I realize, no, the Greater Israel Project was from day one. They attacked, and they attacked last time in 1967 to take more land and do more ethnic cleansing, and that's what they did.
I think given the state of affairs in 2025, especially after 2 years of Israel's genocide, and also the endless amount of arrogance of Zionists on television and their demands for censorship, this conversation that's taking place is probably taking place in many American tables, regardless of the political ideology at play. You and I have difference in opinion on certain issues, but ultimately this is something that we completely unite on and completely agree on. And I think that is actually a point of agreement for many people, even like evangelical Christians and whatnot, that are probably having the exact same conversation. So remember that for the Thanksgiving enjoyers, when you're with your family, if you want to unite on certain things, I think Israel will probably be one of those points of contention, or Zoran Mamdani. So what do you think about Zoran Mamdani?
Yeah, just real quick before we go on to Zoran. Look, I never thought this would happen in my lifetime.
Oh yeah, me either.
Like that Israel would be, that people would understand what's happening about Israel and the injustice of Israel, not just on the left, but the left, right, and center. That the whole country would agree, outside of mainstream media, outside of the politicians. No, we're done with these guys. And this is a gigantic injustice. And most importantly, we all now agree we've all been lied to by legacy media, right? Corporate media is poison. It's the biggest toxic influence in America. Now the right, the left, the center, everyone agrees, fuck corporate media. They've been lying to us from day one. So look, that's another one. For 20 years I've been saying that. And to see everybody come around to that, I love it. I love it. So Zoran's to the left of me. So it makes sense that like he's kind of perfect for you, right? I think you tell me. But I love it. I love it because it's change. I love it because middle finger to AIPAC that spent $45 million trying to meddle in our elections, and fuck them. Why don't they go back to their own country? Okay, New York is in America. It's not in Israel. It's not Tel Aviv. Okay, and I'm proud that it's the largest Jewish city, and I'm proud that they voted for Zoran, right? So fuck this division on trying to divide Americans with Jew, Muslim, Christian, etc. No, we're America. They're not America, and that's that. And then he's for change, man. Fuck the status quo. So I'm thrilled that Andrew Cuomo lost.
Why do you say he's more to the left than you?
So some of those policies are not the direction I'd go, but I want him to try it anyway.
Like what are the policies?
So like rent freeze on the rent control apartments. First of all, I don't think he's saying that'll solve the whole thing. It won't.
No,
it only affects a tiny amount of apartments, right? But
like 1.2 million units or something, I think.
Yeah, which is not tiny actually.
Yeah,
but,
I mean it's tiny for New York, but go on.
Yeah. But rent control, in my opinion, doesn't work. It pushes up prices in other apartment buildings. In fact, I think it's counterproductive. I wish it worked. It's a simpler solution.
Okay, Matt
but I don't
Iglesias.
think. Yeah. I'm Matt Iglesias.
Are you an
on that one.
abundist?
No.
You're not an Ezra Klein doctrine understander and appreciator?
No, I mean, I'd have that conversation with Ezra, and I think he's probably at least a third right, but he's not right in the central thesis, which I think is misguided, right? But no, on rent control, I'm definitely a centrist.
Okay, what about public housing?
Yeah.
What about building robust socialized housing as a way to boost the number of available units and as a way to deflate the existing housing market and the prices?
So we've done public housing terribly in the past. We've done public housing in rare cases pretty good in America. So, but this is the year 2025, and Zoran's a smart guy. So I hope we learn some of our lessons, that we don't like make. Well,
he hasn't ran on building public housing. As a matter of fact, I think it's a major area of weakness for the American left in general, because there's not a single Democrat that even broaches the subject matter from that angle, and every single person. Even though it's the number one, like affordability is the number one priority, but affordability, as you know better than anybody else, brackets off into certain aspects, right? Healthcare is a part of the affordability conversation. And I think Democrats do have, or at least the left flank in the Democratic Party has a really solid approach to that. Socialized medicine, Medicare for all. But housing is another aspect of this that no one ever talks about. Or they do talk about it, but they don't actually have a simple, easy to understand policy for it. That's why we keep consistently going back and forth on Band-Aid solutions, which you're right. Rent control is a Band-Aid solution. I'm in favor of the decommodification of housing in general. So obviously this works in that direction. But
yeah, I'm not for decommodification of housing, but I agree with you on public housing, and I think that there's a right way to do it. So the problem was that we concentrated poverty last time, right? When we didn't know what we were doing in the 1960s and 70s. So now we've done it right a couple of times, spread it out a little bit and make it more mixed housing, but it at least creates more units, helps supply and demand in bringing down, in creating higher supply, so bringing down prices. So there's a lot of logic in it.
Yeah. But he's not advocating for socialized housing, but I do think that I do think that this is the next initiative. If the Democrats actually do have this robust left flank movement and, start unseating establishment Democrats and put forward DSA candidates and things of that nature, I hope that there will be a more united message on that, where people will approach the subject of housing in a similar vein.
Yeah,
where they do talk about permanent public housing and better alternatives.
Yeah. So the other thing that I don't necessarily agree with, but I want them to try, is the city-run grocery stores. So I don't get it. I don't know why that's the biggest among the biggest priorities. I get some food deserts. I get that there's some some more high-density minority areas where it could be helpful. On the other hand, it's like a Muslim unemployment plan in New York. All the bodegas are run by Muslims. So I'm exaggerating, but like I don't know that was a big pressing need. But I want them to try it. I want them to try the free busing, and if it works, great. If it doesn't work, so what?
So why do capitalists hate government intervention in the markets? Because they want to set the prices under what they consider as market conditions. So basically, I think the way this would work, it's a pilot program with no assurances that it'll be 100% successful. But I think ultimately the goal there is to try and drive down profits with with much better, much more affordable groceries being sold, because there's a bunch of different things that you don't have to pay for, like licensing and things of that nature when you have the government-run grocery stores. So therefore, the goal is to drive down prices for other grocery chains, specifically like the big retailers, I think, like big grocery chains in general.
Yeah, let's try it, see what happens.
Yeah, also, they do have it. I mean, it's the commissary in the military, right? Which the Trump administration is trying to privatize right now, because I think they just want to do a mutiny. They want to foment mutiny in the military.
So look, if you're on the right and you're like, oh, you just want to just try it, like, yeah, because that's how we learn, right?
But that's how so many people voted for fucking Donald Trump. Oh, I just want to try it out again because we got to shake up the system.
Yeah, and the states are supposed to be, laboratories where we experiment. And by the way, some of the right say, can you name it? Some guy on Fox was like, can you name any time that they made something public and it worked better? Bank in North Dakota. They created a state bank. It worked great.
Municipal utilities.
Yeah.
Literally almost every single time the municipality has taken over utilities, it has been so fucking successful that Google worked extra hard to make it illegal in other places. Like, they do not want internet service providers or water or electricity or sewage systems to be controlled by the municipality. But yes, fire department is another great example of this as well.
And that goes to the last point, which is we don't know what should be public and private perfectly until we try a couple of different systems.
Wow.
Like, theoretically, you know it a little bit better. If you study other countries, you'll have better examples, etc. But like the fire department used to be private, and that turned into a disaster because if you're...
I got an idea of what should be public and what should be private.
Yeah.
I think most of it should be publicly owned.
Yeah, and I think most of it should be privately owned.
That's crazy.
But that's okay.
Well, you're living in it. It's America.
No, it isn't. It isn't. So, okay, now I'll make an argument that I'm a better capitalist than anyone on the right wing.
Okay, let's hear it.
Because the capitalism is all about free markets and competition. The problem is that right now, what the Uniparty is in favor of, what almost all the Republican politicians are in favor of, and what a lot of the right wing got tricked for a long time into being in favor of is corporatism, right? So this is unregulated capitalism, which then leads to corporate rule. Corporations capture the government.
It's the natural inclination of every company to become a monopoly, and that's
right. And I'm actually agreeing with you. So what happens is if you don't regulate capitalism, it inevitably becomes corporatism. And corporatism is the exact opposite of capitalism. It tries to destroy free markets, destroy competition, and become a monopoly, right? And it does it mainly through government capture. So Adam Smith was right. You have to guard against monopolies. You must regulate. If you don't regulate, then capitalism will turn into corporatism and destroy free markets. So that's why that position is more ideologically correct.
But you're not in favor of that for healthcare.
No, because capitalism means by definition a mixed economy, right? There is no non-mixed economies. The military's public, police are public, fire is public. And so when you go down the list, healthcare is perfect for public. Healthcare insurance is perfect for public rather than private. Why? Number one, like fires, viruses spread. So whether your neighbor is healthy or not is relevant to you. Number two, it's a combined pool, makes it a lot less, more efficient. And then most importantly, if you put a profit motive on denying healthcare, which is your costs, they will deny healthcare to their maximum ability, to to maximize profit.
Mm-hmm.
So then you've literally built an industry that is better served by killing more people, right? So, and that's why over 70,000 Americans die every year because they don't have health insurance. That's among the reasons why. And way more die because their insurance didn't cover the thing that they had because we privatized it. It's actually mental to privatize health insurance. It's just as dumb as privatizing cops, or even worse, the fire department.
I mean, I feel the same way about housing in general. Like, I don't think it means that it has to be like gray, brutalist architecture and city blocks. There are plenty of examples from Singapore to China, all the way to Austria, Vienna, where socialized housing runs supreme. Even in Hong Kong, as a matter of fact. And I was actually surprised to find this out, but I believe it's like 52% of everyone living in Hong Kong actually live in a government housing. But that also has a major benefits cliff. So that actually keeps wages relatively low or people unemployed in an effort to make sure that they're still in government housing, because every house that is not owned by the government, that is not public housing, is so unimaginably expensive. Like the price difference is like $300. Let's say the price difference is like $300 for government housing versus like $7,000 for a private unit. Like the cheapest private unit is so much higher that people would rather just like be unemployed than to actually get like that fiscal cliff would not exist under a universal program. And if people wanted luxury housing beyond that, they could choose to spend all the extra dollars and get taxed out the ass in order to have the luxurious privilege of having this mega mansion or whatever.
Yeah. So look, I'm not anywhere near that. I think housing should be totally private, but not totally private. I'm willing to experiment with public housing in certain circumstances and see how it goes and how does it affect the market. Does it, like we talked about earlier, create more supply and hence help with prices, right? And, is there a bare minimum where we should help people not be on the streets? Of course, right? So then, in the lower levels, you're having a conversation is what degree is it public? Because if they're I think we all agree if they're homeless and they want shelter, we should give them shelter, right? So that's in a sense public housing, like the lowest level.
But it's not permanent, right?
So it's not permanent. But I'm just saying that at the lower levels, by definition, you have to have some sort of public housing.
Yeah, you're saying like you have to have some sort of permanent public housing for people who just like literally have no other option.
I think that's a possibility.
Yeah,
right?
okay.
And so, but the minute you get into the middle class and beyond, you got to have a normal market, I think.
Why? Why do you think so? Like, what do you think are the downsides of public housing?
Anytime that we like I do believe in the markets. So if you're going to have public sneakers or burgers or jeans or even houses or cars.
Okay. There's a difference.
Okay.
One is clothing versus the other is shelter though. Right. Like that's why I say like, yeah, you can have a private market or a free enterprise for small businesses, for, or even for certain goods that people are offering. And, but when it comes down to the things that are necessary for survival, I'm a believer that the profit incentive creates a negative experience for people that simply need to get this thing to survive. And I think it would make the public overall much more productive. And same goes for education. Same goes for housing, and the same goes for like basic necessities such as food. Even though there can obviously still be a private market on top of that. So,
but it seems like you're saying all for like the bare necessities, which then makes more sense. Like at the higher levels, you're going to let wealthy folks buy whatever house they want, right?
Yeah, I mean, but again, that needs to come with like that needs to come with a cost, so it's not as easily accessible.
Why?
Like the reason why I went back to Singapore as an example is because like it's tiny, right? And there's not a lot of cars. And from what I understand, like in order to get a car in Singapore, you have to be incredibly wealthy. And the reason and the government has already made it so easy to use public transit or to use bicycles and numerous different methods of transportation that are not only cost effective, but also much more viable for climate change, right? Ecological disaster, avoiding ecological disaster. So the way that it should work, I think, is that if you want to get a car, you have to get like penalized for it, basically, in that structure. And the same goes for wanting luxury housing. Like, I see housing as a necessity, and homes are for living in it rather than a speculative asset in the way that it works in the United States of America. And we've sold to the Americans that this concept is good and it actually invokes freedom, just as we have done with our car-reliant infrastructure. Oh, you have your own car, you have so much freedom. You don't have to sit with the rest of the public in a fucking subway or whatever. But that creates unimaginable traffic density. It's worse for the climate overall. And it even has economic issues associated with it. And the same goes for housing too.
Yeah. So look, I'm not an expert on housing or car regulations or anything, but my general sense of it is no. First of all, there's nothing wrong with this agreement, but I don't agree. So when you talk in bare necessities, make sure people don't die in the streets. I totally agree. Right. I think that everyone agrees. I think that even the right wing agrees to that. I hope.
I don't think they do, but
yeah. Well, I mean, I think that if you said to them shelter for homeless people, they would generally say yes, partly to get them off the streets, but partly because they think they should have shelter. Right.
Oh yeah. Congestion pricing in New York City is like a move in the right direction of this sort as well. Like making it more costly to be able to drive a vehicle actually increases the use for public transit, because then people are like, all right, well, I'd rather utilize public transit then.
I'm mixed on social engineering. So I don't want to penalize people for getting houses. I don't see the point of it. And I think that the wealth creation we did with for the middle class in America with houses was amazing. It was one of the best things we've ever done in American history. In fact, what I would part of my
but that was social engineering.
Well, first of all, you can say any city planning is social engineering. Yeah. A bridge is social engineering, right?
It goes back to the same concept. Yes, all matter of governance is technically authoritarian.
No, you could agree, and once you agree, then you execute it, right?
Yeah, but
so it's centralized.
But there's still going to be people
last
that don't
point
agree.
of contact, right?
Yeah, no, but people are still always going to disagree. It's just that it's for the disagreeers, that's technically authoritarian. For a pedophile, it's authoritarian that the government doesn't want him to fuck kids. You know what I mean? Like that's,
well, I know, but then
that's what I mean. In theory,
we're stretching the definition of authoritarian, because the authoritarian is one person controlling everyone.
Alan Dershowitz.
Right. Well, Barry Weiss thinks so. And he's more charismatic than you, apparently, according to Barry Weiss.
Yeah, even though
I found deeply amusing.
Even though Barry Weiss is trying to get me to debate Ben Shapiro, who was sitting next to her when she said that. Mm-hmm. So that was doubly funny for me. I was like, damn, you guys have been trying to set up a debate between me and Ben Shapiro. Why are you saying I need to be deplatformed?
Yeah, and apparently you're not inside the 40-yard lines.
Yeah.
Anyways, so look, guys, you do government planning to set up a city for sure, no question. You need some degree of public everything, right? But then once you get into trying to, get into the pricing of things, that's where I'm out. I think the market should set the price for people that are in middle class and above, for sure. Then the question is, where's the cutoff? And that's a legitimate question to have. Part of my solution for housing is we have this populist plank, and the Rebellion PAC candidates sign on to it. And what that is in that case is we ban private equity from buying residential real estate. So, and the reason we do that is because when they buy the homes, they're driving up prices because they're limiting supply, they're increasing demand. By definition, prices are going to go up, and they have made pricing go up tremendously, right? And there's no reason why bankers should be allowed to own private residential real estate, and it destroys the wealth creation for the middle class in America. And they're going to turn us all into renters, and it's going to be a disaster.
So let's, there is a guy actually that has an opinion that is now the next mayor of New York, Zohran Mamdani, on socialized housing. Let's take a look.
American housing is in crisis.
You might recognize
Right now,
his
up to
voice.
12 million Americans are behind an average of $5,800 on rent and risk eviction. With eviction moratoriums soon to expire, we're facing an unprecedented wave of evictions and foreclosures that will crash straight into millions of struggling families across the country. But the truth is, this crisis didn't begin with the pandemic. In fact, housing has been in crisis for a very long time. Even before the pandemic, in places like New York or Los Angeles or San Francisco, median rents for even one-bedroom apartments could approach $2,500 a month or more. About a third of people in Los Angeles spend a majority of their income on housing. In New York City, about 20% of all renters pay most of their income to their landlord. And in my district, Astoria, about a quarter of residents have to spend most of their paycheck on rent. And the crisis isn't just in big cities. In 95% of all US counties, workers making the minimum don't make enough to afford a one-bedroom rental on their own. The Harvard Center for Housing Studies warns of a new normal for housing in the United States, in which nearly half of all renter households spend almost a third of their income on rent. That's why even before the fallout from the coronavirus started to hit, more than 500,000 Americans nationwide were already homeless, millions more on the brink of losing their housing, and countless families struggling every month to make ends meet. At the root of all of this suffering is the fact that in this country, housing is treated as a commodity, not a right. It's a consumer product, just like clothes or cars, that private businesses can sell on the market to make a profit. And if someone isn't able to pay, either because their landlord raised their rent or because they can't work for one reason or another, they're not able to stay in their homes. If they're lucky, they can live with friends or family, or maybe in transitional housing for a bit. But for a lot of people, they have nowhere else to go, and they end up sleeping on the streets. In December 2019, the number of people sleeping in homeless shelters in New York reached 19,000 people, an all-time high.
The number of homeless people, that means like couch surfers, people living in their cars, and people living in like tents and whatnot, I believe is over 660,000 in the United States of America.
100,000 New York City students are homeless. That's more than 10% of the entire student population. Why do so many people end up homeless? It's not because there aren't enough homes to go around. There are plenty of empty homes. No, it's because housing people is not the primary goal of developers or landlords. Their goal, simply put, is to make a profit. And it's much more profitable to build luxury apartments for the rich than decent homes for the poor. This gives us a big shortage of homes for ordinary working people. For every 100 households that are extremely low income, there are only 36 affordable and available homes. As a result, we have plenty of housing for the rich, but poor and working class people don't have nearly enough on the market. So we have people scrounging to make ends meet or sleeping on the streets right below luxury condos and uninhabited apartments. This is a terrible way to organize a housing market. It might be profitable for landlords and developers, but it's not efficient or beneficial for the rest.
The argument is the same. If there's inelastic demand for healthcare, which there is, right? What is inelastic demand? If you don't, for those of you who don't know, inelastic demand is if a good or a service is impossible to avoid. You need it for survival. As in, if you're diabetic, you need insulin. So no matter what the supplier, if the supplier restricts the number of insulin shots that are readily available, and the price will automatically go up because it's an absolute necessity. If you don't pay for insulin, you're going to die. I say the same argument goes for housing. Housing is an inelastic demand good, because if you don't have housing, you die.
Yeah. Again, at the lower levels. Once you get into middle class, this has not been that persuasive to me.
Well, hold on. There's more to the video. Okay. There's 5 more minutes. Let's take a look. This guy seems like real charismatic. Got a real bright future ahead of him. I don't know. Hopefully he runs for something. I think he was an assemblyman here. I don't know.
If maybe you told me a couple of years ago that this guy that made this video was going to become mayor of New York, I wouldn't have believed it in a million years.
Yeah. Well, it's good. It's good that you're recognizing that. Let's take a look. Let's continue going with this.
Housing doesn't have to be seen as a market at all. In other countries, housing is considered a fundamental right, like education or healthcare. That means the government goes to significant lengths to guarantee everyone has a home, and the market plays a much smaller role in the construction and distribution of housing. So let's hop across the pond, and about 100 years back in time, to take a look at just one example of how an alternative housing model got started in beautiful red Vienna. At the end of the First World War, the Austro-Hungarian Empire collapsed, leaving behind a number of successor states, including modern-day Austria, home to the former imperial capital of Vienna, the 5th largest city in the world. Despite being the seat of an empire, the chaos of the war and decades of neglect had left the working class of Vienna in desperate circumstances. Inflation was rampant, jobs were scarce, social services were non-existent, and hundreds of thousands of people were crammed into decaying tenements where overcrowding, disease, and violence were rampant. So it's no surprise that in 1919, at the first elections ever held in Austria where all adult citizens could vote, the Social Democratic Party swept into power at the municipal level on the promise of dramatic social and economic reform. And they delivered. The new government of Vienna implemented a huge range of services, including public health care and public child care. They built high-quality hospitals, schools, and recreational facilities. But their crowning achievement was an ambitious program of social housing, what Americans call public housing, that began in 1923 and saw 60,000 new apartments constructed in the first year of its existence, built by the government and financed by taxes on the
How'd they do that without the profit incentive? It's just so strange. I don't understand this.
But these weren't the kinds of apartments you might picture when you think of public housing in the United States. Drab high-rises plagued by chronic neglect and underinvestment. Residents could enjoy leafy courtyards, wide-open spaces, and plenty of natural light. They had shared laundries, state-of-the-art kitchens, food co-ops, bathhouses, pharmacies, lecture halls, schools, and swimming pools. These apartments...
Why are they not factoring in the moral harm of offering people housing at a cost affordable level and how that actually makes them lazier? It's a moral hazard.
No, I'm not worried about that. But brother, do we have enough money for everyone to have a house like this for 350 million people? You know we don't.
We absolutely do. We abso-freaking-lutely do. Federal jobs guarantee, a national initiative to build housing, localize it if you want. We absolutely do. 1,000,000%.
So you're going to do the free housing. You're going to do, okay.
It doesn't have to be. This is not free.
Insurance.
No, this isn't free.
So the government builds it. So we all pay for it.
We all
have enough money. Well, if we already all have enough money to afford houses like this, why don't we just buy houses like this?
Wait, what do you mean?
Like what is the government? The government has our money, right? In taxes. Collectively, we have to have enough money to build houses like this. If I was shown a plan where they said, oh, you can get all American people gorgeous houses like this with pools and gorgeous yards, etc., right?
How'd they do it?
Because they had enough money. For whatever reason, they had enough money at that time to be able to do it.
I feel like they may have had more of an initiative to actually utilize the taxable revenue in an appropriate direction, because they seemingly had more interest in solving this issue rather than subsidizing corporations and the super wealthy, or even on the housing front, offering more and more tax breaks and continuing the current private ownership structure that we have in this country.
But I want people to be clear about what I'm saying. Remember, I hate the current system. The current system isn't anywhere near ideal. It's corporate rule. Our government is completely bought by the donor class. And so nothing we're doing now is anywhere near market. It's anywhere near rational or logical. This is as corrupt a system as you could possibly find.
Well,
so if you're going to compare it to this,
I wouldn't say it's a corrupt system. I think it's the system
I think it's
working.
Actually the most corrupt system in the world.
It's the system working as it's intended, though. Because
intended by whom? For what?
If the goal is to drive up profits, or the goal is to commodify housing, which it is, right? Then yeah, for capital owners, this is not a bug. Is the system working as intended? I'll give you an example. You're a homeowner. I'm a homeowner, right? For many of us, for homeowners such as ourselves, maybe houses are just to live in, right? But for the overwhelming majority of homeowners, as you also described, housing is their nest egg. It's their opportunity for upward social mobility for their next generation, and it is an asset that you can leverage against, right? To take out a mortgage, or at least that's what people used to do before the whole interest rates went up, right? So it's a retirement plan. It's an asset. So ultimately, for even with our lower, much lower home ownership rate in this country, still a decent chunk of Americans, around 50% of Americans, still look at this asset that they own as their entire net worth, as their entire existence, basically, as their retirement fund. And that's the reason why, if those prices were to deflate for 50% of the country, who are wealthier on average, if not some of the wealthiest in this country, this would be devastating. And that's part of the reason why we never deflate the price of housing in this country, because
why would we even want to do that? So look, we're having an enormously theoretical conversation that isn't anywhere near reality today.
No. But what we're showing you is existent in practice, right? Because Vienna is still implementing social housing initiatives to this day. And not only that, but there are numerous other examples where the government actually does control housing. And the government controls housing in America too. We just do it through property tax rather than just like having direct ownership over land leases like they do in Singapore, for example, or like they do in China, for example. And then on top of that, they control flows of capital in China.
But Haas, do you see what I'm saying by how theoretical it is? Because first, we got to get money out of politics so we can get our government back. Like, that's step one, and we're not anywhere near step one. Once we get past
I don't disagree with you on that. I do think that that's something that needs to happen. But if we're talking about a world in which, because like, you're not moving the needle in a more realistic direction, neither am I in that situation, because like we both agree on that issue, and that's a major hurdle. And we're not talking about that major hurdle right now. We're talking about a world in which, like, if you had the opportunity to make this grand design, which direction would you try to move towards? And this is what I'm saying.
So I'll tell you this. If we got to this magical, beautiful place, which, by the way, I think we can get to, although it's super, super hard, where we get money out of politics, we did a constitutional amendment, we freed the country, right? Then what I would love is for Rhode Island to try more public housing, for Nebraska to try more private housing, and for everyone to try all sorts of different things.
I think they're trying private housing in Nebraska.
Yeah, right.
They're not.
But you see my point.
They're trying private housing everywhere in this country.
No, but you see my point that I don't mind an experiment like this at all in that better world, right? Where we've regained democracy, right? And some places people will be a lot more right wing, a lot more leaning into the free market. Some places people will be more left.
I don't think right wingers are right wing because of the free market. I don't think so. I think rich right-wingers are right-wing because of the free market, but I don't think right-wingers in general. Like, you think West Virginia is what, plus 35 for Donald Trump? You think those guys are like, hell yeah, brother, we need more private housing in this state? No, they're just right-wing because of their economic stances or their economic standing, rather. And they've been pummeled by the Democrats, or they feel as though the Democrats are responsible because they're focusing on gay shit rather than building housing for them. And the Republicans take advantage of that weakness, take advantage of that anger and resentment, and redirect it towards gay people and undocumented migrants and the like.
So there's two different things here, right? Right-wing ideology and what do right-wing voters in America actually think, right? And so we found out through Donald Trump that all the bullshit that corporate media was telling us about right-wing ideology wasn't really true at all. Oh, the right-wing voters are all free trade. Are they? First of all, they didn't know and they didn't care, right? And if they cared at all, they were against it.
Yeah, no, yeah, they were against it. I think like Donald Trump picked up a lot of the NAFTA resentment votes from a lot of like formerly unionized workplaces and people that used to have like people that used to work in industrial output that no longer had that job.
Yeah. So I think it's a little bit complicated because people grow up on corporate media, especially the older folks. So if you're above 45, you got brainwashed so thoroughly by corporate media that it's really hard to tell what you believe, right? And what you were told that you believe. Like, hey, you love Israel. Israel is a special ally, right? Our government is the best in the world. It's number one, right? All this, there's a million pieces of propaganda you and I have both fought against, and now a lot more people fight against, right? So yeah, some of them might have, if you asked them in a poll, are you for free trade? They might have said yes back in 2008, right? But in their heart, when you actually push them on that issue, were they for it? No, we agree they were not for it, right? So like when you take it to other issues, it gets complicated, right? So if you said to an average right winger today, are you for the free markets? I think over 90% would say yes. Now, do they really mean that? Well, it depends, right? First of all, what free markets are we talking about? We don't even have free markets. We have government capture by corporations. So we don't really, we don't have free markets for drugs at all. We literally can't negotiate prices. It's the least free market there is in the world, right? So, okay, so then it gets super complicated as to what they mean by free markets. But overall, I take your point that they're not ideologues in that way. Like if you give them a nice populist program in West Virginia, they're going to say yes. West Virginia is not right wing. West Virginia is populist, right? Same with Kentucky.
I always say the racists need houses too, and they need healthcare too. And if you give them houses and then you say, hey, like you're going to have a house, but cut it with this racist shit, they're probably going to be like, okay, I like that. I would rather have a house than be racist. There will be some. Well, look, there will be some who will say, no, I actually do want to keep being racist. But ultimately, it's class first politics for that reason. But let's finish this video because he's gonna drive home this point
were
real
designed
quick.
to be both beautiful
And
to
then you
look
can
at
argue against
and
the
beautiful
next mayor of New York
to live in, fostering a sense of shared community among the people who lived there. And the best part was that because the city didn't have to worry about making a profit, just about paying off their maintenance costs, these homes were both much nicer and much cheaper than what workers had previously known. In 1926, the average rent in Viennese social housing was about just 4% of a monthly wage.
Yeah.
The first 15 years after Austrian independence saw its capital transform from a symbol of urban blight into a beacon of socialist governance. It became known as Red Vienna, after the official color of the socialists who had pioneered these changes. And even though Red Vienna fell in 1934 when the country was seized by fascists, who did what they could to roll back social housing, that commitment to good, cheap housing remained after the Second World War. Today, an astonishing 62% of all city residents live in social housing.
What?
With the average monthly rent falling
How'd they do that? That's crazy.
Somewhere between $400 and $600 a month.
No, dude, that's crazy.
Yeah.
That's crazy. How'd they fucking do that? Someone needs to put an end to this. You know what they need? They need good, wholesome, free market enterprise. Capitalism, not corporatism, but capitalism. That's what they fucking need.
Subsidies for lower income
Get
tenants.
them out of there.
That is a fraction of what people in America pay. Unlike in the United States, where public housing is treated as a worst-case way to house the very poor, Vienna's social housing residents are extremely diverse. Everyone except the top fifth of the population is eligible to live in social housing. This means there's broad appeal across many segments of society, which creates the foundation for its political popularity. That is how the majority of people in Vienna enjoy something that's considered almost utopian here in New York. Affordable housing that isn't just cheap, but desirable. Housing that isn't just four walls and a roof, but a real home, with a sense of stability, safety, and community built in. Now, of course, this is only one example of an alternative framework for housing. And Vienna has not fully removed housing from the domain of the market. Residents still pay part of their earnings in rent to cover operational costs, and a sizable chunk of the population lives in private housing. But it's an actually existing alternative that shows us what a step toward a better world could look like. If we want to end the housing crisis, the solution has to be moving toward the full decommodification of housing. In other words, moving away from the status quo, in which most people access housing by purchasing it on the market, and toward a future where we guarantee high-quality housing to all as a human right. So how can we do it? We can start by making sure people who access housing on the private market have ironclad protections against abuse and exploitation. But to go further, toward the Vienna model, we'll have to go beyond the market.
So not only is the government a major market competitor that keeps prices relatively low, but there is regulation beyond that as well. And some version of this exists not just in Vienna, but like I said, in China and Singapore and numerous other places too. So it's already being implemented in many places around the planet. It's just unheard of in the United States of America. It's like not even considered.
Yeah. So, first of all, they got all that free public housing and it made them so soft they lost the war.
Well, yeah, that's probably what it was. Yeah.
Okay. Now, in all seriousness, so listen, I'm not opposed to it. In fact, I think that we should study every model out there So we should study the Finnish education system. We should study the Norwegian prison system. We should study how they legalize drugs in Portugal. And they're not all magic fixes, but they're interesting to incredible, right? We should study the what they did in Spain with
I mean, I think these guys studied it before they implemented it and their existence or the continued existence of the system.
Don't be simplistic. Just because it worked in Vienna, sorry, I don't mean it that way. It's just because it worked in Vienna doesn't mean that it's going to work everywhere. By the way, but because it worked in Vienna, it means that we should probably try it somewhere else too, right? So, and see if it works. So I don't mind all of those experimentations at all. So I'm not like, to me, when you say public or private, I got no problems trying it in every different way until we get to a system where we're super comfortable what should be public and private. But again, we're not anywhere near that conversation because right now our system is so, destroyed. And
2 years ago, you would have probably said that we're nowhere near demanding a complete defunding of all weapons transfers going to Israel. Things can change. My point is, it's good to have a North Star. And that's why I have no issue saying that this is my North Star. This is what I'm working in the direction of. Instead of conceding ahead of time, knowing that, there's going to be naysayers no matter what happens.
No, I think we could have massive change. That's why I started Justice Democrats. And I mean, we beat Crowley with AOC how many years ago, right?
Yeah.
And so do I think huge change is possible? Definitely. That's why I started Rebellion PAC. That's why I started Young Turks. I think enormous changes, not only possible right now, we're in a moment of potentially awesome change, right? For me, that's not the question. The question is, how do you get there? And the difference, Haas, and you saying that's your North Star, no problem. That's great. There's nothing wrong with that North Star. It might not be my North Star, but so what, right? So to me, what's important is step by step, right? So we all got to, now this is where we could have the much bigger disagreement. I don't know how you feel about it these days.
Step one, throw Ezra Klein in prison. Okay. Step two, question mark. Step three, decommodified housing. I'm joking. Ezra Klein, if you see this, is a joke. Okay.
Okay. So
I think you are fine.
Okay. But now, like, the way more controversial thing is these days, I think we should unite with the right to defeat the establishment. So, because we can't defeat them on our own. And if we unite, we can actually win on Israel. We just kind of won on Epstein files. And we could even win on paid family leave. We might even be able to win on healthcare, because to your point and to my point, West Virginia and Kentucky, they want healthcare, right? They don't want money in politics. They actually agree with us on almost everything. They're anti-war, anti-corruption.
I don't disagree with you. I think the major disagreement that you and I have, to a certain degree, is, and I say this all the time, that you need people. If you want to unite the people, you're going to have people that you disagree with in your movement, no matter what happens. The point is, you don't actually go to their side on, social issues or whatever, these things that are wedge issues that are used as a distraction to make it seem as though the uniparty consensus is actually not there on the issues that matter the most to every single person: healthcare, housing, and the like, and foreign policy. But to make them come to your side because you are offering them something, right? Offering them free healthcare, offering them housing. And that's how you bring them to your side. I don't have a disagreement there. I'm not saying like we just cut out, whoever has voted for Donald Trump and shoot ourselves in the foot regardless.
Yeah.
My point is always that we bring them to our side without having to concede on these other things. Like we don't concede on being unnecessarily cruel to undocumented migrants, or being unnecessarily cruel to trans people and constantly talking about trans people this, trans people that. We just call it as it is. This is just a distraction. And I think the Trump administration's failures on affordability after winning the election against an administration that came across as old and unable to solve the 1.5 years of negative real wage growth that people experienced under the Biden administration, and the inflation crisis that people were experiencing. And then hyper-focusing, which is what the Trump administration did, hyper-focusing on trans issues and things like that, actually present a unique opportunity to show people like, oh, guess what? Turns out it wasn't trans people that was making your rent more expensive. Turns out it wasn't a Guatemalan migrant that was the reason for why your healthcare is expensive. And, and that's what I try to do all the time.
So look, maybe it's an issue of timing, but first off, on should they come to us or should we go to them? It's kind of a false framing because since we agree on 70% of issues, neither side actually has to go anywhere. But if you're talking about traditional left-wing policies, that's literally what I've been doing the last 2 years. I've been saying yes to the right wing who are coming to our traditional policies, right? So you're anti-war, that's traditionally left-wing, right? You're anti-corruption, that's traditionally left-wing. You're for paid family leave because you want more babies and you want, et cetera, right? We want to treat American moms better. Great, that's traditionally left-wing. You want lower drug prices, higher wages, all traditionally left-wing, and I'm super happy to take their alliance in it, right? And what I'm saying is, okay, we just leave out the social issues in terms of our debate when we're working together, right? So we want to work together on banning private equity from buying up our residential real estate, or we want to work on anti-corruption. Okay, we'll argue about the social issues later, and there's nothing wrong with arguing about it, and neither side has to concede at all. So they could be like, okay, I'm massively anti-trans, and we could be massively pro-trans, or fill in the blank, Muslim, whatever the category is, right? But if we let that stop us in the beginning, we're never going to topple the establishment. And the establishment is a bigger enemy to both us and them than we are to each other.
So here's
what I'm saying?
Yeah, I do. But here's the problem. Josh Hawley is a great example of this, right? Like I think or Tucker Carlson is a great example of this. I think there are a lot of people who understand that left populism, real populist economic policies are actually extremely popular amongst the base, right? Across the board, regardless of whatever ideology they slot themselves into, most people find themselves in agreement with these policies. And the problem for them is that they have a higher priority for either the nationalist sentiment, and that's actually the goal that they're advancing or the goal that they're working towards, which is, I think, in Tucker Carlson's case, that's the point, or they're just lying, but they recognize the popularity of these left populist policies, and they're trying to maintain a base of support. But when push comes to shove, just like with Josh Hawley, they will still be servants of capital. And that's the issue that I have with a lot of the right. And I think that's the issue that a lot of people have with the self-described right-wingers. Maybe not the right-wing voters in general, because those people can be convinced and move. But most people in positions of power within the right-wing machine are either lying about being in favor of populism, or they care infinitely more about like implementing some kind of insane nationalistic policies.
All right, so let's say 5 different Republicans or right wingers, and give, and I think that'll help clarify the conversation. First of all, I agree with you, and that's the main point I make, is to make a differentiation between the leaders and the voters. Okay, so attack the leaders, politicians, media, no problem, right? That's the game we're in. Don't attack the voters. They actually agree with us on 70% of stuff. Take yes for an answer. Okay. So now when you get to the 5 guys, so we all agree on a bunch of them. Mitch McConnell, corporate Democrat, uniparty, corporate Republican, but really what's the difference? So like we hate him. The right wing base hates him. So we're past that. And that used to be our number 1 impediment. Then you get to Steve Bannon. Steve Bannon pretends to be the biggest populist on the right wing, like the godfather of populism in a lot of ways on the right wing, but I'm worried that he's utterly full of shit, right? So here he is behind the scenes working with Epstein, doing a fake wall, constantly scheming for power and more power. But like, wait a minute, I thought you were against the elites. And at every turn, it seems like behind the scenes, you're actually helping the elites, and you're using populism as a way to get popular to do your actual agenda. So I'm super worried about Steve Bannon, right? Now you move to Josh Hawley. Josh Hawley's got his foot in in Mitch McConnell's camp, and he's got his foot in populism. He did actually stop taking corporate PAC money, so he's not 100% full of shit like the other guys, like Ted Cruz, etc., right? So he's only 50% full of shit now. So that's an improvement, but at the end of the day, he's too attached to the old system. So he's going to side with the McConnells of the world, is my guess. So not that useful, right? So now we're left with 2 guys that are left, Tucker Carlson, and I'm going to say the word or the name, Nick Fuentes. Okay.
Yeah, no, it's I have stopped censoring that Nick Fuentes mentioned since he's getting fucking profiled by the New York Times, you know?
Yeah. So Tucker Carlson, I think, has a shot at actually meaning it. And so I'm not sure that I agree with you.
You and I have had a private conversation about this many years ago, and I think I've been vindicated on this.
I think I've been vindicated on it, but we can have that conversation in a minute. So to now go to, we'll come back to Tucker. You go to Fuentes, and so he seemed to be a classic guy who's, to be fair to him, not hiding his nationalism, right? So he was like, I'm going nationalist. I'm going Christian nationalist, white nationalist. It appeared to me, right? That was my original read of him. But now he's also changing. And so now I know we all cancel him to bejesus. And
I mean,
okay, Barry Weiss, if you're watching, which you obviously are,
Holocaust
right?
denier.
Right. So no problem. You deny the Holocaust. You say all these things. He's against race mixing. Well, yeah. I'm married to an Asian woman. What am I going to agree with that? Right. So obviously we're against all that. But even now he has realized that's not actually where his audience is. So whether it's Craven.
I think he's a grifter. I think these guys are all grifters.
Right. Whether it's Craven or not, whether they're grifters or not, even Fuentes is now saying, he said it just like 2 days ago, you know what? Maybe we put aside the racism and the cruelty and the abuse, right? Which is an amazing admission, by the way, that kind of is the direction they were going, right? And he says maybe we put that aside.
I just don't
to be able to unite with the left.
I don't believe any of these guys.
I'm not saying yes to Fuentes. I'm just saying look at the tide moving. The tide is moving towards populism because it's being driven by the audience. The audience wants real populism. So when they sense bullshit, they don't want it, and they're pushing in a better direction. So why is Tucker, now let's go to the heart of it, Tucker, right? Why is Tucker to me today different than he was on Fox News? Because on Fox News, he worked for corporate media, and he says it now himself. He says, yeah, I mean, there were certain things we were allowed to say, not allowed to say. I regret a lot of the things that I said on there. So now he's more tethered to the audience than he is to Rupert Murdoch. And so he tries to serve his audience better. And now he says wrong about Iraq, right? Wrong about war overall, wrong about a bunch of things, right? Mm-hmm. And by the way, have a lot of us on the left said as much as he has about all the things we're wrong about, right?
No, I don't say that at all.
See? So what my point is, not that he's right and we're wrong or anything along those lines, but he's at least making movements to go towards agreement.
You're saying that there's a broader trend line that's moving in the direction of left politics, and that is the reason why the likes of Tucker Carlson are retriangulating their messaging. That's somewhat understandable, but I do think that ultimately, I don't necessarily care for Tucker Carlson personally or Nick Fuentes, but I do care about changing the mindset of their audiences, because I find socially regressive politics to be and reactionary politics to be a distraction, and that anyone that does that to any degree is inherently reactionary and deliberately doing this because they want to move people's attention and focus away from the material inequities that they are facing and away from a steadfast approach to dealing with those problems. That is the reason why it's very easy for me to say all right-wingers in general are grifters, and even that moderation that they're engaging with is them simply reading the room and recognizing that they have to offer some kind of what you call populism, some kind of left-wing material solutions.
So let me say two things about
some of which do it because they want to maintain their popularity. Some of which do it because they have a higher degree of priority for like fomenting nationalistic sentiment, and they think this is the most effective way of doing it. I mean, Adolf Hitler was in charge of the National Socialist Party, right? Because at the time, socialism was a very popular movement. At a time when liberalism was failing, just as it is now, fascist movements were presenting themselves as revolutionary movements or an alternative to socialism that wasn't as scary. In Mussolini's Italy, it was bringing about a synthesis, as he would call it, of socialist sentiment, but also protecting the petite bourgeoisie.
Okay, so look, me, you, and maybe whoever it is that we want to assign as the avatar for nationalism, well, you think it's Tucker, maybe it's Fuentes, maybe it's Megyn Kelly. I don't care, right? My point is, we might all have different agendas for what happens once we get out of the woods, right? Once we break out of the prison, to use a couple of different analogies. But we got to break out of the prison first. And once we break out of the prison, you want to go towards more socialism. Somebody wants to go towards more nationalism. I want to go towards democracy, free markets, etc. Right? So, okay, but first we got to break out of the prison. So if you say to me, hey, let's say take Tucker, he has a hidden agenda and it's nationalism.
And he's not even hidden.
Yeah. Okay, whatever. And he'll say to you, and you don't, to be fair to you, you don't hide that your North Star is more socialism, right?
Yeah, because there's a difference between those two concepts.
Yeah, I get it.
One is good. The other is an incredibly deadly, self-defeating, suicidal ideology.
Yeah, I don't love socialism. And again, it depends on what we mean. If we mean Northern Europe, then I kind of do love socialism. If we mean like Venezuela, then no, I don't love socialism.
Yeah,
and I get it. I don't want to get into that.
Socialism is an economic organization of socialism is a different organization of the economy. Venezuela and Norway actually have not even comparable degrees of socialization or nationalization. Norway actually has a higher degree of nationalization. This entire extraction industry is nationalized, as opposed to Venezuela that has a lower degree of socialization.
Yeah, like naturalizing your oil reserves, by the way, is a super interesting idea. So that's what I'm saying.
No, but that's like the difference there is, of course, the way that the capitalist hegemonic superpowers have treated these countries. Norway is very close in proximity, or was very close in proximity to the USSR. So the threat of a good example from the USSR was what allowed a lot of these Western European countries to continue a degree of socialization, because they were conceding. Just like you're saying, Tucker Carlson is conceding to us on a lot of these issues. The capital owners there were conceding out of fear that if they don't concede at all, then they are going to become communist. Then the European countries are going to snap into revolutionary communist movements.
So I got you. But what I'm saying, Haas, is so socialism, we can have a great, wonderful debate about how mixed our economy should be. Whereas nationalism goes towards authoritarianism, and I'm never going to agree to authoritarianism. So I get it. I get that they're not the same, and I get that even though I might not agree with either, I'd rather lean to one side than the other for sure, because I don't want anything to do with authoritarianism.
What do you mean by that? Authoritarianism, like socialism leading to authoritarianism?
No, nationalism.
Or nationalism leading to authoritarianism?
Yeah, nationalism almost always leads to authoritarianism.
Well, it's because you have to eradicate, like nationalism or fascism has a in-group, out-group dynamic. And there are inalienable characteristics that must be excised forcibly from society. So, of course, that is the reason why it has to be violent.
That's why I'm never going to agree with nationalism. That's why I'm saying, that's why I'm on the left.
Yeah.
So I'm closer to you than I am to a nationalist by a lot, right? Because nationalism is, you're right, is either white or Christian, or by the way, it could be in a different country, Muslim or Jewish or black, whatever, but it's nationalism is exclusionary by definition.
Non-white nationalist movements have usually been in the global South, or at least historically, have been liberation movements in general, like Pan-Arabic nationalism, Pan-African nationalism. These are not the same as like the nationalism that you see in nationalism is understandably something that people hate and despise because it's in Western Europe or in America. It's the in-group that wants more domination and not the dominated population's emancipatory movement. Like I don't think you would disagree with like the FLN or something like Algeria. The decolonial initiatives in Algeria would be considered nationalistic because
until they take over, right? So like if they went,
past
whoever's
that point,
in power, it's
past
super
that point
easy.
you have a nation state,
Right.
Exactly.
Yeah, whoever's in power, if they're the majority and they do exclusionary nationalism, then obviously I'm going to be against it because I'm inclusive, not exclusive.
Yeah.
So
all right, I'm gonna pee real quick. We'll finish this video while I go pee, and then you can talk to the chat.
Establish community land trusts to gradually buy up housing on the private market and convert it to community ownership. We can give tenants a right of first refusal to buy out their landlords when buildings go up for sale. And we can fully commit to a new era of social housing, ending subsidies for luxury housing development and using our wealth to build beautiful, high-quality social housing projects that offer good homes and strong communities to everyone. We won't decommodify housing overnight, but we know what we have to do, and we have history to guide us. And we know how we'll get there, through a movement of the multiracial working class organizing for the better world we know is possible. And we've already begun. I'm Zohran Mamdani, Assemblyman for New York's 36th Assembly District in Astoria, Queens, for the Gravel Institute.
All right. By the way, guys, Young Turks is turning 20 online. So December 21st is our 20th anniversary on YouTube. So we'll do something on air on the 22nd, which is a Monday on December. But it's kind of neat. We're the first YouTube partner ever. So that makes me the original YouTuber. So we're turning 20 in that regard. We also had 3 years on radio before then. But it's kind of neat, and it's kind of interesting to see the evolution of all of us here, left, right. And I'll tell you, like, from my experience, having been here since kind of the beginning of time when it comes to online video and the internet, is that this is a breakthrough moment. We're finally getting to a place where people are becoming populist and are beginning to realize how corrupt the whole system is. And I've never been so excited. So, all right, to finish the thought.
What you say populist, I say is class politics.
Yeah, that's okay.
More and more people are self-identifying as socialist than ever before. Yes, we're going to wrap up in a second. More and more people are self-identifying as socialist in comparison to years prior. And I think that is what is good, because populism is too populism can go in either direction. It just means is that you're like anti-neoliberal, you're anti-establishment. That's fine. I'm anti-neoliberal, I'm anti-establishment, but I think I call right-wing populists sloppulous for that reason, where it's just like fake populism.
No, but don't do that. So number one, their voters aren't fake. They actually do want the same things we want.
I'm not talking about the voters.
They appear to be going to the left, but they're actually in the same place they always were, right? They always wanted those things. It's just the establishment lied to them. Corporate media lied to them and told them, oh, no, you don't want, lower drug prices. You don't want higher wages. And they did all that propaganda. Look, last thing on the nationalism is, look, Zionism is nationalism, and it's a disaster.
Yeah.
Because it means, by definition, you're not one of us, so you get less rights, you get less everything. And so I'm not going to be in favor of that. But
Zionism is not an emancipatory movement. That's why it's not emancipatory nationalism. Not that the distinction is important for history, but we're not even talking about that right now anyway.
Yeah, but my point, guys, to everyone, including you, Haas, and Tucker, and everybody is, let's get to our disagreements after we win. So after we win, you go towards socialism. Whoever wants to go towards nationalism, go that way. We'll split up and we'll have beautiful arguments and debates and all of that stuff. But let's take down the prison guards first. The establishment are the prison guards. They're the maintainers of the corporate system. So let's knock that down first. Let's unleash populism on both sides. And then let's go have elections and let's figure out what's more popular. Let's have democracy.
I just don't. I think that historically speaking, given that socialism is an abolition and reconstruction of the capitalist hierarchy, whereas fascism is actually a mechanism of control to reassert the capitalist hierarchy. This exact dynamic that you're talking about has played out in the past, with fascists winning. When liberalism is failing and contradictions worsen, and people recognize that they're desperate for new alternatives. Most people, or not most people, but capital owners who still have their remaining crumb of power will then align themselves with fascists.
So I think that there are two paths to fascism that I want to avoid. And the way to avoid it is to fix the system. So number one path is people get so mad at the injustices of this current corrupt system that they go in the, Fuentes direction and beyond Fuentes, right? To whatever is beyond Fuentes. And so at that point, if that becomes popular enough because of suppression, And that's what's happening now. The Barry Weiss of the world are suppress, suppress, suppress. Don't let them breathe. Don't let them breathe, right? And so they're helping Fuentes and beyond Fuentes more than they realize. So that's one path to fascism. The other path is the path we're on now. This is the establishment is the path to fascism. Because what's going to happen next is Palantir. Palantir tested all their technology in Gaza. Now Larry Ellison and the guys at Palantir are saying we now know how to control a population. So they're going to bring that here. If populists on the right or left don't win, or some sort of combination don't win in 2028, then the Ellisons and the Peter Thiels and those guys, the Palantires, are going to turn this current establishment into a fascist establishment.
I think
you see what I'm saying?
I think, well, one, I do see what you're saying. I think that we're already there in many ways. I think that the new iteration, like the Republicans have already become a post-liberal party, and Donald Trump is doing that right now with the type of populism that you're talking about, with the sloppyism, if you will, where liberalism has been an abject failure, and that's the reason why one of the two major parties is basically evolving beyond, and the other one is always in a consistent conciliatory or conceding tone towards the other party that is restructuring itself as a fascist one. And my point is that the normal evolution beyond that point would be Tucker Carlson. I don't think J.D. Vance is going to lead the Republican Party in the future.
I think Tucker Carlson.
I think it's going to be the Tucker Carlson that leads the party.
But I don't think.
But do you think Tucker Carlson is going to go in there and actually fucking take out Palantir and corporate capital? I don't. I do not believe.
No, those are two different things. Two different things. Palantir and corporate capital are different.
I don't think Tucker Carlson does that at all.
Look, I don't know. I can't speak for him at all. But to me, what you're describing, I don't think that the right-wing voters, best exemplified probably by Tucker Carlson, and we agree with that, right? That he's probably the best avatar for the right-wing voters, right? Is I don't think they're fascists. I don't think that they necessarily want to go towards fascism. I think they're populists. And so we can disagree about that.
I think right-wing populism is fascism. Right-wing populism is fascism in the most like
it doesn't have to be at
historically,
and you don't even know if
but
they're
then
right.
Why? What's the difference? So then Tucker Carlson's a socialist.
So look here. I'll give
he
you one.
believes in free healthcare. He believes in Medicare for all. He believes in everyone being able to afford a home.
No, you don't. Your two options aren't fascist and socialist. Those are not your only options.
Okay, what's the option for Tucker? What does he want?
So, for example, Marjorie Taylor Greene. So she gets untethered from corporate PACs, right? So all of a sudden, Epstein, Israel. But then our audience asked her, this is real, asked her to support Ro Khanna's bill on lower drug prices. And all of a sudden, she supports the bill on lower drug prices. Okay. So, and then what does she do? She's like, wait, the healthcare premium shouldn't double, right? So she's now headed in that direction ideologically.
And now she's retired.
Headed in that direction. No, I got you. But so that's not a person that was secretly fascist. That was not secretly heading in a fascist direction. The more she opened her eyes to populism, the more she realized we agreed, right? So instead of saying, no, I think you're a secret fascist and I'm going to hate you, well, my point is, wait, maybe we should open our eyes together and go, oh, we have a common enemy. The common enemy is the establishment. Let's go get those sons of bitches.
I think the common enemy
and then we'll have a democracy, and then we'll see, do people want to go right or left? And they don't have to go all the way to socialist, and they don't have to go all the way to fascist. They could find a nice place somewhere on the spectrum that is right for America.
Yeah, I guess I don't have the same level of confidence that you do in any politician, really, because it's not like I have this degree of confidence in even Democrats, really. But I certainly do not have that for like the healthy skepticism and scrutiny that I have for Democrats is even twofold, if not tenfold, for Republicans who have spent their entire political careers harming the working poor.
So let me ask you the last question. So I want someone on the populist left to win, Ro Khanna, Jon Stewart, someone along those lines, right?
Mm-hmm.
I don't want Tucker and Marjorie Taylor Greene to win. They're on the right. So we don't agree on a whole bunch of stuff. And some of the stuff that's really important.
Like
right?
Marjorie Taylor Greene is like, oh, why are we funding Ukraine or Israel? We should be bombing Mexico instead. I think that's fucking ridiculous.
So we can get into all that. But my
and that's
question
not
to you,
like a minor disagreement is what I'm saying. I think that's
got
an
you.
insane thing to say.
Okay, but if you had to pick between Tucker and Marco Rubio, right? Marco Rubio being more classic establishment uniparty.
I'm not voting for either. Like
No, I'm putting a gun to your head, and you're going to decide
pull the
who's
trigger.
the president, Rubio or Tucker.
Pull the trigger. I'm dead anyway.
All right.
Both will if given the opportunity, both will end me, because this is no different than like, well, gun to your head, establishment Democrat versus establishment Republican. They are both in the margins. The difference between Tucker Carlson and Marco Rubio on some issues might actually favor Tucker Carlson. Let's say he is genuine when he says, every American should own a house. What's going on? Maybe he is real about that and he wants to solve the housing crisis. Sure, that's good. But he might be more reactionary than Marco Rubio, at least in the way that he's talked about things when he saw his legacy Americans, and that we have 65 million immigrants that need to be deported, which happens to be the number of Mexicans and Latino people in this country, right? The Hispanic population in this country. So maybe he might be even more reactionary than Marco Rubio in terms of an initiative that designs concentration camps. So the surreal scenario that you're presenting is technically no different than the harm reduction voting narratives that the Democrats that push for as well.
Then what's the answer, brother?
The answer is you continue organizing, you continue building external pressure mechanisms, whether it be the union.
But that's what's happening right now.
Yeah, exactly.
And it's pressuring Tucker to go towards us.
And you continue. Okay, good. Then we keep fighting, and then we keep pushing Tucker further and further until he's running around saying he's a fucking socialist. He still would be a nationalist socialist, but I think...
No, the problem, super last thing. The problem is you're worried they're going to turn into fascists and you start concentration camps.
I think that they are already.
They're worried that you're communist and you're going to start concentration camps.
Mm-hmm.
Whereas I'm saying, guys...
Who would I put in the concentration camps if I were to make them?
Okay, I don't want any piece of that. So, okay.
I'm just saying.
Okay, so my point is...
If I'm
blocking your guys.
If the option is imprisoning every brown person in the country versus imprisoning financial criminals, right? I think that the overwhelming majority of Americans would go, no, yeah, put the bosses in jail, as opposed to, if that's the gun to your head equation. I think
but one in your hypothetical, one is literally criminals. Of course, you put them in jail. Like what the white collar criminals are still criminals.
That's the
right,
reason
but
why.
That's not a concentration camp. That's just enforcing the law.
I mean, yeah.
So look. Because you're both so worried about communism and fascism, it's preventing you from working together to topple your actual immediate present threat, which is the establishment, which is going to wind up in fascism anyway. So Mike, let's topple them first, get rid of the most immediate fascist threat, and team up with populism. So if you put a gun to my head, I'm not saying I'm going to vote for Tucker, period. No, I'm going to vote for someone on the left, a left-wing populist. But gun to my head, Tucker or Rubio or Ted Cruz, that's not close. I'll take my chances with Tucker over Rubio and Cruz, which is certain oppression and disgusting and also nationalist and the worst of the abuses and corporatist and just every terrible thing that you could imagine. I don't want the status quo.
I mean, I think voting for Tucker over Marco Rubio, who would inevitably yield Tucker as the final evolution of fascism, is basically jumping on the fascist line and
no,
cutting.
You're making
you're going
enormous
to I think Tucker Carlson is more of I think Tucker Carlson is more of a principled fascist than even Marco Rubio is. Marco Rubio is an establishment Republican that is responsible for unimaginable amounts of violence all around the world.
Who wants to start the war in Venezuela? Rubio does, not Tucker.
I agree.
Who's more pro-war?
Tucker Carlson,
no question.
Tucker Carlson, outside of the confines of establishment media, now says he doesn't want a war with Venezuela. I agree with you. Except when he had a crumb of power, when he was within the confines of mainstream media, Tucker Carlson was still very much in favor of all the wars. What makes you think that when he has a crumb of power, he's not going to snap back into being a wonderful servant of the same capital-owning masters, the military-industrial complex that is demanding war with Venezuela, or Exxon and Chevron and numerous other industries of extraction that want to take as much of the Venezuelan oil as possible without any sort of government intervention. So he would do the same exact thing and be also worse when it comes to even, and this is not even an argument for Marco Rubio. Fuck them both. Like I said, kill me instead. But they're both the same side of the evil fascist coin. One is just more ideologically grounded in fascism, I think, and that is Tucker Carlson.
No, the most irrational phrase we have in the English language is, I'd rather have the devil I know than the devil I don't know. No, that makes no sense. The devil I know is a devil. I know Rubio and Cruz and all those guys are certain death for democracy, certain death for the idea of America. And we have to get off that road as soon as possible. So, and you are making a whole heap of assumptions about Tucker and MTG. Hold on, maybe you're right, and maybe you're not right.
The difference between Tucker Carlson and Nick Fuentes is that Tucker Carlson is much more media trained after doing media for as long as Nick Fuentes has been alive. So he knows what not to say. That's it. That's the big difference.
All right, that's your assumption. But for me, I have to partner with populists on the right.
Okay.
Otherwise, we will never, ever, ever defeat the establishment, and we'll both be defeated by them, and they'll laugh their ass off at us, right? So what form does that partnership take? I don't know.
Again, I don't necessarily care about Tucker in general, but I do care about his audience, and I think that he is leading them, I guess. In some ways, he's leading them in an anti-Israel slant, which is good.
Yes, very much so.
And whenever he leans into left populist sentiment, that's a good thing that his audience is like, oh, I actually do agree with that. That is good. However, I think he's doing that to win favor with people like yourself and many others who are in the margins who go, why am I not hearing this from any liberal in mainstream media? Why am I only hearing this from Tucker Carlson? I kind of like him. But I think his ultimate ambition is not that dissimilar from whatever the fuck Marco Rubio would do or whatever the fuck Donald Trump is doing currently.
Can I get agreement that even if it's a ruse, if he helps stop the genocide, that is a massive good thing and would never be done by the Rubios and the Cruzes of the world? So, like, can we take that win?
Yeah,
isolated by itself.
But I don't think he would do that. Is my point.
But he's he's trying to end the genocide now.
I know, but I think if he was in a position of power and not like because when he was,
but forget the hypothetical.
But when he was, I'm not even talking about the hypothetical.
Different issues.
When he was at Fox News, he was pro all of America's wars. That's when he had a closeness to real power, and he was again a servant of capital, but more directly. And in that moment, that was what Tucker Carlson was doing. There is no indication that if he actually came to real political power, that he would do anything different than still serve the interests of capital as he has his entire career.
If somebody like Tucker, MTG, or Massey doesn't win on the right, and someone like Ro Khanna, Jon Stewart, Nina Turner doesn't win on the left, then we're in a world of trouble. And, there's no, that path is super dark.
I think in general,
to me, I'd rather take populists on both sides and see which. I mean, the perfect dream is populists on both sides.
Okay, but
let's go to an election. But Donald Trump, see if the country wants to go populist left or right.
You are relitigating.
But Trump is an obvious fake populist.
Okay, but that's my point.
That's the most
but
obvious
he
thing
didn't run
in the
as
world.
an obvious fake populist. He ran as a real populist.
I got you.
And that's
but
my
Trump
point.
Didn't do anything that. So, like, for example, right now Tucker says end the genocide. End the funding of Israel.
Mm-hmm.
Trump never did anything real like that.
Except Tucker is saying that because he is no longer in the same rooms as he once used to be.
Good, wonderful. He's not in those rooms
anymore. But if he were to actually secure power, I don't think he actually had a genuine change of heart. I don't believe that at all. But it doesn't even matter to me whether he had a genuine change of heart. I care about his output because he's a media figure, and on that front, I'm glad that he is anti-Israel, okay? Having said that, I think that the real reason why he's doing that is because he has to read the room, and he no longer has a higher priority of being a servant of capital, at least for now, until he gets to a position of power, at which point I think he would still advance the same exact agenda that Donald Trump did. Donald Trump came in with the exact same sentiment.
You think Tucker's going to work for Israel like Trump is?
Absolutely.
No way.
I do think if Tucker Carlson...
that is the very last thing
I think
Tucker
Bernie
Carlson
Sanders would also not be an anti-imperialist if he came into a position of power. I think as it stands currently, without external pressure mechanisms that make it a non-starter, and that's changing in the environment is changing dramatically right now, you are never going to have a real anti-imperialist figure, a real like anti-Israel figure that is capable of decoupling America from Israel.
Haas, when I said that the right wing might come towards us on Israel, people said you're nuts. That's not going to happen, and it did happen. So my point isn't rah me. My point is, maybe we should be a little bit more open. Maybe it could happen on another issue and another issue, and maybe we can work together to actually end the funding of Israel. But I think those
people are coming to terms with this because of the endless amounts of pressure from the wokes that were jailed under the Biden administration. 3,500 student protesters were thrown in jail for protesting against Israel, for example. It's the wokes that are unironically carrying this conversation, paired up with a barrage of pain and violence that people actually saw all over their social media feeds, and that is the reason why a lot of people inevitably came to that conclusion and realized that, paired up with Israel's arrogance as well, and endless demands for control and endless demands for fealty. But ultimately, like I said, that was an external pressure point that actually caused a lot of people, a lot of voters, to finally come to that conclusion as well. So it's the conversation that we're having still has to be about continuing to build external pressure, like external pressure movements, and not care about Tucker Carlson necessarily, but care about winning and convincing Tucker Carlson's audience. Just like not caring about the Republican Party in general, but instead caring about convincing the Republican voters. And the only way to do that, and I think you and I agree with this on this, is by offering them something: housing, healthcare, an end to corporate corruption in this country. These are the things that we can actually win the attention and the loyalty of the right-wing voters on, without having to concede on any of the social issues whatsoever.
Yeah, let's end on agreement. Yeah. And my daughter's doing this to me on about dinner.
Anyway,
so
everybody,
God bless, man. Hey, happy Thanksgiving, everybody.
This was a much more agreeable Thanksgiving, ladies and gentlemen. You got to flex for the camera for the purpose of, you do it every year, for the purpose of continuation. Here it is. Here it is. The 7th year of Thanksgiving is complete, ladies and gentlemen. I'll see you tomorrow. I'll be back. As always, peace and good night.
Good night.